the journey of survival and sacrifice comes to its breathtaking conclusion. Will love prevail against the darkest of odds? Welcome to the final part of Little Bird. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks, where every story is brought to life. Today, we present the final chapters of Little Bird by Marissa Lynn, one of the most compelling and emotional Dramione fanfiction stories in the fandom. This is part 2, covering chapters 36 through 62, where all the threads come together for an unforgettable ending. Disclaimer: as always, this audiobook is based on a fan-created story and is not part of the official Harry Potter canon. All rights to the original series belong to J.K. Rowling. This adaptation is created purely for entertainment and to honor the creativity of the fanfiction community. In the first part, we witnessed Hermione and Draco's connection grow against the backdrop of survival and darkness, exploring vulnerability, resilience, and forbidden love. Now, in this final part, the stakes rise as their bond is put to the ultimate test. If you've loved this journey so far, consider supporting the channel by becoming a member. Members gain access to exclusive perks and help us continue creating magical audiobooks for fans like you. Without further ado, let's begin the final chapters of Little Bird. Prepare to laugh, cry, and hold your breath as we journey to the end of this unforgettable tale. Chapter 36. Eve. I clutched the handle of my trunk with one hand and Draco's hand with the other, pushing my way past parents hugging their children goodbye as I followed Draco towards the train. Lucius and Narcissa had brought us to the parking lot of King's Cross Station, but had promptly left without much of a goodbye. Draco had appeared to be extremely relieved, so I guessed he hadn't minded much. We reached the train in one piece, and Draco helped me load my trunk onto it before moving to put his own on. He took my hand, and once both our trunks were loaded onto the train, looking down at me through the steam and saying, "All right, let's find a seat." I followed him onto the train a bit nervously, wondering if I was going to see Ginny or Neville. I was hoping I wouldn't have to talk to any of them for as long as possible because I didn't want to have to lie, especially not to Ginny. I was already dreading the question, "How was your summer?" It became clear that we'd arrived a little late to the station, as most of the compartments appeared to be occupied. I knew Draco was trying to find an empty spot so the two of us could sit alone, but it was starting to look like that wouldn't be possible. Draco sighed with annoyance when he looked inside a promising compartment to see that 2 first years had already claimed it, rolling his eyes and starting towards the Slytherin end of the train. I followed close behind him, smiling a little as he complained, "I swear there should be a rule that upperclassmen are allowed to kick anyone out of a seat if they want to. There are first years everywhere." "Hey, Draco, come sit over here, mate." I looked to see that Flint was waving us over, seated at a table by the window. Half expecting to see Zabini sitting somewhere nearby, I cautiously followed Draco over to Flint's table and hoped no one else would attempt to talk to us. Speaking with Zabini was not something I could put up with at the moment. As Draco let me slide over to the window seat, he sat down next to me and nodded to Flint. "Hey, mate. Good summer." "Terrible." Flint grinned, the train whistling loudly and lurching into motion. Dad had me working at the pub every day of the week, and he was there the whole time, so I couldn't even sneak a pint. "Good to see you, Eve." "You too," I replied, giving him a small smile as the train left the station and sunlight flooded through the windows. I found it a little odd that Flint hadn't automatically asked us how our summer had been, but I decided I was just grateful he hadn't. "Play Quidditch much over the break?" "A bit. Flint told me, shrugging. Then he grinned cockily and said, "Not like I need the practice, though." Draco rolled his eyes, saying, "You're full of shit, Flint. Is anyone sitting there?" He nodded to the empty seat across from him, and I could tell just from his expression that he wanted to know if Zabini was going to sit with us. But Flint told us, "Pansy, she went to find you too, but she'll be back eventually. Why would she be looking for us?" I asked, remembering how much Pansy had despised me last year. Although the feeling had been mutual. Dunno. Flint shrugged. "Guess she just wanted to make sure she sat with you." I refrained from asking why again because Flint had turned to Draco and was asking if he'd seen the Quidditch World Cup over the summer. While Draco awkwardly explained that he hadn't and Flint began to describe it in great detail, I glanced around the rest of the train car to see if I knew any other Slytherins here. I could see Goyle and Crabbe sitting at the table diagonal to us, and as I glanced over at them both, I saw Zabini enter the compartment and sit at their table. I quickly looked away when he sat down facing our direction, not wanting to make eye contact. Feeling the familiar dislike for him burn in my stomach, I tried to focus my attention back on what Flint was saying, but he was still discussing the World Cup, and I couldn't pay attention for very long. To distract myself from getting too nervous about seeing Ginny again, I looked out the window of the train and focused my gaze on the passing trees. Under the table, I worriedly played with the sleeve of my left arm. Draco's knee brushed against mine then, and I looked over to see that he had glanced at me out of the corner of his eye as Flint continued to talk. I gave him a tired smile that I was sure didn't reach my eyes because the nerves were starting to take over my stomach, and it was becoming more difficult to act like everything was normal. "There you are. I was looking everywhere for you too." I jumped slightly and looked up to see Pansy was collapsing into the seat opposite Draco, sighing as she rolled her eyes at the two of us. She attempted to smooth down her hair as she complained, "I could have just stayed here instead of running around the entire train." "Move over. Marcus, you've got plenty of room. Damn." Flint snapped, attempting to slide closer to the window. "I swear, it's like you always have something to complain about." "Shut up," Pansy snapped, then grinned as she turned her gaze to me. "Nice to see you, Eve. Doing all right?" I said blankly, "Yeah, I guess." How are you?" "Pretty good, I'd say." Pansy shrugged, her eyes fixed on me. After half a moment, she turned to Draco and asked, "All right, Draco?" "Fine," he drawled, looking over at Pansy and not even bothering to hide his distaste for her. Draco didn't seem fazed by the fact that Pansy was being oddly nice to me, so I tried to cover up my confused expression and act normal. I wanted to ask why Pansy had been looking for the two of us, but she was starting to rant about the classes we'd have to take this year. So I decided not to interrupt her. Whatever she'd wanted to find us for, it must not have been anything important. "Pansy, shut up," Flint groaned, cutting off her speech about something annoying Millicent had done over the summer. "No one wants to hear that shit. Let's talk about anything but your problems." Pansy turned to glare at Flint, snapping angrily. Well, you'd all be sitting in silence if it wasn't for she was interrupted by a loud commotion over by the open door to the train car, and as Draco and I twisted in our seats to see what was happening, the entire car was suddenly plunged into an ashy darkness. Completely blind, I stood along with everyone else as the compartment was filled with angry shouts and coughing. Draco had reached for me in the darkness, and I grabbed onto his arm, squinting through the clouds of black to see what was happening. I could hear Flint snapping across from us that he couldn't see for shit, but when I glanced over in his general direction, I realized I couldn't even make out his figure in the darkness. Draco was suddenly shoved into me, knocking me backwards against the seat and forcing me to grab the edge of the table to keep from falling. Bloody hell, he spat angrily, helping me back to my feet as the black dust in the air finally started to clear. I blinked through the slowly thinning darkness, starting to make out Draco's figure as he looked to his right to see who had pushed him. Coughing slightly, I gripped Draco's arm and looked around the train car at the rest of the Slytherins. They were all complaining loudly as the dust finally dissipated from the air, accusingly looking around to see who had caused it. Draco turned to me, once he gave up trying to find who had bumped into him, asking, "You okay?" "Some idiot just threw me out of the way. I swear." "I'm okay," I told him quickly, glancing over at Flint and Pansy. "What the hell was that?" "Beats me." Flint shrugged in annoyance as he sat back down with an angry sigh. "Darkness powder. Probably. The first years get stupider every year. Is it in my hair?" Pansy asked worriedly, but no one was paying attention to her. I sat back down by the window, glancing over at Draco, when he didn't sit down right away. He was looking over my head at the baggage rack, but when I looked up at it as well, I couldn't see anything. I took his wrist and tugged gently, causing him to glance back down at me. "Hey, sit down," I said softly, looking him over worriedly. It was probably just some first-year messing around. After a moment, he sat back down, one hand on my knee under the table. When I still looked at him nervously, Draco gave me a small grin and leaned over to kiss my cheek quickly. "I know. Sorry." But he kept glancing back up at the baggage rack for the rest of the train ride. "What did you have to do?" I asked quietly, looking at him worriedly. He glanced across the table at Pansy and avoided my gaze, saying to me, "Tell you later." I pressed my lips together to keep myself from demanding an answer, because Draco was looking down at the table with an odd expression, and I knew better than to bother him. So we sat in silence among the excited chatter of the great hall, and I glanced around the rest of the room to look at all the students I hadn't seen since last spring. My eyes accidentally traveled to the Gryffindor table, and without realizing it, I made eye contact with Ginny. I automatically froze, but she grinned and waved to me easily, forcing myself to give a smile and wave back. I reminded myself that Ginny had no idea what had happened to me this summer, and I had to make sure it stayed that way. Ginny was suddenly distracted by someone who had entered the Great Hall, and I glanced over to see Harry Potter entering the room alone, one of the last people to come inside. My eyes widened as I saw his nose was broken and bleeding profusely, turning the white cloth he was holding against it red. I gaped as I watched him sit beside Ginny, grabbing Draco's arm and saying, "Look at Harry, his nose is broken," but when I dragged my gaze away from Harry to look at him, Draco was awkwardly staring down at his plate. Just as my blood turned cold, there was a call for silence at the front of the Great Hall, and the chatter slowly died down to nothing. The room spun as I looked up to see Dumbledore beginning his yearly speech, my mind reeling as I realized why Draco couldn't bring himself to look me in the eye. I was too upset to listen to what Dumbledore was saying, because to be honest, just looking at the headmaster was enough to make me lightheaded. I couldn't bring myself to look at him for too long, because all I could think about was what the Dark Lord was forcing Draco and me to do this year. Dumbledore introduced a slightly pudgy man as Horace Slughorn, announcing that he would be teaching potions this year, and that Snape would be taking the defense against the dark arts position. I was barely listening, however, and I couldn't be sure what else was said before McGonagall was leading the first years through the double doors and up to the front of the Great Hall. I stared down at my empty plate as the sorting began, a dull pounding in my ears. I glanced up across the room briefly to look at Harry, but flinched and looked away when I saw that he had already been staring in our direction. I felt sick as I wondered what he must be thinking of me. The sorting was over quickly, and Dumbledore raised his arms to begin the feast. The empty platters were suddenly filled with heaps of food, but I didn't feel the same awe as I had when I'd first come here a year ago. As the great hall filled with voices and laughter again, I turned my head to look at Draco and saw that he was reaching for the potatoes. "Draco," I whispered, making sure Pansy wasn't looking. "Did you?" I said. Draco interrupted without looking at me. "I'll tell you later." So I swallowed back my questions and forced myself to eat, knowing that Draco wasn't going to talk about what had happened in that compartment when there were other people here. I couldn't bring myself to even half listen to whatever Pansy was saying, poking my fork through the roast and finding I didn't have much of an appetite. My head was spinning as I wondered what Harry could have possibly said to Draco to make him break his nose. The feast dragged on, but eventually the food was cleared and Dumbledore announced that it was time for everyone to head to their dormitories. Draco stood from the Slytherin table quickly, taking my arm and helping me to my feet. We walked down to the common room without speaking, following the crowds of Slytherins downstairs to the dungeons. Barely catching that the password would be pure blood for the time being, I followed the rest of the students into the common room. Draco led me to the couch beside the fireplace, scarcely acknowledging Flint when he asked him when he'd be going to bed. Most of the Slytherins went straight up to their dormitories, but I sat down beside Draco on the couch cushions, tucking one leg under me, so I could turn to face him. He was staring into the flames instead of at me as the common room quickly emptied out, the footsteps gradually fading upstairs. When we were completely alone in the room, and there were only muffled voices coming from the dorms above us, I said quietly, "Are you going to tell me what happened?" Draco sighed and ran one hand through his hair, finally glancing over at me. "Look, Potter was spying on us. In the compartment." "What?" I scoffed. "There's no way he's got an invisibility cloak." "Eve," Draco interrupted. "He was up on the baggage rack with it, so he could listen in on what we were saying. That's what that darkness powder was for. He must have used it so he could get up there without any of us." Seeing, I stared at Draco and he looked back over at me, and I could see how angry he was. Blinking, I asked uncertainly, "But why would he even want to listen in on us?" "Because he's got nothing better to do with his time. That's why." Draco rolled his eyes. "The idiot's probably suspicious of me, anyway. But we never gave anything away to Flint or Parkinson, so he's got no proof." "Wait, do you think he knows?" I asked, my heart rate automatically increasing at the thought of it. "No." Draco shook his head, resting his hand absent-mindedly on my knee. "There's no way he knows." I swallowed hard and tried to get myself to calm down, feeling sick as I remembered the way Harry had looked at me from across the Great Hall. But I forced myself to look at Draco and ask in an even voice, "Why did you break his nose?" Draco's eyes flicked away from mine and fixed themselves on the flames before us, and he crossed his arms over his chest. His voice was tight as he snapped, "He deserved it. He had no right to spy on us, or to black out the entire compartment just to listen in on us. And he was the one who shoved me into you. The git deserved more than a broken nose, if I'm being honest." "But you broke his nose," I repeated quietly, trying not to betray how much that scared me. "And you didn't even tell me what was wrong. You just made me leave and go up to the castle by myself. Do you have any idea how scary that was? I didn't know what was happening. When Draco continued to stare into the flames instead of at me, I asked, "Is it going to be like this for everything with you? You tell me to go away while you handle it." He finally looked over at me then, and I knew he realized what I was talking about. Draco rolled his eyes and leaned forward, looking at me seriously. "No, Eve, you know I'm not going to shut you out. You know I can't do this without you. I got pissed and didn't want you to see me when I didn't want to scare you, but..." I began weakly, but the way he was looking at me was enough to make me forget what I had wanted to say. Finally, I forced out, "I just don't want you to think I can't handle it. Okay? I'm going to help you with this. All of this." I looked at him seriously, and even though I didn't say it out loud, I could tell he knew I was talking about when he would finally have to kill Dumbledore. I watched carefully as Draco swallowed hard and said in a voice thick with emotion, "Yeah, all right, yeah." I asked uncertainly, trying to look into his eyes and see if he was lying to me. But Draco nodded and pulled me against his chest suddenly, kissing the side of my head hard. I pressed my fingers against the back of his neck and held myself against him, doing everything I could to push away the image of Harry's broken nose from my mind. I wasn't sure if Draco was telling the truth or not, but either way, I wasn't going to let him go through the task alone. Draco and I didn't say much for the rest of the trip, as Flint and Pansy would constantly be bickering back and forth about something silly. I held Draco's hand in my lap and looked out the window at the slowly darkening sky as we got closer to Hogwarts, trying to not be too nervous about returning to school. As long as I didn't think too much about the task, I was able to keep the nervousness from making me feel sick again. When the train finally came to a stop and we stood to get off, Draco took my shoulder and told me, "You go on without me. There's something I need to do first." I began uncertainly looking up at him and trying to read what he was thinking. He looked deadly serious, so I knew that I had to listen to him. "Okay, I guess. Are you sure?" "Yeah," Draco said, not meeting my gaze as he led me gently towards the exit. "I'll see you at the feast." I nervously followed Flint out of the empty compartment, turning one last time to see Draco shutting the door behind me and drawing down the shade. What the hell was he doing? "Come on, Eve," Flint said over his shoulder, distracting me and making me turn away from the train car as I stepped off onto the ground. He motioned for me to follow him, saying, "Sit in a carriage with us." "Okay," I told him, wringing my hands together worriedly as I followed him and Pansy toward the nearest carriage. I glanced at the Thestral standing only a few feet away, ignoring the sick feeling in my stomach and climbing inside. Crabbe and Goyle were already seated inside, so I had to squeeze in beside Pansy. I waited for her to complain about having to sit so close to me, but all she did was scoot over, as best she could on the leather seat. I blinked as the carriage lurched into motion, still wondering why Pansy had suddenly decided not to completely despise me. I stayed quiet as the carriage took us up to Hogwarts, not even listening to the rest of the Slytherins as they joked about something to do with the new first years. I was worried about what Draco was doing, and I had no idea what he could have possibly had to do alone back in the empty train car. Didn't he realize how nervous I was to be going inside the castle without him next to me? The carriages came to a stop outside the castle doors, and I followed Pansy out and up the stairs towards the entrance hall. Blinking as we entered the brightly lit castle, Pansy grinned at me over her shoulder and asked, "Will you sit with me?" Sure, I said, but it came out more like a question than an answer. I followed her into the great hall a bit nervously, wondering if this was all some sort of plan of hers to get me to embarrass myself. But we sat down at the Slytherin table without anything bad happening, and I seated myself across from her near the end, so Draco would be able to have a spot next to me. I watched the entrance doors as Pansy greeted Millicent on her left, tapping the edge of my golden plate anxiously. What was taking him so long? The great hall was slowly beginning to fill up when I finally saw him, and I breathed an inaudible sigh of relief when I saw that he looked all right. Draco quickly sat beside me, kissing my cheek and saying, "Hey, sorry about that. What did you have to do?" I asked quietly, looking at him worriedly. He glanced across the table at Pansy and avoided my gaze, saying to me, "Tell you later." I pressed my lips together to keep myself from demanding an answer, because Draco was looking down at the table with an odd expression, and I knew better than to bother him. So we sat in silence among the excited chatter of the great hall, and I glanced around the rest of the room to look at all the students I hadn't seen since last spring. My eyes accidentally traveled to the Gryffindor table, and without realizing it, I made eye contact with Ginny. I automatically froze, but she grinned and waved to me easily, forcing myself to give a smile and wave back. I reminded myself that Ginny had no idea what had happened to me this summer, and I had to make sure it stayed that way. Ginny was suddenly distracted by someone who had entered the great hall, and I glanced over to see Harry Potter entering the room alone, one of the last people to come inside. My eyes widened as I saw his nose was broken and bleeding profusely, turning the white cloth he was holding against it red. I gaped as I watched him sit beside Ginny, grabbing Draco's arm and saying, "Look at Harry, his nose is broken," but when I dragged my gaze away from Harry to look at him, Draco was awkwardly staring down at his plate. Just as my blood turned cold, there was a call for silence at the front of the great hall, and the chatter slowly died down to nothing. The room spun as I looked up to see Dumbledore beginning his yearly speech, my mind reeling as I realized why Draco couldn't bring himself to look me in the eye. I was too upset to listen to what Dumbledore was saying, because to be honest, just looking at the headmaster was enough to make me lightheaded. I couldn't bring myself to look at him for too long, because all I could think about was what the Dark Lord was forcing Draco and me to do this year. Dumbledore introduced a slightly pudgy man as Horace Slughorn, announcing that he would be teaching potions this year, and that Snape would be taking the defense against the dark arts position. I was barely listening, however, and I couldn't be sure what else was said before McGonagall was leading the first years through the double doors and up to the front of the great hall. I stared down at my empty plate as the sorting began, a dull pounding in my ears. I glanced up across the room briefly to look at Harry, but flinched and looked away when I saw that he had already been staring in our direction. I felt sick as I wondered what he must be thinking of me. The sorting was over quickly, and Dumbledore raised his arms to begin the feast. The empty platters were suddenly filled with heaps of food, but I didn't feel the same awe as I had when I'd first come here a year ago. As the great hall filled with voices and laughter again, I turned my head to look at Draco and saw that he was reaching for the potatoes. "Draco," I whispered, making sure Pansy wasn't looking. "Did you?" I said. Draco interrupted without looking at me. "I'll tell you later." So I swallowed back my questions and forced myself to eat, knowing that Draco wasn't going to talk about what had happened in that compartment when there were other people here. I couldn't bring myself to even half listen to whatever Pansy was saying, poking my fork through the roast and finding I didn't have much of an appetite. My head was spinning as I wondered what Harry could have possibly said to Draco to make him break his nose. The feast dragged on, but eventually the food was cleared and Dumbledore announced that it was time for everyone to head to their dormitories. Draco stood from the Slytherin table quickly, taking my arm and helping me to my feet. We walked down to the common room without speaking, following the crowds of Slytherins downstairs to the dungeons. Barely catching that the password would be pure blood for the time being, I followed the rest of the students into the common room. Draco led me to the couch beside the fireplace, scarcely acknowledging Flint when he asked him when he'd be going to bed. Most of the Slytherins went straight up to their dormitories, but I sat down beside Draco on the couch cushions, tucking one leg under me, so I could turn to face him. He was staring into the flames instead of at me as the common room quickly emptied out, the footsteps gradually fading upstairs. When we were completely alone in the room, and there were only muffled voices coming from the dorms above us, I said quietly, "Are you going to tell me what happened?" Draco sighed and ran one hand through his hair, finally glancing over at me. "Look, Potter was spying on us. In the compartment." "What?" I scoffed. "There's no way he's got an invisibility cloak, Eve," Draco interrupted. "He was up on the baggage rack with it, so he could listen in on what we were saying. That's what that darkness powder was for. He must have used it so he could get up there without any of us seeing." I stared at Draco, and he looked back over at me, and I could see how angry he was. Blinking, I asked uncertainly, "But why would he even want to listen in on us?" "Because he's got nothing better to do with his time. That's why." Draco rolled his eyes. "The idiot's probably suspicious of me. Anyway, but we never gave anything away to Flint or Parkinson, so he's got no proof." "Wait, do you think he knows?" I asked, my heart rate automatically increasing at the thought of it. "No." Draco shook his head, resting his hand absent-mindedly on my knee. "There's no way he knows." I swallowed hard and tried to get myself to calm down, feeling sick as I remembered the way Harry had looked at me from across the Great Hall. But I forced myself to look at Draco and ask in an even voice, "Why did you break his nose?" Draco's eyes flicked away from mine and fixed themselves on the flames before us, and he crossed his arms over his chest. His voice was tight as he snapped, "He deserved it. He had no right to spy on us, or to black out the entire compartment just to listen in on us. And he was the one who shoved me into you. The git deserved more than a broken nose, if I'm being honest." "But you broke his nose," I repeated quietly, trying not to betray how much that scared me. "And you didn't even tell me what was wrong. You just made me leave and go up to the castle by myself. Do you have any idea how scary that was?" I didn't know what was happening. When Draco continued to stare into the flames instead of at me, I asked, "Is it going to be like this for everything with you? You tell me to go away while you handle it." He finally looked over at me then, and I knew he realized what I was talking about. Draco rolled his eyes and leaned forward, looking at me seriously. "No, Eve, you know I'm not going to shut you out. You know I can't do this without you. I got pissed and didn't want you to see me when I didn't want to scare you, but I began weakly, but the way he was looking at me was enough to make me forget what I had wanted to say. Finally, I forced out, "I just don't want you to think I can't handle it, okay? I'm going to help you with this. All of this." I looked at him seriously, and even though I didn't say it out loud, I could tell he knew I was talking about when he would finally have to. "Kill Dumbledore." I watched carefully as Draco swallowed hard and said in a voice thick with emotion, "Yeah, all right. Yeah, I asked uncertainly, trying to look into his eyes and see if he was lying to me. But Draco nodded and pulled me against his chest suddenly, kissing the side of my head hard. I pressed my fingers against the back of his neck and held myself against him, doing everything I could to push away the image of Harry's broken nose from my mind. I wasn't sure if Draco was telling the truth or not, but either way, I wasn't going to let him go through the task alone. Chapter 37. Eve. It was strange sleeping completely alone with Draco more than just a hallway away from me. I didn't sleep well, that was for sure. I couldn't seem to get comfortable on the dormitory bed, and it felt like I was waking up every 10 minutes to Millicent's snoring. When the sun finally rose and it was acceptable to get out of bed, I was actually a bit relieved. I dressed as quietly as I could under the light of the rising sun, stepping carefully past Pansy's sleeping form to get to my trunk. I packed my school bag sleepily, trying not to knock anything over, because I knew it wasn't a good idea to wake Millicent before she was ready. After shoving on my sneakers and pulling my hair back, I cautiously headed downstairs to the common room. It was completely empty, but I should have been expecting that. Classes didn't start for another 2 hours. I left through the portrait hall and started upstairs, having nowhere else to go besides the great hall. There were a few students in the dining hall when I entered through the grand double doors, but I breathed a quiet sigh of relief when I saw that Ginny was not among them. I was already praying that I wouldn't have any classes with her this year. I sat on the end of the mostly empty Slytherin table and reached for some toast and butter, knowing I had to at least eat something before classes started. Draco walked into the great hall not long after me, rubbing his face tiredly and coming over to sit next to me. "Morning," he said quietly as he slid onto the bench, kissing my cheek. I noticed he didn't automatically reach for any food, and I eyed him carefully. His voice sounded scratchy from exhaustion as he asked me, "Did you sleep okay?" "Probably better than you did. It looks like," I said, taking in the sight of his dark circles and puffy eyelids. "Did you sleep at all last night?" "A bit," Draco said, giving a small grin at the look I gave him. "What?" Goyle snores. So does Millicent. This made Draco laugh out loud, and he leaned his elbows against the edge of the table and turned his head to look at me through tired eyes. He didn't say anything right away, so I raised an eyebrow and asked what. "Nothing," he said quickly, trying to hide his grin. He reached for the pumpkin juice as he admitted, "It was weird not sleeping next to you." "I know," I said, as more people began to enter the great hall. "Too bad we can't have our own room, right?" It had been a joke, but Draco grinned and said, "Well, that couch in the common room looks pretty comfortable. We'd have enough room." He had such a cheeky expression that I knew exactly what he was thinking. I shoved his shoulder and tried to hide my pink cheeks, saying, "You're so gross. Eat your toast." "I'm not hungry," Draco complained, but I'd already put it onto his plate. He pushed it around with his fork and grumbled something that I didn't catch, and I was opening my mouth to tell him that he needed to eat something when McGonagall appeared before us with the class schedules. "Good morning," she smiled to us, handing Draco his schedule before turning to me. "Nice to see you, Evelyn." "You too," I replied awkwardly, accepting the piece of parchment from her. McGonagall was just starting to turn away when she suddenly seemed to remember something, turning back to me and asking, "How is your aunt doing, by the way? I meant to ask you before you left for the summer." My stomach dipped at her words, feeling my throat start to close up at her mention of my aunt. When my mouth opened and closed uselessly for half a second, Draco reached under the table to place his hand on my knee. Swallowing hard, I forced a smile and told her as calmly as I could, "Good. She's doing good." "Is she?" "That's good to hear," McGonagall said, and her tone was so genuine that I could tell she didn't have any idea what had happened over the summer. The professor smiled one last time at us and said, "Well, enjoy your classes." "Thank you," Draco replied hastily as she turned away to hand out the rest of the schedules because my voice seemed to have stopped working and I couldn't bring myself to respond. He turned his head to look at me carefully as he whispered, "Are you okay?" My mouth felt very dry as I forced myself to nod, telling him in a quiet voice, "Yeah, I'm fine." He gripped my hand tightly, saying softly, "Hey, I'm sure your aunt's all right. She's smart. She'll know how to stay hidden." "I know," I said, giving him a tiny smile that I knew he could see right through. I pushed his plate towards him again in an effort to distract myself, insisting, "Quick, eat something. We've got class soon." When he rolled his eyes and reached for the toast reluctantly, I opened the schedule McGonagall had handed me and saw that I had charms first. "What do you have first?" "I've got charms." Draco opened his own schedule and compared it against mine, groaning as he said, "No, I've got potions first." "This is bullshit. We've only got care of magical creatures and defense against the dark arts together." I was suddenly incredibly nervous. I hadn't even considered the fact that Draco might not be in most of the same classes as me. But I forced myself to grin as I pointed to his schedule, saying, "Look, you've got double herbology last. I'm glad we're not in all the same classes." Then, "What?" "That hurts, Eve. That really does," Draco told me, but he was grinning too and trying not to laugh. He took my schedule from me and groaned. "You don't even have a double herbology? Something must be wrong. I'll tell McGonagall for you." I was laughing and trying to grab my schedule back from him when Flint entered the great hall, sitting down opposite us and yawning tiredly with his robes a complete mess. "Morning," he said, reaching for the cereal. I noticed Draco's small grin instantly fading as he nodded to Flint, turning much more serious than he had been a few minutes ago. Wondering why Draco couldn't just always act like he did when he was alone with me, I shot him a pointed look to make him finally give back my schedule. "You slept in," Draco stated, pushing his empty plate away. "Were you planning on skipping first period?" "Maybe," Flint grinned as he quickly poured the milk. "But I don't want to be writing lines on the first day back." "Hey, do you think they'd cut me some slack because it's the very first class of the year?" "Probably not," I told him honestly, trying not to laugh when he nearly knocked over the pumpkin juice in his hasty attempt to put the milk back. The bell rang then, and Flint began to eat his cereal as quickly as possible, to which Draco rolled his eyes. He started to get up from the bench, reaching for me and saying, "Come on, let's go. I can't watch this." "Shut up," Flint snapped, but it was barely understandable. I waved to Flint before allowing Draco to lead me away from the Slytherin table, his hand tight around mine. "This sucks that we won't have potions together again," I teased, catching up with Draco's long strides and walking beside him out of the great hall. "You won't be able to get annoyed with me for..." "What was it?" "Stirring at the pace of a sloth." "How do you even remember that?" Draco grinned slightly and shook his head, looking down at me as we entered the entrance hall. He walked with me to the staircase that led up to the floor with the charms classroom, coming to a stop by the edge of it. Not many people were around, as he kissed me quickly, telling me, "See you for care of magical creatures?" "Yeah," I smiled shyly up at him. my cheeks growing warm at the way he was looking at me. Okay, have fun in potions. He rolled his eyes and let go of my hand as I started for the stairs, calling after me, I'll try. I finally turned away and started up the staircase to Charms, a small grin still fixed on my face. Draco. The good mood Eve had put me in quickly faded when I saw who I would be having potions with this year. Hey, Malfoy. Zabini called from his place beside Christian Hunter and Goyle, pointing to the empty chair at their table. Sit with us, mate. I tried not to groan out loud as I reluctantly headed over to their table by the back of the classroom, hoping my distaste for Zabini wasn't too obvious. Suddenly, very grateful Eve wasn't in this class with me. I sat at the table and nodded to Zabini. All right, mate? Yeah, and you? Zabini asked, to which I only nodded. He lifted his chin to Christian and said, Hunter's heard that the new potions teacher is a complete moron. Not surprised, I said, which made Christian laugh. Good summer. Hunter? It was all right. He grinned, leaning back in his chair. I heard Flint wants you to be co-captain this year. I shifted awkwardly in my seat, keeping my tone cool as I told him, I'm not playing this year. Actually, you're not. What? Christian gaped at me, as though he couldn't believe it. You can't be serious. We need a seeker, and you're the only one we've got. Nice, I said dryly. I don't have time for Quidditch this year. What do you mean you? Hunter, Zabini snapped, giving him a pointed look from across the table. When Christian still didn't catch on, he continued in annoyance. You know why he doesn't have time? I stared down at the surface of the table as Christian finally remembered, my grip on my textbook tightening as I heard him say quietly, Oh, right. Sorry. Malfoy. I forgot. If only I could forget it that easily. I was almost relieved when the new potions professor finally entered the classroom, and I could escape Hunter's pitted look, twisting in my seat to get a good look at Slughorn. I recognized him from the photos my father had shown me at the start of the year when the rest of the Death Eaters had been trying to get him back into helping the Dark Lord again. As he stumbled his way to the front of the room with a few apologies, I wondered why the Dark Lord had wanted him in the first place. While Slughorn was making his way to the front, Zabini cleared his throat and attempted to fill the awkward silence at our table. Anyway, Flint's gonna have a tough time finding more players this year. Yeah, Hunter agreed. Then he turned and smirked at me. Hey, maybe he can get Hawkins to play. She's brilliant at Quidditch. Zabini snorted loudly, but quickly covered it up by coughing when I turned to glare at him coldly, trying not to let the anger creep its way into my voice. I said smoothly, she won't be playing either. What? Hunter groaned, but he didn't demand an explanation this time. Probably because he knew exactly why Eve would be too busy to play Quidditch this year. He shook his head and sighed as Slughorn finally made it to the front of the classroom, saying, Well, maybe there'll be a few first years who are prodigies at Quidditch. God, I hope not, Zabini said, but Slughorn was starting to introduce himself, so he couldn't say anything more. I managed to keep my sigh of relief silent as I finally turned away from the table, focusing my attention on the professor. Everything Zabini was doing just seemed to make me angrier than normal. I hoped I would make it through this year without jumping across the table and strangling him. Slughorn's speech was long and painfully boring, but I managed not to fall asleep during it. He only had time to hand out course descriptions by the end of the period, and we didn't end up brewing anything, probably because he had taken up so much time explaining how utterly fascinated he'd always been with potion making. When the bell finally rang, I stood quickly from my chair and began to hastily pack away my things. "Where are you headed?" Sabini asked, putting his things away much more slowly. Why couldn't he see how badly I wanted to be nowhere near him? Without looking up at him, I stated shortly, "History of magic." "Damn," he sighed. "I'm off to Transfiguration." I tried to recall what Eve's schedule had said for her second class, but I couldn't remember. I just hoped she didn't have Transfiguration next. "Right," I said absent-mindedly, slinging my bag over my shoulder. I nodded, mostly just to Hunter and Goyle as I started to turn away from the table. "See you." Sabini may have tried to call after me, but I was already halfway toward the door and decided to ignore him. The last thing I wanted to do was walk with him, out of potions. The rest of my classes passed by sluggishly, and care of magical creatures wasn't until much later in the day. I'd been blessed with an absence of Sabini from the rest of my classes, and so far, I only had divination to share with Gryffindors. But by the time I was able to finally head down to Hagrid's hut, I was feeling extremely exhausted and ready for classes to be over. Eve was already there when I arrived, and I grinned a little when I saw that she was awkwardly standing beside Pansy. She looked very relieved when I came over to her, finally being able to turn away from whatever Pansy had been complaining about. "Hey, Draco," she said quickly, giving me a look that was hidden from Pansy as she turned to me. "How was potions?" "Boring," I admitted, reluctantly nodding to Pansy when she openly stared at me. "Sabini has it with me." Eve's face fell, but she said, "That sucks. He's an ass." Hagrid was beginning to speak at the front of the group, so I couldn't ask her why she suddenly looked a little upset. I waited impatiently through Hagrid's speech, but it wasn't nearly as long as Slughorn's had been. We only had to listen for about 10 minutes before he was allowing us to pair off in order to inspect the lettuce he'd begun to grow over the summer to feed the flobberworms. "Hey, Eve, we can go over here." Pansy smiled at her when everyone began to split up into pairs, reaching for her arm. Eve began awkwardly, but I glared heatedly at Pansy. Did she really think Eve would pair with anyone other than me? Pansy let go at the look I gave her, shrinking away and saying, "Oh, right, okay, see you later, Eve." She turned away, and I was about to turn away when I saw that she was making her way over to Sabini, feeling the distaste for him rise up hot as he gave me a small smirk. For a moment I wondered if he'd overheard Eve and me talking about him, but I decided it didn't matter to me anyway. As Pansy disappeared to work with him, I took Eve's arm and started for the gardens. Eve leaned close to me and said quietly, "I don't get why she's being so nice to me all of a sudden. Last year, she would have jumped off a bridge before she ever asked to work with me." "Well, you know why, right?" I asked carefully. We stopped at the end of a row of lettuce heads that Hagrid had planted, bending forward slightly to pretend, as though we were inspecting them. "What?" Eve asked, looking over at me in confusion, and I realized she really didn't know. I hesitated before telling her in a low voice, "She knows what happened this summer with the Dark Lord." Eve stared at me, her eyes wide. "What? How does she know?" "Her parents used to be involved too." I shrugged. "Word gets out. A lot of the Slytherins know." "Do they know about my aunt?" she asked breathlessly, and it was then that I realized she was scared. "Do they know about my parents? Do you think they, hate me?" "What? No," I exclaimed seriously. I dropped my voice when a Hufflepuff looked over at us suspiciously from a few rows down, but he quickly looked away when I gave him a cold glare. I told Eve quietly, I don't think they know about your aunt. It's okay. Eve, they don't hate you. Trust me, they respect you. That's why Pansy's acting extra weird. Eve stared at the lettuce blankly for half a moment, then simply said, Oh, I thought no one knew. I wish no one knew, I said dully, poking one of the lettuce heads with my foot. Can't tell you how many people have given me the pity look today. Yeah, Eve said quietly, staring at the ground. Or like they're scared of me. I looked over at her then, seeing the frown tugging at her lips and making the guilt start to rise up again in my stomach. Touching her arm, I said quickly, Hey, don't worry about them. Seriously, Eve, think about something else. How was Charms? Okay, she told me, forcing a smile as she finally looked up again. Pansy made me sit with her, though it was terrible. Eve hesitated half a moment before adding cautiously, Transfiguration sucked. McGonagall thought she was doing me a favor by making me sit with Sabini. What? I choked out, turning to her and feeling the anger rise up hot. You mean you're sitting with Sabini? For the rest of the years? Yeah, Eve replied, watching me to see my reaction. It's okay, though I'll be fine. Tell McGonagall to let you switch seats, I interrupted firmly. The Hufflepuff had glanced over at us again, but at the moment I didn't care. When Eve rolled her eyes and opened her mouth, I continued hotly, I don't want you around him. Eve, I'm serious. You're overreacting, she insisted. He's in this class too. Why is it any different? Because I don't have Transfiguration with you. Damn it, Eve. I don't want you alone with him. We're not alone, we just have a class together, Eve snapped. She looked up at me seriously and said, It's not a big deal. Besides, what makes you think I can't handle myself? Hagrid passed by us then, and I was forced to look away from her, pretending to be very interested in the roots of the lettuce. After glancing over my shoulder to make sure he was gone, I sighed heavily and asked, Did he bother you today? Tell me the truth. He didn't do anything, Eve told me, and I looked down at her for half a second longer to see if she was lying, before I could decide if she was being honest or not. Eve rolled her eyes and said, You worry too much about me. I do not, I insisted hotly, but even I knew it was a lie. Hagrid was suddenly announcing that the period was nearly over, and we needed to finish up, but before heading over to him, I looked down at Eve and said seriously, Look, you have to tell me if he tries anything, even if he just pisses you off. All right? I don't want you around him. Okay, Eve told me, but she was grinning slightly at my expression. She took my hand as we started over to the rest of the group, teasing, Are you jealous? No, I grumbled, refusing to look at her. But it made her laugh and entwine her fingers through mine. Yeah, okay, if you say so. Chapter 38. Eve. The next day during Transfiguration, McGonagall had us practicing the spells we'd learned last year in partners, meaning I had to work with Sabini, which was, to say the least, absolutely terrible. I didn't get a chance to talk to you yesterday, Sabini said as he casually flipped open his textbook, taking his time getting to the right page. I refused to glance over at him, staring down at the list of spells instead, and getting out my wand. You were ignoring me, I reckon. Wonder why, I said coolly, positioning my wand in front of me. As I used the first spell to turn the matchbox McGonagall had given to us into a piece of parchment, I could practically feel Sabini smirking at me. He leaned against the desk to face me better, and he lazily turned the pages of his textbook as he asked in a smug voice, Good summer, I take it, I bit my lip hard to keep from snapping something to him. The matchbox, now a neatly folded piece of paper. Did he know what had happened to me this summer? By his tone of voice, it was pretty obvious that he at least knew something, managing to disguise the anger well. I replied evenly, I've had better. Really? Sabini asked, finally reaching the right page in his textbook, but not making a move to get out his wand. That's surprising. He knew what had happened. It was obvious now. And he was making a joke of it. I pressed my lips into a thin line and started on the second spell, repeating to myself silently that all I had to do was ignore him, and he would leave me alone. But that didn't happen. Sabini waited only a few seconds before continuing. Well, aren't you going to ask me how my summer was? No. Why not? Why do you think? I snapped, finally turning my head and giving him a cold glare. He was still giving me that infuriating smirk, making my distaste for him rise up and burn in my stomach. Couldn't he see that I clearly wanted nothing to do with him? I turned away from Sabini when he didn't say anything straight away, saying bitterly, Just leave me alone. I can't, we're working together, Sabini said, even though his wand was probably still buried somewhere in his pocket, and he didn't seem to have any intention of working. Draco's idea of getting McGonagall to let me switch partners was starting to look better and better. I bit my tongue to keep from saying anything more to him, starting on the next spell, and deciding this wouldn't be so bad if I just ignored him. Maybe McGonagall would pass by and tell him off for not doing anything. Sabini barely gave me 2 seconds apiece before saying, I heard you aren't playing Quidditch. Too busy. I didn't say anything, doing everything I could to block out his voice. If I listened to him for too long, I would end up strangling him. Right, he grinned when I didn't respond. Business for the Dark Lord. I get it. Keep your fucking voice down, I hissed, slamming my wand down on the desk angrily and looking to make sure no one had heard. Everyone else was busy working with their partners, and no one had twisted in their seat to see what Sabini was talking about. Absolutely furious, I turned to glare heatedly at Sabini as he obnoxiously grinned over at me, snapping in a low voice, Watch it. Sabini, I don't know what you mean, he said, leaning casually back in his chair. But his voice was significantly quieter as he continued, It's the truth. All the Slytherins know you're a... Don't say it, I interrupted hotly. My blood was boiling as I looked to see where McGonagall was, praying for her to pass by, and see that Sabini was doing nothing but deliberately antagonize me. But the professor was at the front of the room having a pleasant conversation with Lavender Brown and Romilda Vane, and the rest of the room was filled with small chatter that drowned out everything Sabini was saying. I knew he was just purposefully trying to make me angry, saying whatever he could just to get some sort of a reaction out of me. If I were you, Sabini began, his smirk showing through in his voice, I'd flaunt it. You're a big shot now. Everyone knows you were related to Richard and Johanna Edwards. Guess the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. Huh? The anger rose up hot, and my wand sparked without my permission, nearly igniting the piece of parchment that I had transfigured earlier, my knuckles white around the handle of my wand. I snapped furiously, shut up about my parents. Touchy, Sabini drawled, spinning his quill lazily on the surface of the desk. It's a good thing, Hawkins, or should I call you Edwards now? Anyway, I heard your dad was pretty close with the Dark Lord. Maybe you'll end up just like him. I told you to shut up. Hey, I said it was a good thing. He smirked. You know how many people would kill to be that trusted by the Dark Lord? You're practically royalty. even though you only got in on it because of your dead parents and Malfoy. But my vision had gone white, and I was suddenly gripping the sleeve of Zabini's shoulder with my fist, twisted in the seat with my wand pointed to his chest. Even through the fury, I could see the fear on his face, like he actually believed I was going to curse him. I bit out coldly, "You're welcome to take my place, asshole." The bell rang, cutting through the quiet chatter of the classroom. I angrily let go of Zabini's sleeve and lowered my wand as the rest of the students began to gather their things, turning away from him. I gathered my things so quickly that Zabini didn't even have a chance to say anything more to me, standing from the desk and slinging my bag over my shoulder. As I forcefully shoved my chair in, I glanced down to see that he had gone slightly pale and was looking up at me cautiously. "Draco." Before I could do anything that would get me expelled, I furiously turned away from him and stormed out of the classroom. Eve and I finally worked up the courage to sneak into the room of requirement the second day of classes, and I met up with her that afternoon around where Lucius had said the entrance was, but straight away I could tell something was wrong with Eve. I was leaning against the wall of the hallway when she came over to me, and I could see it on her face even when she stood on her tiptoes to kiss me. "Hey," she said, and gave me a smile that I'm sure she thought was convincing. Eve took my hand in hers and asked, "Ready?" "Yeah," I said after a moment, looking down at her carefully and wondering what was wrong. I was about to ask her when she started across to the hallway where Lucius had said the room of requirement would be, so I could do nothing but follow her. I didn't want to ask her when there were so many people around us. I followed Eve into the quiet side hallway, walking beside her as the noise from the crowds behind us slowly faded away to nothing but a buzz in the background, watching the wall to the right of us. So I would see when we were in the right place. I asked her cautiously, "Is everything all right?" "What?" "Yeah," Eve told me hastily, looking ahead of herself instead of over at me. "Why wouldn't it be?" "Eve," I said, rolling my eyes slightly, "I can tell when you're upset." "I'm not upset. This is it, right?" she said, quickly changing the subject as she pointed to the section of the wall on the right. She came to a stop, turning towards the open space of the stone wall and avoiding my eyes. Trying not to be annoyed, I looked over the section of the wall and said, "Yeah, this must be it. Hold on. Let me try it." Eve stood back as I paced in front of it, closing my eyes and repeating to myself, "Show me the room where everything is hidden." I walked back and forth 3 times, just like Lucius had told me, and when I finally stopped and opened my eyes, the door was materializing in front of us. I stepped back beside Eve as the stone melted and formed into the hard iron door, watching as it silently took shape before us. After glancing back at the end of the hallway to make sure no one had followed us, I reached forward and pulled open the door. I went inside first, cautiously, holding the heavy door open behind me, so Eve could walk through after me. The room was dusty and filled with a dim lighting, so I had to squint as I cautiously started forward. It was only when I nearly tripped over something lying by the doorway that I realized the room was nearly overflowing with junk. It was piled high all around us, everything from chairs and couches to broomsticks. I felt Eve take my arm and move closer to me, the only sound in the entire cramped room being a repeated few seconds of a record player, a French woman's scratchy voice quietly filling the air. The door shut behind us, leaving us alone in the stuffy room that seemed ready to burst from all the items strewn everywhere. "How are we supposed to find a cabinet in all this shit?" I asked, my voice echoing strangely off the piles of junk around us. The room was huge. I didn't even know where to start. Did Lucius tell you where to look? Eve asked, peering around at the items jumbled together at our feet. Not really, no. I admitted, starting forward, so I wouldn't have to think about my father for too long. Eve followed close behind me, one of her hands still on my arm, as though she was afraid to walk too far behind me. I couldn't deny that I was nervous, too. Who knew how long all this stuff had been in here? We walked down the misshaped aisles between the piles of junk, sidestepping past abandoned trunks and broken chairs. I looked around for anything that might be about the right size of a cabinet, wondering if it was possible to get lost in this place. Lucius hadn't mentioned that the room of requirement would be overflowing with piles of shit. We'd been wandering for about 5 minutes when I finally broke through the soft scratching of the record player somewhere off in the distance of the room, asking, "Are you going to tell me what's up?" She said as we walked, glancing away from a promising china cabinet to look over at me. "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean," I said, watching as Eve automatically looked away from me. "Tell what's wrong." "Nothing's wrong," Eve told me, crossing her arms as she continued to look over the piles of items beside us. "Just keep looking, all right?" I sighed, annoyed that she kept trying to change the subject. Barely even looking for the cabinet anymore, I followed her closely and asked in a low voice, "Was it Sabini?" "I'm serious. Eve, you have to tell me if he did something." "He didn't do anything," Eve said, but her voice faltered and I knew she was lying. "What did he say to you?" I demanded, taking her arm and finally making her stop walking. She turned to face me but kept her eyes trained on the floor, fixing her gaze on the toes of her shoes instead of up at me. I tried to keep my voice calm as I said, "Come on, Eve, just tell me. I know it was him. What did he do this time?" Eve reluctantly looked up at me and started to open her mouth, but her eyes slipped past mine and went to the right, staring at something behind me. She pointed, asking uncertainly, "Is that it?" "What?" I snapped, turning in annoyance, because she kept avoiding my question, no matter what I tried to do. But I followed the direction of her finger and saw the cabinet, half buried in forgotten items and an off-white tarp. I was about to turn back around and demand that she tell me what Sabini had said to her, and that the cabinet could wait, but Eve was already moving past me. When I started to protest, she took my hand and insisted, "Come on, we can talk about it later. Okay? Just forget about it for now. And I'll tell you in the common room." How was I supposed to just forget about it? But I could do nothing except follow her towards the cabinet, swallowing back my annoyance and deciding that it was going to have to wait. I'd make her tell me when we were alone in the common room. "Are you sure this is it?" Eve asked, her voice much quieter now as we stood in front of the barely visible cabinet. "I don't want to, fix the wrong one." The cabinet was taller than me, made entirely of black ebony wood and dark iron hinges. Lucius had taken me to see the twin in Nocturne Alley not long before school started, and it looked nearly identical to this one. "Yeah," I said, looking up at the cabinet a bit nervously. "This is it." Eve was starting to reach for the tarp when I grabbed her arm quickly, stopping her before her fingers could brush the fabric. When she turned her head and looked over at me with annoyance, I said hastily, "Don't touch it. There could be dark magic or something. Who knows what's wrong with it?" "It's not going to kill me," Eve told me exasperatedly, and I pretended I hadn't seen her rolling her eyes at me. She was probably right, but either way, I wasn't going to let her be the one to touch it first. I reached up for it with Eve slightly behind me, grabbing the cloth of the tarp cautiously and ripping it downwards off of the cabinet. There was a spray of dust as the cover fell to the floor, making me squint and cough a little. Free from the tarp, the wood of the cabinet was revealed to be smooth and polished, almost like it was new. It didn't look like it had been sitting in this room, full of junk for years. The twisted handle of the cabinet was right in front of me, so I cautiously reached forward and grabbed it. When nothing happened, I pulled open the door. We peered inside to see that it was completely empty, but the floor of the cabinet was scorched, and there was charred ash running up the inner walls, almost like something had exploded inside of it. I sighed and looked down at the marks burned into the wood, wondering if it would take us long to fix this at all. It didn't look too difficult to fix. I would never say so out loud, but I'd almost been hoping that the cabinet would be in shambles, and it would take us months just to get it back into shape. I wanted to avoid the task for as long as possible. "What do you think happened?" Eve asked, looking over my shoulder at the scorched wood. "Dunno," I admitted, shutting the door and stepping back. Lucius didn't say much about it. We're going to have to look up how to fix something like that. In the restricted section, you think? Eve asked as I threw the tarp back over the cabinet, obscuring it from view. "Yeah," I sighed as we started away from the cabinet, making our way through the piles of items to find the exit. "I'll have to sneak out at night, I guess." "Not tonight, though." Eve sidestepped a fallen couch, saying automatically, "Okay, I'll go with you. You don't have to." I began, but I knew she wasn't going to let me go alone anyway. Rolling my eyes slightly, I shook my head and told her, "Fine, but we'll have to be careful. It'll be risky. I think I can handle it," Eve said dryly, and I had to hide my grin as we finally reached the door. I pulled it open and held it so she could walk out first, following her out of the room of requirement. It was now later in the afternoon, and I knew most people would either be at dinner or still outside enjoying the fading summer weather. Eve confessed to me that she wasn't hungry, and I agreed, mostly because seeing the cabinet had made me feel sick to my stomach. And besides, I wanted her to tell me what had happened with Sabine. So we headed down to the common room alone, walking through the silent hallways without saying much. By the time we reached the portrait, I was biting my tongue to keep from demanding for her to tell me what he had said. When we entered the common room, there were a few second years sitting on the armchairs doing homework, but as soon as they saw who we were, they quickly gathered their things and started for the door. I took Eve's arm and led her out of their way, but I felt guilty when I saw her expression as the second years hurried past her. I could tell she was upset that they were too scared to even be in the same room as us. "Hey, it's okay," I told her carefully, starting over to the couch in front of the fire and helping her to sit. "I would have kicked them out anyway." "No, you wouldn't have," Eve said, but she was starting to smile at my cheeky grin. We'd barely been sitting for 2 seconds before I leaned forward on the couch, twisting myself so I could look at her and ask seriously, "All right, tell me what happened with Sabine." I watched as Eve's small smile disappeared, and she sunk back against the cushions and stared at the empty fireplace instead of at me. Her voice was dull as she told me, "He was just being an ass, that's all." As usual. "What did he say?" I demanded. I could already feel the anger burning in my stomach because it didn't really matter what he had said. I was going to want to kill him either way. "I dunno, just stuff about what happened over the summer," she said quietly, her arms crossed as she avoided my gaze. "Because I guess he knows all about it, like who my parents were and everything. He was just trying to piss me off." "He made fun of your parents?" I asked darkly. Eve's expression faltered for half a second, and she admitted, well, he was just saying shit about them. I probably overreacted anyway. You're not overreacting, I said, angry that she was trying to make excuses for him. Sabini's an asshole. I can't believe he would do that, bringing up your parents, for Christ's sake. Yeah, she said quietly, picking at her fingers instead of looking at me. It shouldn't bother me so much, though. I didn't even know them. I blinked because it always surprised me whenever Eve mentioned anything to do with her parents. She rarely talked about them, and she'd never even told me what had really happened the night they died. I could see she was starting to get upset, so I quickly reached for her hand and said, I'm so sorry, Eve. I wish no one knew. Me too, Eve told me, allowing me to envelop her hand in my own. Sabini was just using whatever he could to piss me off. Want me to kick his ass? Because I would, if she'd let me. But Eve shook her head, finally looking over at me and giving a small smile. No, not this time. Maybe later. I remembered the last time Sabini had brought up her parents and how he had made her cry that potions class by asking so many questions about them. So I was a little nervous when I asked cautiously, what were their names? Your parents, I mean. Sorry, I don't know anything about them. And it's okay, Eve interrupted, letting me hold her hand as she swallowed hard. Richard and Johanna. Edwards is my real last name, I guess. My aunt changed it to Hawkins after they died. So, you know who wouldn't be able to find us? The guilt rose up again, because it was my fault that everything her aunt had done was for nothing, but I pushed it back down. I could tell how sad she was just talking about it, so all I allowed myself to say was, oh, right. Eve was quiet as she stared in front of herself, her eyes slightly clouded over, as though she was thinking. She shook her head suddenly, saying softly, You know something? I always say that I don't remember them at all, but it's a lie. I do remember one thing, and it's the only memory that I have. And you know what it is? I held her hand tight as her voice turned bitter, listening as she told me, I only remember them right after the car accident. I was in the back seat. You know, I was 2, so the car seat held me in when it happened. I remember looking at my mom in the passenger seat, and I was crying because she wasn't moving. All I could do was sit there in the seat and cry because my dad wouldn't turn around and look at me either. They were already dead. I didn't realize I was upset until I blinked and a tear slipped out, but I quickly reached up to wipe it away. Eve was still staring at the fireplace, her eyes welling up as she said, That's the only thing I remember. Isn't that fucked up? The one memory I have of my parents is when they were already dead. There's nothing before that, not even when the accident was happening. Just when I was alone in the back seat and crying because my parents wouldn't look at me. I didn't know what to say. I was watching her through blurry eyes as she sniffed, wiping the back of her hand across her lips. She was crying a little, so I reached over and wiped my thumb over her cheek gently. Eve finally turned to me then, and she suddenly pulled herself against me, so quickly that the breath was knocked from my chest, putting her arms around my neck. I reached up to hold her as she cried quietly, rubbing one hand across her back. Eve choked out in a small voice, I've never told anyone that before, not even my aunt and uncle. They thought I didn't remember my parents at all, but I do. I do remember them, but what I remember is worse than not knowing them at all. You know, her voice was starting to break, so I pressed my lips against her cheek and held her tight against my chest. I wanted to say something to her, anything, but there was nothing that could possibly make it better. In the end, All I could get out was, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Eve. I had no idea." It hit me then, how alone she must have felt. All this time she'd only had her aunt and uncle, the only memory of parents being from when they had just died in a car accident. And now her uncle had walked out on them, and her aunt was on the run. There was no one around for her anymore, except for me. "Sorry," Eve mumbled when her tears soaked through my shirt, trying to wipe under her eyes and get herself to stop crying. "I shouldn't be crying. I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry," I told her, my voice low because I was trying not to cry too. "You've got nothing to be sorry for." I held her as she cried quietly in the empty common room, my arms tight around her, and her face buried in my shoulder. And for the first time, I wanted nothing more than to take her place and make it so she never would have had to go through that, because Eve, of all people, didn't deserve any of it. Chapter 39. Draco. We waited a full 2 weeks before choosing to re-enter the room of requirement. I put it off for as long as possible by taking extra time finding a list of spells to fix the damaged inside of the cabinet. And whenever Eve would carefully suggest that we go back to try them, I would make up some sort of excuse to wait even longer. I just wanted to take as much time as we could to fix the cabinet, because that meant putting off the task for as long as we could. After what Eve had told me about her parents, I'd wanted to keep her out of all this even more than before, but she wasn't having it. So eventually she convinced me to finally give up on waiting and making excuses. And we finally went back to the room of requirement one Saturday afternoon. I was bent over in the opening of the cabinet with Eve perched on an abandoned piano stool slightly behind me, the borrowed spell book resting on her knees. The weather had turned significantly cooler as winter loomed closer, so I'd given her my suit jacket to wrap around her shoulders. It was warm in the doorway of the stuffy cabinet, however, so I had to roll up my shirt sleeves as I crouched in front of the charred wood with my wand stretched out in front of me. "Damn it!" I cursed loudly as the spell I tried caused sparks to fly up near my face, jumping back to avoid losing my eyebrows. As I turned around, feeling for any singed hair, I realized Eve was trying to cover her smile with one hand and balance the book with her elbow at the same time. "Sorry," she grinned, trying but failing to hide the fact that she was giggling. That was a close one. I rolled my eyes, but her smile was infectious, and I ended up grinning too. Yeah, go ahead and laugh. That spell was shit. I think it made it worse." Eve craned her neck to peer past me, seeing the damaged wood inside of the cabinet and shrugging slightly. She flipped through the spell book again, looking for another page we'd marked after we'd borrowed it from the restricted section late at night. "Let me find another. One of these has to work." "This is stupid," I complained, running one hand through my hair messily as I went over to sit beside her on the piano bench. "We've already tried at least 5 by now. I'm going to end up with no eyebrows left." I had been serious, but Eve laughed anyway. It was almost easier to laugh. What we were doing was so serious that it made it slightly less unbearable. She found another page I had dog-eared last week, and I leaned closer to read it over her shoulder. Pointing to the description, Eve said, "This one sounds right." "Yeah, it says to mend any magically damaged artifact." "That's what the last one said," I told her dryly, but I was already standing up to try it. "All right, walk me through it." So Eve explained to me word for word how to perform the spell, a process that was more complicated than anything I'd tried before, probably because the spell wasn't strictly legal. It took me a few tries to finally get it, and Eve had to get up a few times just to fix the position of my arm. But when the tip of my wand finally sparked blue and glowed against the damaged wood, I knew I must have done it at least partly right. As the blue haze faded away, Eve got off the bench and came over to me to see if it had worked. "It looks a little better," I said uncertainly, because the deepest corner of the cabinet still had a charred, ashy look to it. "Do you think I did it right?" "Yeah, I think so," Eve told me, glancing down at the book again. "It looks right. Maybe it's just not powerful enough." "Great," I sighed, stepping back and stuffing my wand back into my pocket. My back was aching from bending over before the cabinet for so long, and I wanted nothing more than to close it and finally stop testing spells that were mostly just useless. Eve closed the spellbook too, tucking it under her arm. She gave me a small smile and asked, "Want to go?" "We've been here for way too long, anyway." I tried not to groan out loud because I really did want to get out of the room of requirement, but there was something I needed to do first. "Yeah, but hold on. There's something I need to show you." "Okay," she said slowly, looking at me carefully, as though she was worried something was wrong. "What is it?" "Wait here, I'll get it." I was incredibly uneasy as I left Eve by the cabinet to retrieve it, nervously picking up the item covered in cloth and bringing it back over to her. I wasn't sure how she was going to take this. As I walked back over, I told her, "All right, I was looking around in here a little while ago when I skipped potions, and—" "You went in here without me?" Eve asked, and I realized she sounded slightly hurt. Guiltily, I admitted, "Yeah, sorry, I wanted to look around for something. Anyway, I found this," and I hesitated awkwardly, looking down at the object in my hands instead of at Eve as I tried to get the words out. "And I figured we could use it, against Dumbledore." There was a silence after I said it, the task hanging in between us like a black cloud. Neither of us had spoken about the second half of the task since the Dark Lord had first given it to us, and this was the first time I was bringing it up again. Eve's face was confused as she looked down at the small wrapping in my hand, asking in a quiet voice, "Wait, what is it?" "It's a necklace," I told her after a moment, but when she started to reach for it, I jumped back so quickly that I nearly stumbled. "Don't touch it. It's cursed." I found it in an old trunk somewhere near the door, but it didn't look normal, so I went into the restricted section later and found out it's some sort of dark object. I guess if you touch it, it's supposed to, I couldn't say it out loud, but Eve knew exactly what I meant. She stared down at the wrapped cloth in my hands with wide eyes, as though she was scared the necklace was going to slip out from the coverings and brush against my hand. Her usual small smile was gone as she looked at it, saying softly, "Oh, are you okay?" I asked her worriedly. I was terrified that I was scaring her, although, to be honest, I was scaring myself a little. "Yeah," Eve said quickly, dragging her gaze away from the wrapped necklace. I just thought we were going to wait to do it. I thought we could wait until the cabinet was fixed, and then figure it out when the rest of the Death Eaters got here." "I know, but I think it would be safer to do it before the cabinet's fixed," I said carefully, needing her to understand. My voice was hushed now, even though we were completely alone in the room of requirement, and there was no one around who could possibly hear us. "I don't want to bring Death Eaters into the castle. It could be bad, and maybe more people would get hurt. If we do it before the cabinet's fixed, maybe we'll never have to lead them into the castle at all." Eve blinked up at me, and I could tell that she hadn't really even thought about students getting hurt when the Death Eaters came into the castle. She looked past me at the cabinet then, like she was suddenly realizing why I wanted to put off fixing it for as long as possible. Swallowing hard, she looked back at me and asked quietly, "How are we going to do it? We can't just give it to him ourselves. Everyone would know it was us." I held the wrapped necklace in my hands carefully, like it was a bomb waiting to detonate. Not being able to look Eve in the eye anymore, I looked at the floor between us as I told her slowly. I was thinking I could get someone else to do it, but, I'd have to use the Imperious Curse, so they wouldn't get suspicious of us or anything. "Oh," she said after a moment, her voice getting smaller by the second. I couldn't see Eve's expression as she asked, "Who?" I don't know," I admitted, because I honestly hadn't even thought about it. How could I possibly choose someone to use an unforgivable curse on and force them to hand over a deadly necklace to Dumbledore? I was thinking we could find someone during the Hogsmeade trip next month. I haven't worked it all out or anything. I wanted to know what you thought. When I finally forced myself to look back up, Eve's face was impossibly calm. She gazed back at me, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, I think we should do it. Are you sure?" I asked quietly, looking at her carefully to see if she was lying to me. "I don't like it any more than you do, but, there's nothing about this to like. I guess." "Yeah," Eve told me, nodding slightly. "I think it's the best we've got, though." I swallowed hard and looked down at the cloth in my hands, feeling sick to my stomach. I asked her in a low voice, "Are you scared?" She didn't hesitate to tell me quietly, "Terrified, but we'll figure it out together, right?" "Yeah," I said softly, "together." I put the necklace back where I had found it, not wanting to bring it out of the room of requirement until we absolutely had to. Eve helped me throw the cover over the cabinet again, even though we were sure no one was going to be coming here any time soon. Eve held my hand in silence when we left the room of requirement, neither of us wanting to say anything. We walked back down to the Slytherin common room deep in our thoughts, the cursed necklace setting up a sick taste in both our mouths. Attempting to fix the cabinet hadn't been so terrible, but I needed to stop avoiding what we really needed to do, and that meant making an attempt to kill Dumbledore, no matter how much it scared us both. Eve, it took us nearly a month to work out all the details, but by the start of winter, Draco and I were ready to carry out the plan. The Hogsmeade trip was on Saturday, and we knew that we needed to do it now before we could back out. Draco had insisted that we put off fixing the cabinet while we figured out a way to get the necklace to Dumbledore. So we'd done nothing but plan for the past month. If we didn't do it now, all of it would have been pointless. Draco and I couldn't bring ourselves to choose someone to use the unforgivable curse on, so we ended up deciding that he would wait in the 3 broomsticks until someone happened to be in the right place at the right time. It left a lot to chance, of course, but I never would have been able to pick out a specific student beforehand and force them to do something like this. So we had it all worked out. We'd wait in the 3 broomsticks pub until the right person happened to walk by, and then Draco would perform the curse and give them the wrapped necklace while I watched for people. Draco, however, was insisting that we go to Hogsmeade separately. "Just go with Potter and his friends," he pleaded. The 2 of us had been alone in the common room late that Friday night. "It'll be weird if we both show up and disappear at the same time." "That doesn't even make sense," I had argued. "We've been around each other practically this entire year, so far. If we don't go to Hogsmeade together, people are going to think something's up. You can say we got into an argument, and you wanted to go without me. Come on, Eve. We can't be suspects if anything goes wrong." I'd rolled my eyes and had told him, "Fine, but I'll be watching the bathrooms for you. okay? You're not doing this alone." He nodded, but I had a feeling he was making me go with Harry and the others so I wouldn't have to see him use the Imperious Curse. Did he really think I'd let him go through all that without me there? It snowed that Saturday morning. I went down to eat breakfast alone, since Draco had insisted we make it look like we'd gotten into a fight the night before. He told me that he would eat breakfast earlier and go into Hogsmeade before anyone else, so I had no one to confess to about how nervous I was. I felt sick, if I was being honest. I met up with Ginny and Neville a little while after breakfast, and they told me that we were just going to wait for Ron, Hermione, and Harry to come down to the Great Hall before going to Hogsmeade. "They should be down pretty soon," Neville said, his hands already tucked into the pockets of his coat because of the chilly air seeping underneath the entrance doors just a few feet from us. "I guess Harry and Ron slept in. No surprise there." I grinned, and Neville laughed. He had no idea that I was nervously sweating under my clothes, my wand carefully tucked just inside my jacket, so I would be able to pull it out quickly. "I barely slept at all last night." "Haven't seen Malfoy around," Ginny said to me casually, and I immediately tensed up. She didn't usually ask about Draco, but her tone was light as she continued. "I was surprised when you said you'd come with us. I didn't think you'd say yes. I thought you would want to go with Malfoy." I feigned a look of discomfort, although it wasn't very hard, and told her awkwardly, "Actually, we got into a bit of a fight last night. I'd rather go with you guys." She told me she was sorry we'd had a row, but Neville tried to lighten the mood by saying, "Well, we're more exciting to hang out with anyway. Look, I think I see Ron." The three of them came down the stairs together, grinning at us and tightening their coats around themselves. I fought to keep a calm expression as Hermione smiled and said, "Sorry we're late. Ron here took nearly half an hour just to shower." I did not. Ron snapped, but Hermione wasn't listening. We were starting for the doors when Harry somehow ended up walking beside me, and he gave me a small grin and asked, "All right, Eve?" "Yeah," I squeaked, then quickly clear my throat and force myself to return his warm expression. "I'm all right." "You, all right, I suppose," he said, squinting and tucking his arms closer around himself as we headed out into the cold winter air. His breath came out in puffs of moisture as he admitted, "Wish it was warmer, though." "Me too," I said, giving a nervous laugh. "I'm already sick of winter." And then Neville saved me from having to keep up the conversation with Harry by asking him about the herbology homework they'd gotten the other day. I had to focus on just putting one foot in front of the other as Harry's attention was finally diverted from me, and I was able to let out a shaky breath. Whenever I looked at him, all I could see was his broken and bloody nose from the night we'd come back to Hogwarts. I kept quiet as we headed down to the 3 broomsticks, our feet crunching through the freshly fallen snow. Burying half my face in the warmth of my scarf, I focused on taking deep breaths and trying not to let my nerves get the best of me. I couldn't stop thinking about Draco hiding out alone in the pub with the cursed necklace tucked inside his coat, waiting for an innocent student to corner and use an unforgivable curse on. As I entered Hogsmeade with Ginny and the others, I closed my eyes briefly and wondered if Draco and I were doing the right thing, because nothing about this felt right. But it was too late to back out now. Ron was leading the way inside the 3 broomsticks, and I had no choice but to follow them in. He chose a table near the edge of the room, and I quickly made sure to sit in a seat that faced the direction of the bathrooms. Draco said he would be staying in that hallway to look, and I didn't want to miss him. I settled back against my chair uneasily, knowing there was nothing I could do now except wait for Draco to make a move on someone. "Do you want anything?" Ginny asked me with a grin, but she looked confused when I jumped in my seat. She laughed a little as she asked, "Are you okay? You seem nervous." "What?" I scoffed, pretending to laugh. "I'm not nervous. I'm going to have a butterbeer." Not that I would be able to drink it with the way I was feeling right now. But I didn't say this to Ginny, and she nodded as she told me, "Yeah, me too. Ron, you're getting them, right?" He glared across the table at her from his place beside Hermione and Neville, asking, "Why do I always have to do it? You can get your own." "No, I can't. I want to talk to Eve," Ginny insisted. And I watched as her brother rolled his eyes and started to get up. I wondered if this sort of thing happened a lot when they were at home. As Ron left the table to get butterbeers for us, Ginny turned to me and grinned. He can really be a pushover, but only sometimes. It took me a few years to figure it out. I forced myself to return her smile and nod, even though I was barely paying attention. Ginny launched into a quiet discussion about something Dean Thomas had said to her the other day that apparently made her think he liked her, but I was only half listening. I was looking past Harry and Hermione's heads towards the bathrooms of the pub, the nerves twisting in my gut as I watched carefully for Draco. I hadn't seen any sign of him yet, and it was making me anxious. I hoped he hadn't run into any trouble coming down to Hogsmeade. The necklace was full of dark magic and probably extremely illegal, so it wouldn't be good if anyone caught him with it. Ron returned with the drinks, but I knew I wouldn't be able to keep it down if I tried to swallow. So I only pretended to drink it, as I pretended to listen to Ginny, raising the mug to my lips every so often. My fingers were shaking so badly that I nearly dropped the mug every time I lifted it up, sitting at a table full of people who had no idea what I was really there for was positively terrible. I barely said anything, while the five of them talked seemingly without a care in the world, watching the bathrooms like a hawk with my stomach lurking nervously. What if we'd gotten here too late, and Draco had already found someone to give the necklace to? What if he'd had to perform the curse without me there, and was now heading back up to the castle alone? Nearly a half hour went by before I finally saw him. I'd seen movement near the entrance to the bathrooms, and I looked up to see Katie Bell entering the girls' room. I was just looking back down at my mug disappointedly when I saw the unmistakable flash of whitish blonde hair out of the corner of my eye, my heart jumping into my throat. I barely caught the back of Draco's head as he disappeared in after Katie, and I knew I had to move. "I've got to use the bathroom," I told Ginny quietly, giving her a small smile and standing. She nodded, and I was relieved when she didn't offer to come with me. I hastily made my way to the bathroom, trying not to make it look like I was in a huge rush. When I finally hurried through the door of the girls' room, Draco had his wand out and was handing the wrapped cloth over to Katie. I quickly shut the door behind me and stood with my back up against it, my heart pounding against my chest. Draco had his back to me as Katie took the necklace from him, her expression impossibly blank. He whispered something to her, and then she was starting to walk towards me. I jumped out of her way as she went for the door, my eyes wide as I looked at the emptiness in her eyes. Then she was gone, and Draco was reaching for me with shaking hands. I pulled myself against him once I saw how terrified he was, wrapping my arms around him and asking quietly, "Are you okay? Did it work?" "I think so," he stammered, pulling back and not even trying to hide his scared expression. His voice was uneasy as he said quickly, "I told her to go do it now. I've got to get out of here." I can't let anyone see me. Okay, I said, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. Maybe if he thought I was completely calm, he wouldn't freak out. Okay, I'll make sure no one's looking. I'll see you back at the castle. Yeah, Draco told me as I started for the door, his breath coming out unevenly. See you then. I cracked open the bathroom door cautiously, peeking out and looking to make sure no one was paying attention to this side of the room. After waiting half a second for an old witch in the corner to turn away, I quickly stepped forward and hissed quietly, "Go, go." Draco slipped out from behind me, ducking out of the bathroom as quickly as he could. I let the door shut behind me and started back for the table, forcing myself to swallow hard and hold my head high. My legs felt like rubber as I weaved in between the chairs towards my seat, the adrenaline making my bones feel like they were made of jelly. Now, I just had to act like everything was fine until we finally went back up to the castle, and then I could find Draco and make sure he was okay. None of them looked at me suspiciously when I sat back down, and I let out the breath I'd been holding. As I pretended to take another sip of butterbeer, I glanced up to see Katie Bell heading towards the door of the pub, her friend hurrying after her. I felt sick to my stomach and forced myself to turn away, the guilt already setting up inside my chest. I'd only been back for about 2 minutes when Hermione suggested we go back. It was getting late anyway, and it was starting to snow again. I pulled my coat back on and forced myself to laugh at a joke Ron had made, following Ginny out of the pub and into the cold. I was incredibly relieved we were leaving. I needed to get away from them, so I could find Draco again. I squinted through the lightly falling snow to see that there were 2 figures walking a ways ahead of us back towards the castle, and I felt incredibly sick as I realized one of them was probably Katie. Tucking my arms tightly around myself, I tried not to think about the cloth holding the cursed necklace that she was probably clutching safely in her hands. I couldn't even imagine what Draco was feeling right now. We were just crossing the bridge when it happened. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had suddenly stopped short, and that was when I looked up and saw what they were staring at. Katie Bell's body was crumpled in the snow, and her friend was standing over her, screaming and crying something that was carried away by the wind. I was already starting to stumble as I numbly followed the others closer, my blood turning cold. We were then close enough to see Katie's face, and I saw that her mouth was stretched open as though she was screaming, but no sound was coming out. It was then that I could finally make out what her friend was crying, and my knees nearly gave out on me. I told her not to touch it. I told her the necklace was lying in the snow beside Katie's body, only half covered by the cloth. My hands went to cover my mouth without my permission, the image of Katie's crumpled form starting to dip and blur before me. That necklace was cursed with dark magic, and I knew what was supposed to happen if someone touched it. We'd killed her. She'd done nothing to us, but we'd killed her. Ginny had to hold me up from the ground as my knees gave out from under me. Chapter 40. Draco. When Eve finally found me in the room of requirement, I was hyperventilating into my hands. I'd seen Hagrid carrying Katie Bell's limp body inside the castle only a few minutes after I'd come back myself, and her face had been turned just enough for me to catch a glimpse of her gaping mouth before Hagrid disappeared up the stairs that led to the hospital wing. I'd run to the room of requirement as quickly as my weak legs could carry me, my vision making it difficult to keep the ground straight in front of me. I knew she touched the necklace the moment I'd seen her face. The door to the room of requirement burst open behind me as I was trying to hold off the panic attack bubbling up inside me, but I didn't even think to turn around and see who it was. My hands were clutching at my hair as I bent forward, my breathing coming out in short gasps, like I couldn't get enough air inside my lungs. Eve was suddenly beside me, grabbing for my arms and telling me in a shaky voice, "It's okay, Draco. I killed her," I choked out, staring blankly at the floor, and the terror making my chest heave with every rapid breath I took. "I gave her that necklace, and now she's dead. I didn't even think to tell her not to open the package. I'm such an idiot. No, it's not as bad as you think. How could I do that? She was completely innocent, and I just killed her." "Draco," Eve interrupted loudly, shaking my shoulders and forcing me to look at her. Her words were jumbled and rushed as she told me, "Katie's not dead." I hesitated, clutching at her arms to keep myself from falling to the floor and trying to comprehend what she was saying. My mind spinning and my vision threatening to black out, I asked in a low voice, "She's what?" "It didn't kill her," Eve said hastily, her eyes rimmed with red, as though she'd been crying. "I was just in the hospital wing with Ginny and the others, and Pomfrey said she only barely touched the necklace. She'll be awake in a few hours." What? I repeated, frantically looking at Eve, as though I had to be sure she wasn't lying to me. How could it not kill her? "There's no way. I have no idea," Eve admitted. She watched carefully as my breathing rate began to slow, my chest finally not heaving for air every second. Holding my shoulders, she told me urgently, "It's okay, Draco. Katie didn't die. She's going to be okay." And then I was pulling her against my chest so quickly that my chin bumped her shoulder painfully, my arms wrapping around her tightly, like I could barely believe this was real. We hadn't killed Katie. We hadn't murdered an innocent person who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was shaking and my palms were sweaty, but the relief was making my knees weak. Did anyone see me?" I asked, pulling away and nearly starting to panic again. "Does anyone think it was us who gave it to her?" Eve looked extremely pale, but her voice was calm as she told me sincerely, "No. Pomfrey wasn't even asking about where she got the necklace. And I think Hagrid figured she just found it in the bathroom at the pub." I barely had time to feel relief at this when Eve continued carefully, But I think Harry's suspicious. I dunno, he was whispering with Ron and Hermione in the hospital wing and they kept looking over at me. And I think I heard your name. Once or twice. My legs turned to water, and I knew I needed to sit down before I keeled over. Eve helped me to the nearest abandoned trunk, sitting down next to me with one hand on my arm and the other on my shoulder. I stared at the dusty floor in front of me as I tried to calm myself down, the fear making my chest constrict. Potter knew. He had to know I'd given her the necklace. Were they saying your name, too? I asked suddenly, my voice coming out short and nervous. If he thought Eve was involved, I'd never be able to forgive myself. But Eve shook her head, telling me quietly, "No, I only heard yours. But, he never said anything to Pomfrey. He's probably just suspicious, and it's not like he can prove anything. None of them saw you at the Three Broomsticks." I tried to convince myself that she was right, but all it was doing was make me more terrified. Instead of panicking again, I swallowed hard and forced myself to nod. "Right. You're probably right." I knew Eve didn't believe me for a second, but she didn't call me out on it. Instead, she clutched my arm with warm hands and told me seriously, "But at least Katie's okay. Pomfrey says she should be back to classes in a few days." "Yeah," I said, and I honestly couldn't even express how relieved that made me feel. The fact that we hadn't even seriously hurt someone was enough to make the tight knot in my chest loosen, my heart rate finally returning to normal. But if Potter knew Eve, and I were the ones who gave the necklace to Katie, then it was all over. The idiot would probably go straight to Dumbledore if he ever got proof, and then there was no way I'd be able to get near him to complete the task. Alone in the quiet room of requirement, I held Eve's hand and prayed that at the very least, no one suspected Eve had been involved. Katie Bell didn't leave the hospital wing until that Monday, and that should have made me feel extremely relieved. Except when I first spotted her in the Great Hall, she was talking to Potter. I was eating lunch with Flint and Crabbe because Eve had stayed late to ask Trelawney about something, and my stomach dropped into my shoes when I saw Potter talking urgently with Katie in between the Slytherin and Gryffindor tables. The fork slipped out from between my fingers and clattered against the side of my plate, but no one seemed to notice. "Gotta go," I muttered, standing so quickly from the bench that my knees bumped the edge of the table. Flint looked up from his soup and started to ask me where I was going, but I had already started away from the table. I wasn't quite sure what I was doing. I was too terrified to think straight, but all I knew was that I had to stop Potter from asking Katie about who she'd gotten the necklace from. I'd never used the Imperious Curse before last Saturday, so there was a good chance I'd done it wrong, and she remembered seeing me in the bathroom. But I only got within 20 feet of them when Potter turned away from Katie. I stopped short and locked eyes with him, my heart pounding in my chest as I realized the fear was probably written all over my face. I turned away from Potter as fast as I could, hurrying towards the Great Hall doors and bumping past anyone who got in my way. The panic was pushing its way up my chest and into my throat, and I knew I needed to get to the bathroom before I vomited. Potter definitely knew I was up to something now. When I burst into the bathroom, my sweater was beginning to stick to my skin. I didn't even think to check if I was alone. I stumbled to the sink and tugged off my sweater with shaking fingers, loosening my tie as I undid the first few buttons of my shirt. The bathroom was cool, but it suddenly felt as though I was suffocating from some unknown source of heat. It was all crashing down on me now, what Voldemort was making us do, the fact that I was going to have to kill Dumbledore before the year ended. My knuckles were white around the porcelain rim of the sink as I stared down at the silver tap, feeling as though I was choking on nothing but air. I had nearly killed Katie Bell because of my own stupid plan, and now Potter was probably telling everyone I was dangerous. The bathroom door burst open, and I whirled around to see Potter standing just inside, his eyes wide as he looked at me. The fear was making it difficult to breathe as I snapped, "What do you want?" My voice wavered and didn't come out as strongly as I'd hoped, so I knew even Potter didn't buy my annoyed words. He had his right hand stuffed deep inside his pant pocket, so I automatically brushed my fingertips against the handle of my own wand. My mind may have been spinning so badly that I could barely think, but I was cautious enough to remember that Potter probably didn't trust me in the slightest. "Nothing," he said, his voice quiet and calm in the silence of the bathroom. I watched him carefully, my barely controlled breathing being the only sound in the room. Potter's expression was blank as he told me, "I was just talking to Katie Bell." My jaw tightened, but I managed to force out coldly, "That's nice, Potter." He shrugged instead of saying anything. There was a moment of dead silence. And then he was asking, "Where were you last Saturday? What's it to you?" I retorted quickly, but it felt like I was seconds away from passing out. Potter shrugged again. and I could feel the growing tension between us, the small space of the bathroom seeming to be shrinking by the second. I could see it clearly on his face now. He knew exactly what had happened last Saturday. He looked at me carefully, saying, "Just wondering. But it's a bit weird that Eve went to Hogsmeade without you. And it's a bit weird that she went into the same bathroom Katie did around the time she found the necklace, right?" I pulled out my wand so quickly that Potter scarcely had time to react. He only just produced a shield charm in time, the red jet of light bouncing away from him and shattering against the toilet behind him. I was blind with a mixture of fear and anger as Potter ducked to avoid the flying pieces of porcelain, absolutely terrified and furious that he knew Eve was involved too. Potter sent a spell that narrowly missed my shoulder, slamming into the sink behind me and sending a shower of water and sharp ceramic shards down onto my back. I stumbled to the left and threw myself behind the wooden stalls to avoid the second spell, squeezing my eyes shut as it clipped the edge of the stall and sent wooden splinters up into my face. There was a sudden silence from the other side of the bathroom, and I automatically twisted to the left, leaning out from behind the stall to see where he was. What I saw was nothing but an impending ball of orange, and I snapped backwards so quickly that my back protested. Without pausing, I ducked back around the edge of the stall and fired another spell towards him. But Potter blocked it easily, and he flicked his wand toward me in a blurred motion, shouting something that sounded like Sectum Sempra, and then I felt something white-hot cut into my chest, and I was suddenly blasted backwards. My shoulder blade struck against the hard stone floor, but I barely felt it. My entire body was now on fire, and there was hot liquid pooling under my shirt, my chest searing with a deep sort of pain that I'd never felt before. The wand slipped from my fingers and rolled away, but all thoughts of Potter were erased from my mind as my mouth opened and closed desperately, gasping for air that wouldn't come. Blood was covering my entire chest and arms, staining the white shirt a deep maroon. I could hear myself gasping frantically, feeling a sudden rush of warm water from the broken sink run up against the back of my neck. My eyes were rolling into the back of my head, and the ceiling of the bathroom was fading to black, the pain clouding my vision as the cuts in my chest only grew deeper. The last thing I saw was Potter standing over me, the bathroom spinning violently and suddenly turning completely into a black haze. Eve, I had to ask Flint where Draco had gone. I told Draco I would meet him in the Great Hall for lunch after I'd finished talking to Trelawney about the quiz I had failed last week, but he wasn't anywhere at the Slytherin table when I arrived 15 minutes into the period. "Hey, Eve." Flint grinned when I came over to him and Crabbe, his empty bowl of soup pushed away from him. "What's up?" "I'm looking for Draco," I admitted, offering him a smile. "Have you seen him around?" "Yeah," Flint nodded as he remembered, glancing at Crabbe. "He rushed off somewhere, though. Didn't say where he was going." I was glancing around the great hall nervously when I heard Crabbe say with a laugh, "And did you see Potter run out after him?" I swear, the idiot's been obsessed with Malfoy since first year. My blood turned cold at the mention of Harry, but I tried not to let it show. I forced another smile and told them, "Well, I'm going to find him. See you guys around." I turned and hurried away before I could hear what else Flynn had to say. There was an uneasy feeling in my stomach, and it wasn't just because Crabbe had said Harry ran out after Draco. Something was wrong. He had to be headed towards the room of requirement. That was where I had found him last time. After all, I'd check there first, and if Draco wasn't there, I'd try the Slytherin common room. I didn't make it to the room of requirement. There was a flood of water along the floor of the next hallway I turned into, and it was enough to make me slow down to try and find out where it was coming from. The water was running out from under the bathroom door on the right of me, and my first thought was that Moaning Myrtle had clogged the sinks again. So I don't know what made me hurry forward and push open the bathroom door. I had no reason to. The flooded bathroom shouldn't have made me automatically think something was wrong, but I did it anyway, my legs moving of their own accord as I entered the bathroom to see why there was water everywhere. What I saw made my heart jump into my throat. Draco was lying in front of the smashed sinks with his shirt stained a deep scarlet, Harry standing over him as the water around his feet turned red. I ran forward so quickly that I stumbled, shoving Harry out of the way as I collapsed next to Draco's limp form and grabbed his shoulders. His head lolled to the side, his skin impossibly pale with flecks of blood dotting against the base of his neck. He's dead, I thought, a ringing in my ears. He has to be dead. Wake up, I told him loudly, panic bubbling up inside my throat and twisting my words. Draco's eyes didn't open. With the warm water soaking through my robes and his head in my hands, I started to cry. Please, Draco, wake up. Look at me. Wake up, wake up. And then I was absolutely frantic, the blood staining my hands as I shook him and started to scream. But Draco's eyes were still closed and he didn't wake up. What did you do? I twisted towards Harry, tears blurring my vision and preventing me from seeing his expression. I was screaming at him, Draco's body half slouched against mine. What the fuck did you do? Do something, fucking do something, but he didn't move. Someone was pulling me away from Draco, and I was screeching for them to let me go, but they pushed me out of the way and bent over him in my place. I blinked through the tears and saw that it was Snape trying to heal him, but the walls of the bathroom were closing in on me, and I couldn't even think. All I could do was stare down at Draco's blood-stained body and panic, my chest heaving as I gasped for air. I could do nothing but watch as Snape tried to stop the bleeding, the world crashing down around me. Chapter 41. Eve. When Draco woke up the next day, I was half slumped on the side of his bed with my eyes drooping shut, the entire hospital wing empty except for the two of us. He shifted underneath me, and I automatically opened my eyes, sitting up quickly and forgetting all about being tired. Draco's eyes were bleary as he struggled to sit up, reaching up with one hand to feel the bandages wrapped around his chest that seemed to be constricting him. I quickly grabbed his arm to keep him from touching them, using my other hand to try and gently push him back against the bed. Don't get up. You'll hurt yourself, Draco swallowed hard as he looked up at me leaning over him, asking in a hoarse voice, Are you okay? I stared at him in shock. He nearly died yesterday, and the first thing he does is ask me if I'm okay. But I knew he wouldn't relax until I answered, so I told him hastily, Yeah, I'm fine. Are you all right? How do you feel? Like shit, he said. And it was then that I realized how completely pale he was. Should I get Pomfrey? I asked, worried he was going to pass out again from losing so much blood. She just went down to eat breakfast. No, stay here, Draco interrupted, his voice cracking and sounding as though it hadn't been used for days. He reached out for me, and I grabbed his hand, looking him over with wide eyes. Pomfrey had just changed the bandages before she'd left, so there wasn't any blood staining through yet. She'd had to throw away his torn shirt when Snape had first brought Draco up to the hospital wing, and I shivered as I remembered seeing the deep cuts gouged into his skin. I still wasn't sure how Snape had managed to stop the bleeding. I felt sick as I remembered how bad it had been. "Hey," Draco said in a quiet voice, reaching his left hand out from under the covers to hold my hand with both of his. He could see how upset I was by the tears brimming in my eyes, blurring my vision because I refused to let them fall. I didn't want to cry in front of him for what would probably be the 20th time. Do you remember everything?" I choked out, sniffling and wiping the back of my hand against my lips. I told myself not to get upset when he finally woke up. Draco blinked, looking up at the ceiling and exhaling hard. His voice was tight as he replied, "I remember that Potter is a twat." For the first time, I agreed with him. Angrily, I told him I wanted to kill him yesterday. "When Snape brought you up here, he just left. He didn't even say anything to me. I told you he's a twat. Tell me he got suspended." I shrugged, telling Draco, "I dunno. I haven't heard anything." He glanced over at me then, shifting on the bed despite my protests. You didn't stay here all night, did you?" I uneasily looked down at the bed sheets to avoid his hard gaze, because I knew he'd be upset if he knew I hadn't left his side since it happened, and he'd definitely lose his shit if he found out I hadn't slept once all night. "Eve," he snapped when I didn't answer right away. "You stayed here all night." "Yeah, but so what?" I said angrily, the tears still forming in my eyes. "You think I was going to just leave you here alone?" I was scared. When I saw you lying there in the bathroom, I thought you were dead. I didn't know what happened, and I thought... Draco tried to pull me closer to him when he realized I was starting to cry, so I fell against the side of the bed to avoid hurting him, wrapping one arm around the back of his neck and burying my face in his shoulder. I'm sorry," I choked out, shaking and trying to pull myself back together. "I wasn't supposed to be crying. I just thought you were gone. Don't cry, Eve," he whispered against my hair, wincing a little underneath me and making me jump back as though I'd hurt him. But Draco held my hands tightly and looked up at me seriously, saying, "Listen, it's okay. Nothing bad happened. But if Snape hadn't been there..." I trailed off at the look he gave me, biting my lip and reaching up to wipe under my eyes. I'm so happy you're okay." "Yeah, well, you haven't gotten rid of me yet," Draco teased, giving me a half grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Seriously, Eve, I'm okay." I forced myself to nod, but when I blinked, all I could see was his body bleeding out on the bathroom floor with Harry standing over him. Draco was trying to get me to not worry, but it was true. If Snape hadn't shown up when he did, Draco probably wouldn't have made it. And that thought scared me more than anything. Finally sitting on the edge of the bed again, I let Draco clutch my hand as I asked softly, "Why did he attack you?" Draco's jaw tightened, and he looked away from me, focusing his eyes on the tall ceiling as he tried to figure out what to say. His anger sounded tightly controlled as he said, "I saw him talking to Katie Bell yesterday morning, and then he followed me into the bathroom. He definitely knows I was involved, Eve. He has to. But he brought you into it, so I kind of lost it, I guess. So, you think he knows we're... I swallowed hard, not wanting to imagine what Harry and the others must be thinking of me, because he had to have told them by now. "I think he just knows we're up to something," Draco told me quickly. "I don't think he's positive you're in on it too, but... yeah, we've just got to be careful around him now. Even if he is a twat." I rolled my eyes, remembering how Harry hadn't even tried to say anything to me yesterday after what happened. Shaking my head, I repeated angrily, I wanted to kill him, and he's probably not even going to get in trouble. He's lucky I didn't tackle him right there. Draco started to laugh at this, but it quickly turned to a cough, and his eyes twisted shut. I quickly stood up from the bed as he exhaled in pain, telling him hastily, I'm going to get Pomfrey. I'm fine. He protested, but I was already starting for the door. I'll be right back, I told him. I'll just tell her the spell she used for the pain is wearing off. Relax. Draco was rolling his eyes, but he didn't try to stop me. He called out after me, all right, but eat something, okay? And try not to kill Potter while you're down there. He'd been kidding, but it made me finally smile a little. I grinned at him over my shoulder as I left and said, no promises. See you in a bit. I hadn't planned on staying in the Great Hall to eat, but Pomfrey was the one who forced me to sit down. You haven't eaten since yesterday morning. She had snapped on her way out of the Great Hall. I'm not letting you come back upstairs with me. Stay here and eat while I check on Mr. Malfoy. So I'd had no choice but to sit at the Slytherin table and force myself to choke down some pancakes while Pomfrey left. I hadn't seen Harry at all since I'd come downstairs, but I was getting more worried the longer I was apart from Draco. The last time I'd been away from him, he'd nearly died. I'd wanted to just eat and go back up to the hospital wing as quickly as I could, but I hadn't planned on the other Slytherins wanting some answers. Hey, Eve. Flint greeted me, sliding down the bench while Pansy followed his lead and sat next to me. Where's Draco? Is he all right? They both genuinely looked concerned, so I had to force a smile. I lied easily, telling them, yeah, he's fine. He should be out soon. What happened? Pansy asked nosily, but I didn't have the energy to be annoyed with her. Besides, she really did look like she wanted to know why Draco was in the hospital wing. But I knew Draco wouldn't want me to tell them what had really happened yesterday, so I told them awkwardly, I'm not really sure. I think he might have slipped badly in the bathroom, when it was flooded. Listen, I've got to go. Sorry, I threw down my napkin and started to stand, because the looks both of them were giving me suggested that they didn't believe me. For a second, it wasn't like I could force myself to eat anything more anyway. Trying to appear like nothing was wrong, I shot them a grin and said, see you guys around. Bye. Flint and Pansy didn't get a chance to say anything more to me. I was already hurrying away from the Slytherin table. The anxiety was beginning to make my chest hurt as I started for the Great Hall doors, wanting nothing more than to be back upstairs with Draco. I didn't want people to start talking about why Draco had gotten hurt, but what else was I supposed to say? I tried not to smile as I thought about what Draco would say when he found out I'd used the excuse that he'd slipped in the bathroom. He was probably going to kill me for that. I was just rounding the corner out of the Great Hall when I bumped straight into Ginny. By the time I realized who it was too late to run. She quickly stepped back, her eyes widening as she realized it was me. There was nothing I could do about the rising anger, so I tried to move past her as fast as I could, mumbling, sorry, my bad. Wait, Ginny interrupted hastily, grabbing my arm to stop me from hurrying past her. I turned to face her angrily, glancing down at her hand on my arm and trying not to automatically recoil. She looked at me seriously and said, I wanted to talk to you. Is Draco doing okay? Why would it matter to you? I asked coldly, the image of Harry standing over Draco still burning behind my eyelids. I was furious with all of them, absolutely livid at the fact that none of them seemed to realize what Harry had done was wrong. "Eve, look! Harry didn't mean to do it," she said, but I was already starting to pull away. "Wait. Please wait, all right?" He had no idea that was what would happen. You should have seen him when he came back into the common room afterwards. He was so freaked out. "Yes," I interrupted hotly. "Well, me too. Tell Harry he's an asshole for me. Will you?" I had pulled my arm out of her grip when Ginny tried again. "Wait, Eve, I can't talk to you right now," I snapped. I couldn't even stand to be within a few feet of her with the way I was feeling right now. I hurried away from Ginny and started up the stairs, the soles of my sneakers pounding furiously against the stone steps. As far as I was concerned, any explanation that came from Ginny wasn't going to be good enough that I was finally allowed to leave the hospital wing after 3 long days of lying around doing nothing. The cuts had long since healed to nothing but white scars, but Pomfrey had still refused to let me stand up until I was absolutely ready. But she'd eventually let me go back to classes, which meant I had to continue the excuse Eve had given the other Slytherins. Something that made me sound like a complete moron, but there was nothing else I could do. Potter didn't try to talk to me after I finally came back, and the most we'd done was glare coldly at each other from across the dining tables. I told Eve to stay away from him, because I was worried he was going to try something to make her tell him what we were up to. But nearly 2 weeks had gone by, and he hadn't tried anything else. Christmas break began Saturday, and Lucius had old to tell me that Eve and I needed to come back to the manor for the holidays. I planned on just staying at the castle because going back home with Eve to be with my parents was the last thing I wanted to do, but I knew there was no way we could get out of it. It must have been important. I didn't think Lucius wanted me back home any more than I did. On that Friday night, before we would leave on the train home, Eve and I decided to finally go back inside the room of requirement. We hadn't worked on the cabinet for nearly a month now, and I knew I couldn't put it off for any longer than I already had. Since the disaster with the cursed necklace, it had become clear that bringing the Death Eaters into the castle was the only option. We were heading down the hallways towards the room of requirement, alone, because it was so late at night. Eve was laughing for the first time in a long while as she told me about something Flint had done in potions. "So the cauldron tipped over, and the stuff went everywhere," she giggled, holding up one hand to cover her smile. "And Slughorn kind of just stood there for a few minutes in shock while it soaked through his shoes. These were nice shoes as well. Can you imagine what they must have cost him?" Anyway, Flint started laughing, which was totally the wrong move because it cost him a double detention in the end. Isn't that mad? It was the most exciting thing to happen in months. "Flint's an idiot," I snorted as we turned into the next hallway, only grinning because Eve was finding it so funny. "He probably did it on purpose, just so you know. He thinks it's hilarious." Eve laughed again, looking over at me. "Well, it was great either way. Not as good as potions with you, though. Maybe nothing could be better than potions with me," I said arrogantly, but it made her grin and lace her fingers through mine anyway. "Keep telling yourself that," she teased. We had just entered the next hallway, laughing quietly together, when I suddenly saw someone's shadow reflected against the far wall, heading straight for the hallway we were in. It was well after curfew, so I automatically grabbed Eve's arm and started to push her towards the stairwell on our left. We had no excuse for being out this late. Eve stumbled as I pushed her inside the entrance of the stairwell, and she started to hiss, "What are you doing?" I was only halfway in after her when the voice called out, "Who's there? I can see you. Stop right there." Without thinking, I pushed Eve back against the inside wall of the stairwell and turned away from her. I stepped away from the stairwell entrance with a cool expression as Filch limped over to me, the lantern swinging in his hand. "What do you think you're doing out here, Malfoy?" he snapped, looking around me suspiciously. "And who are you talking to?" "Myself," I answered shortly, putting my hands into my pockets to look more casual. Filch scoffed, glancing up and down at me. "Do you think I'm stupid? You were talking to yourself?" "I'm very interesting," I replied coolly. He shook his head and reached forward to grab my arm, saying angrily, "Let's go. Malfoy, you're out after curfew. Think I can make that into 3 detentions instead of just 1? I can walk on my own." I spat when he started to drag me away from the stairwell and towards the way he had come, but Filch pretended not to hear me. As he led me towards his office, I prayed Eve wouldn't come out from the stairwell until after we were long gone, because I knew she wouldn't want me to get in trouble while she got off clean. I hoped she knew it would look much worse if we were both caught out after hours. We didn't make it all the way down to Filch's office. Snape was rounding the corner out of the entrance hall when he stopped us, glancing down at me with one eyebrow raised. His tone sounded only mildly interested as he asked, "What's Mr. Malfoy done this time?" "He was out after hours." Filch grinned, one hand still on my arm. "I reckon that gives 3 detentions for suspicious behavior. Don't you think?" Snape stared down at me for half a moment while I glared up at him. Then he drawled easily, "Leave Mr. Malfoy to me. I'll make sure he gets the right punishment." Filch blinked, but I was already ripping my arm out of his grip and stepping away from him. While I started after Snape, Filch started to splutter. "Wait, where are you?" "That will be all, Filch," Snape said coldly, leading me away from him and turning right into a side hallway. I was already stalking away from him back towards where I had left Eve when Snape grabbed my shoulder quickly, forcing me to stop and face him. "Draco," he hissed. "What the hell do you think you're doing? What does it look like?" I snapped, wanting nothing more than to get back to Eve. You can't let yourself be seen after hours," Snape told me sharply, his voice low in case Filch was still nearby. "He could have seen you going inside." His face was too close to mine, and I wanted nothing more than to recoil away from him. "Do you really think I'd be stupid enough to let him see us go inside there?" "I'm not an idiot. You could have fooled me," Snape sneered, but he didn't give me a chance to interrupt. "This isn't the first time you've messed things up. If I hadn't been there after Potter attacked you, you'd be dead. You're making mistakes, Draco. Let me help you." "I don't need your help," I said furiously. "Leave me alone." "I made the unbreakable vow," he hissed, his grip tight on my arm. "I swore to protect you." My expression faltered for a moment, realizing after a long moment that my mother must have been the one to go to him. I wasn't even angry that she'd thought I would need Snape's help. I was angry that she hadn't bothered to ask him to protect Eve. My voice was low and dangerous as I told him, "We don't need your protection. It isn't just me who was chosen for this, in case you've forgotten. We can do it on our own." Chapter 42. Draco. Eve and I had gone home for Christmas break, but only because Lucius had told us to. I hadn't wanted to be anywhere near my family, especially because of how terribly things were going at school. But we didn't have a choice. Spending Christmas with my parents was the last thing I wanted to be doing. Christmas wasn't for another 2 days. But Lucius got right down to why he needed us to come to the manor instead of staying at Hogwarts to work on the cabinet. Eve and I came down that Saturday morning for breakfast when Lucius stopped us on the way to the kitchen, telling us we needed to come to the parlor. "What for?" I asked a little exasperatedly. Eve only slightly behind me. It was too early in the morning for this. It's about the task, Lucius said evenly, already starting for the door. Your mother, and I have something to tell you both. I rolled my eyes but reluctantly followed him, knowing it was better to just go along with it. Eve was close behind me, and her arms were crossed over her t-shirt a bit self-consciously. Neither of us had been expecting to be interrogated by my parents when we'd rolled out of bed this morning, and I was sure I probably looked terrible. My mother was waiting in the parlor, her arms crossed tightly in front of her as Lucius came to stand beside her. Eve stood close beside me, her hand brushing against mine slightly, because we both knew this probably wasn't going to be good. Severus told us about what happened with the necklace. Lucius stated immediately, looking down at me, and not even caring enough to glance at Eve. He told us the girl nearly died. Trying not to let the anger seep through my voice already, I replied calmly, I know, but she didn't die, and she doesn't remember any of it. What were you thinking? He snapped. You weren't even following the Dark Lord's orders. He specifically told you to repair the cabinet, and then, yeah, well, it's taking a lot longer than we thought it would, I interrupted coldly. It was my idea to use the necklace. I thought it would be better to do it this way instead of bringing all the Death Eaters into the castle. It doesn't matter what you think, Draco. Lucius spat. I could see how furious he was as he glared heatedly down at me. I hadn't had a clue how furious he was about what had happened at school. I'd known they would both be upset, but definitely not this badly. You do what the Dark Lord tells you. Fix the cabinet, bring the others into the castle, and kill the headmaster. That's it. My mother flinched when he mentioned killing Dumbledore, but Lucius ignored it. I was fuming by now, but I didn't even get a chance to open my mouth again. Eve spoke up for the first time all morning, saying a bit sharply, Draco was just trying to make things easier. It was a good idea. Lucius turned to her coldly, and my blood boiled at the way he looked down at her, like she was scum underneath his shoe. His voice was sneering as he asked her, and where were you when it was happening? Standing around nearby, and drawing more attention to Draco. Don't start on her, I interrupted angrily, but Eve drew herself up to her full height and didn't shrink away from him. I made sure no one was looking when he left the bathroom. Actually, she said icily, it doesn't matter. Katie's okay, and no one thinks we were involved. Lucius was opening his mouth to probably say something even worse to Eve, and I was seconds away from losing it, but my mother quickly cut him off. Her voice was quiet but rushed as she told us, we just want you to do what the Dark Lord says, and nothing else. If he finds out about what happened, it won't be good. He isn't going to find out, I said coldly, feeling Eve's hand brush against my arm as she moved closer to me. I wanted nothing more than to get out of the house and away from my parents. It won't happen again, trust me. We're working on the cabinet, all right? Get off my back. Don't talk to me that way, Lucius hissed, taking a step closer. The two of you need to do this, right? If one of you screws this up, he glanced at Eve as he spoke, making my blood boil. Then we're finished. Fix the cabinet and stick to the plan. Are we clear? I was furious, but all I could do was glare up at Lucius and hate him with everything I had. My voice was tight as I snapped. Yeah, we're clear. Anything else? But as he hesitated and turned his hard gaze to Eve, I found that I couldn't stay here any longer. Eve took my arm and started to turn with me towards the door, following me as I bit out over my shoulder. We're leaving. Where are you going? My mother asked worriedly, but I was already leading Eve down the hallway towards the front door. Please don't leave. get back here," Lucius snapped, furiously storming after us. "You can't leave." "Stop, Draco." I paused by the door and ripped one of my jackets off the wall, helping Eve into it as she stuffed on her sneakers. It was probably freezing outside, but I couldn't stand to be here anymore. I helped her zip it up and reached for the door handle with one arm loosely around her shoulders, leading her out the doorway. "Draco, do not leave this house. Get back here." Lucius had nearly reached us, but Eve and I had stumbled outside into the lightly falling snow. I gripped her hand tight and ignored my parents, storming away from the house. I wasn't quite sure where I was going, but anywhere was better than here. Draco operated us to the outside of a tiny coffee shop in Hogsmeade, and he automatically let us inside without a word. I was almost scared to say anything to him, because the anger was literally radiating off of him, and I didn't want to make it worse. So I followed him inside silently, my cheeks turning pink as the warm air of the building hit me. The coffee shop was small and cramped with tables, but Draco weaved his way through to an empty spot near the back. I stood to the side as he pulled out the chair for me a bit forcefully, sitting and watching him carefully as he sat down next to me at the tiny table. Fiddling with the sleeves of Draco's jacket on my lap, I looked over at him and watched as he leaned against the edge of the table, his lips still pressed tightly together in anger. I told him quietly, "I'm sorry." Draco turned his head to look at me, his eyebrows coming together as he asked, "What? Why are you apologizing? You've got nothing to be sorry for." I'm sorry about what happened with Katie." I stumbled over my words, not really knowing why I was apologizing. I just felt like I needed to say something to him, and that your parents are upset. It sucks. He exhaled heavily, looking over at me and seeming to relax a little. He looked exhausted as he sighed. "Yeah, it does. But don't be sorry. I'm the one who should be apologizing. He was being an asshole to you, and you didn't deserve it." I shrugged because it honestly didn't matter to me. I'd only gotten angry because of what Lucius had been saying to Draco, but I decided not to say so out loud. I stayed quiet as I sat there, the sleeves of the jacket swallowing up my hands. I felt strangely nervous around him, as though anything I said was going to make him angry again. "Do you want anything?" Draco asked suddenly, digging through his pockets for change. "Sorry, we didn't get to eat anything this morning. I just had to get out of there." "Me too," I agreed. "Tea's okay. Will you have some, too?" "Yeah," he told me after a moment, and I knew he was only saying that so I would get it. Draco stood from the table with crumpled bills in his hand, saying, "I'll be right back." Okay, I said quietly as he went to get the tea, looking around the rest of the coffee shop and leaning back against the chair. The afternoon sunlight gave off a hazy glow inside the small shop, and the only noise was quiet chatter in the background from the few people here. I was glad Draco had brought us here instead of just going back upstairs at the manor. Being this far away from Lucius was probably a good thing for the both of us. Draco came back with the 2 cups of tea, setting mine in front of me as he sat back down and scooted his chair slightly closer to me. I pushed up the long sleeves of his jacket and held the warm mug between my hands, looking over at him carefully through the thin steam. "What?" he asked after a moment of me staring, one side of his mouth turning up slightly. "Why are you staring? Are you okay?" I asked cautiously. Are you still mad?" I hadn't been expecting him to laugh, but he snorted quietly and grinned at me. Draco leaned across the table and kissed me through the steam from the 2 teacups, pulling away after a second and telling me softly, I love you. Yeah, I'm okay now. And if he was okay, I was okay too. We stayed in that coffee shop all day. Maybe it was weird to stay there for so long, and maybe the owner would have gotten annoyed if he'd been able to see us better at the back, but we did it anyway. Neither of us had any more money, so there wasn't much else for us to do, and neither of us wanted to go back to the manor. But eventually the shop emptied out as it grew darker outside, so we had no choice but to leave. Is it all right if we go back? Draco asked, and me, as we stood outside of the closing coffee shop, the streetlights glowing down the busy pathways of Hogsmeade. He stood close to me, looked down at me seriously in the semi-darkness, sighing, I don't want to, but we don't have any more money. Is that okay with you? Yeah, I told him, my breath coming out in cold puffs of moisture. It's all right. Do you think your parents will still be pissed? Of course they will be. He rolled his eyes, taking my hand tight in his. Just let me do the talking, and they'll leave you alone. Ready? I nodded, and he spun to the right, our feet leaving the snowy ground with a loud crack. I felt my body twist and spin nauseatingly until my feet were slamming back into solid ground again, only stumbling slightly. When I looked up, we were just outside the gate to the manor. Draco opened the gate and followed me in, shutting it behind us and still holding my hand as we walked through the darkness back to the front door. Who knows? He said half-heartedly. Maybe they're sleeping. They weren't. It became clear Lucius and Narcissa had been waiting a very long time for us, as we didn't even make it to the front steps before the door burst open, and Lucius came striding out with Draco's mother not far behind him. Where the hell have you been? Lucius spat, hurrying down the steps and leaving the front door standing wide open behind them. Draco tried to lead me past him quickly, but Lucius blocked our path easily. Even in the night lighting, I could see that Lucius was absolutely livid. Your mother and I have been waiting all day for you to come back. What were you thinking? It doesn't matter where we went, Draco interrupted coldly, his large hand warm against mine. Why would you care if we left? It's never mattered to you before. We were worried sick, Narcissa said in a thin voice, her arms crossed tightly in front of her because of the cold winter air. You can't just storm out like that. And why would you stay out for the entire day? Lucius snapped, towering over Draco. Where could you possibly? Can we go inside? Draco asked in annoyance. It's freezing, in case you haven't noticed. Lucius snapped, shoving Draco hard and seething. Is this a joke to you? If you think you can talk to me like that and get away with it, you're a disgrace. Stop. I interrupted angrily when he went to push Draco again, lunging forward and trying to put myself between them. I didn't get a chance to say another word because Lucius turned to me and whipped his arm upwards so quickly that I didn't have time to react. His palm struck against the side of my cheek in a slap that sent me reeling to the left. I was holding my burning cheek with my mind, spinning when I realized Draco had shoved Lucius to the ground and was doing everything he could to hit him hard. What the fuck is wrong with you? You hit her. I'm going to kill you. There was blood dotting the snow from Lucius's nose by the time I reacted, rushing forward to pull Draco off of him, without even realizing Narcissa was trying to do the same. I was panicking, shouting for Draco to stop, but his yells drowning out my own. I managed to half-drag him off of Lucius, my feet slipping in the snow as I tried to pull him away. Narcissa was helping Lucius to his feet as Draco struggled to stand, still shouting insults at his father and trying to wrestle himself from my grip. Draco, stop, stop. Let's just go. Let's get out of here. I was still trying to hold him back, the throbbing from the right side of my lip barely noticeable. Lucius was spitting terrible things to the both of us, as Narcissa kept him from rushing at Draco, and I wanted nothing more than to just leave this behind. Please, Draco. And then it was like he could finally hear me again, and Draco turned to me in his rage, grabbing my shoulders gently. His expression was livid as he breathed furiously. Okay, we're going. He wrapped his arms around me tight and twisted to the side without another word, Lucius's yells suddenly fading to nothing in the background. We disapparated almost as quickly as we had come, leaving his parents behind in the snow outside of the manor, but this time, neither of us planned on coming back for a long time. Chapter 43. Eve. Draco operated us to King's Cross Station. He didn't even give me a chance to speak as he bought tickets for the next train that would drop us as close to Hogwarts as possible. Using the few crumpled pounds he'd found in the bottom pocket of the jacket he'd let me borrow, we didn't have to wait too long, and we got onto the nearly empty train easily. It was just after midnight, so no one else was around. Draco seemed only a little calmer as he helped me to sit down, placing himself close to my left as the train lurched into motion. I'm fine, I insisted when he reached to look at the mark Lucius had left on my cheek. It doesn't even hurt, but I couldn't bat his hands away, and Draco carefully inspected the split lip, his mouth pressing into a thin line. His fingertips were warm against my cool cheeks, and he shook his head angrily. Just so you know, he said in a hard voice, he's dead to me. Don't say that, I told him softly, but it was clear he wasn't listening to me. Draco held my hand tight and apologized for what must have been the 1,000th time. The two of us completely alone in the empty compartment as he struggled to hold himself together. I ran my thumb over his bruised knuckles and said seriously, you don't have to apologize. You don't even have to say anything. He swallowed hard, telling me, but you've been through so much shit because of me. I have to apologize. It's not your fault, I said forcefully. When he opened his mouth to protest again, I rolled my eyes and said quietly, just shut up, okay? I tilted my head up and kissed him after a moment of silence. And when I pulled away, he leaned forward slightly, like he hadn't wanted me to stop. The moonlight shone through the murky and scratched glass of the train, illuminating his face in a soft glow. Draco's eyes were still swimming with guilt, and his gaze kept flicking down to the cut on my lip. But I didn't try to say anything. I just rested my head on his shoulder, and eventually he hung one arm around my shoulders loosely, the motion of the train silently rocking us against each other. I was asleep by the time we reached the station. Hogwarts wasn't too far from where we got off, but by the time we had walked all the way down the front gate, it was nearly dawn. I'd expected us to have to wait until later in the morning for someone to come down and let us back in, but an older wizard was stationed just inside the gateway. He had been sleeping, but I was still surprised to find that the security at Hogwarts had increased so much since last year. Of course, the man didn't want to let us in once we had woken him up. He tried asking us multiple questions about where we were coming from and why we decided to come back before Christmas vacation was over, and I could tell Draco was on the verge of losing it. Look, he seethed through the bars of the gate. We've been out all night, and we need to get back inside the castle. Go get Snape to let us in, but only if you're not worried about him firing you for keeping us out. The man ended up letting us in without having to get Snape. The corridors were silent and lit only by the glooming light of the rising sun, and Draco kept one arm looped around my shoulders as we walked down to the Slytherin common room. Do we need to tell Dumbledore we're back? I asked, keeping my voice low in the silence of the hallway as we reached the portrait. Draco spoke the password quickly. Thankfully, it hadn't changed since last Friday, and shook his head slightly, looking exhausted. No, he probably knows anyway. Besides, I don't really want to see him. You know, I knew. I followed him into the empty common room, tucking my hands into the pockets of Draco's jacket as he shut the door behind us. He led me to the couch, sitting close beside me and leaning back against the cushions with a heavy sigh. "Are you tired?" he asked sleepily, his right hand skimming my shoulder absent-mindedly as he looked at me through drowsy eyes. "Not really," I admitted. I knew he probably hadn't slept at all on the way here. "You should go to bed, though. You look exhausted." "No, I want to stay here with you," Draco replied immediately, and his mouth curved into a tired smirk when I gave him a look. "What? We can just hang out down here. I'm pretty sure all the Slytherins went home for break." He was probably right, but I didn't want him losing any more sleep than he had to. Draco had been looking exhausted nearly all the time lately, and I could barely remember what he looked like without dark circles under his eyes. I rolled my eyes a little and said, "Fine, but you have to sleep. Right now." It made him laugh out loud, and he grinned over at me for a long moment. The smile was still playing at his lips as he told me, "You're beautiful." My cheeks flushed, and I automatically looked away shyly because he'd never said anything like that to me before, and it was like my voice had died in my throat. My chest had grown warm, and my heart was pounding, and all I could hear in the silent common room was Draco's breathing and the quiet crackle of the fire. I finally brought myself to turn my head to the left again, my hands twisted nervously in my lap. He was looking at me, really looking at me, and my cheeks burned under his intense gaze. The glowing fire illuminated his face warmly, and I glanced up to see the way the soft light shone against his skin, his lips parted slightly, and his eyes gazing down at me intensely. I was filled with the desire to touch him, to lean my head forward and press my lips against his, because I was suddenly realizing just how much he meant to me, just how much I honestly and truly loved him. I leaned forward slightly and put one hand on his knee, making him inhale sharply as I tilted my head up to run my lips across his. He reacted instantly, like he'd been waiting for me to kiss him. Draco shifted towards me and put his right hand warm against my jawline and neck, his lips cool and soft against mine. I could feel the fire in the pit of my stomach igniting when he kissed me harder, his thumb rubbing slowly against the edge of my cheek. And then his left hand was on my thigh, but it was okay because I wanted him to, and I loved him so much that it hurt sometimes, because as his hand ran across my upper leg with only the thin layer of my pants between us, my chest burned with something I'd never felt before. His lips were like cool fire against mine as he kissed me hard, his hand tangling in my hair, and his chest just millimeters from mine. I was suddenly completely lost in him, lost in the feel, the touch, the idea of Draco Malfoy. So much so that my head was spinning and everything else was fading away because nothing else was important except for this boy with his lips soft against mine and his touch gentle on my skin. The common room was suddenly gone, and it was just him and me, almost like it had always been just the two of us alone together. He was pressed impossibly close against me, and I was reaching for the hem of his shirt because I needed to be even closer to him. His skin was hot under my fingertips, and I could feel his muscles contracting underneath the skin. And my heart was in my throat because I was suddenly the happiest I had ever felt. Draco pulled away for a second, and he looked down at me seriously. His voice was barely above a whisper as he asked, "Are you sure?" "Yeah," I said softly. When he still hesitated, looking at me nervously as though he wasn't sure if he should give in to himself, I repeated even more quietly, Yeah, he was grinning then, and all I could do was kiss him again, because there was no way for me to possibly put into words how much he meant to me, or how much I completely and unconditionally cared about him. He was the first person ever to make me feel this way, and it was like I had known him my entire life. It was like it had only ever been him, and it was like he'd always been the one. Suddenly, nothing else mattered except for him. Chapter 44. Draco. 3 months passed much too quickly. VE and I laid low, only working on the cabinet occasionally and trying to take as much time as we could with it, but we could only slack off for so long. I hadn't tried to say anything about it to Eve yet, but the cabinet was close to being finished. It was spring now, and the school year would be ending in just a few months. We couldn't put off the task for much longer. As much as it made me feel sick to my stomach, there was no way I could pretend that the cabinet was still broken. Eve and I met up in the room of requirement after classes on Friday because we'd been testing the cabinet lately by sending through objects to its twin at Borgin and Burke's. It had been Eve's idea because she nearly had a panic attack when I suggested that I go inside the cabinet and see if it worked myself. The apple hadn't worked, as it had come back with a giant chunk scooped out of the side. I'd pretended not to have noticed how pale Eve went when we'd seen it, and the white bird had been a disaster that Eve was still upset about. To put it lightly, I was incredibly grateful she was helping me with this. Otherwise, I probably would have tested out the cabinet on my own and ended up dead. "Where did you get it?" Eve asked carefully when I showed her the black feathered bird I'd hidden under my coat the whole way there. "Same place as the first one," I told her, holding the bird gently in my hands as we walked through the aisles of junk toward the cabinet. Near the astronomy tower, she was quiet for a minute, but when we reached the cabinet half covered by the tarp, she nervously voiced what she'd probably been worrying about all afternoon. "Are you sure it'll work this time? I don't want the bird to die again." "I'm positive," I said firmly, even though I wasn't. I turned to hand the bird over to her, and she automatically reached for it with careful fingers. "Here, hold it for me so I can get the tarp. It shouldn't peck you." "I'm not scared to hold a bird," Eve snapped indignantly, making me grin and hide a laugh with the back of my hand. Yeah, I know." I tugged the gray cover to the ground and kept my back to her, so she couldn't see that I was still trying not to laugh. Tossing the tarp to the side, I opened the door to the cabinet and left it slightly ajar. When I turned back around, Eve was standing awkwardly with the black bird clasped gently in her tiny hands, and she was looking down at it with so much concern that I felt like I had to ask her if she wanted to keep it. But she reluctantly held it out for me, and I took it from her slowly. Eve looked incredibly nervous as the bird left her hands, so I told her, "Don't worry, okay? I won't let the bird die." "Okay," Eve said after a moment, and I could feel her eyes on me as I placed the bird on the smooth wood flooring of the cabinet. I shut the door quickly so it couldn't try to fly back out, and then I stepped back to pull out my wand. I'd memorized the spell after having attempted it so many times, so we hadn't needed to bring the book with us again. I muttered the words quickly because I could practically feel the anxiousness radiating off of Eve behind me, and I broke off when I heard the tiny crack come from the inside of the cabinet, the quiet singing of the bird ending immediately. We waited in dead silence for a long minute. Then I repeated the spell until the crack came again. I didn't wait to listen for the sound of the bird. I just reached forward and pulled open the door quickly, with Eve leaning over my shoulder. The black bird fluttered over us both, its wings brushing my cheeks as it took off into the air of the room of requirement. We turned to watch it soar away from the cabinet, clearly uninjured from being transported to the cabinet's twin. Eve breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank God it's okay. I thought the same thing would have happened." And then she saw my expression, and her face fell as she realized what this meant. "Oh," she said quietly, her eyes looking towards the floor instead. My chest felt tight as I swallowed hard, shutting the door of the cabinet. All I could do was put one arm around her shoulders as we looked up at the cabinet in silence, knowing that this was it. The cabinet was fixed. I can wait to tell my parents," I began slowly, but Eve shook her head. "No," she interrupted in a small voice, her eyes nervously watching the cabinet. "The school year's almost over, and we've put it off for too long anyway. I guess we've just got to get it over with." All I could do was nod because it suddenly felt very stuffy in the warm air of the room of requirement, and it was becoming difficult to breathe. The reality of the task was starting to sink in because it was really going to happen, and probably very soon. "Let's get out of here," I said quickly, taking Eve's hand and turning away from the cabinet. She followed me back down the aisle without a word, probably because she was feeling just as claustrophobic as I was in the cramped space of the room. I needed to get away from the cabinet before I actually vomited, since just looking at it and thinking about what I was going to have to do was making me sick to my stomach. We exited the room of requirement hastily, the door sinking back into the concrete as we hurried away from it. Eve held my hand tight as we turned out of the hallway into another empty one. Most students were outside now that classes were over. My head felt much clearer as Eve led me to the side of the hallway, one hand on my shoulder, as we leaned against the wall and faced each other. Neither of us said anything for a long moment, me looking down and scuffing the concrete with the toe of my shoe, while Eve held my hand tightly. When she finally spoke, her voice was so soft that it made me look over at her. "It's going to be okay." "It is. We'll get through it together." "Yeah." I exhaled quietly as I looked down at her, because she really was trying to make herself believe it, too. So I tucked a strand of blonde hair behind her ear and kissed the top of her forehead, whispering against her skin, "I know. We always do." When I pulled away, Eve bit her lip and forced a smile that I'm sure she thought was convincing. "All right," she said, her voice coming out much stronger than it had before. "I'm going to go to the Great Hall for dinner, and you're going to go upstairs to all your parents. Then you can meet me after to eat. Okay?" "It's a plan," I agreed, forcing myself to grin. As I kissed her quickly, and she started to pull away from me, I said to her only half jokingly, "Don't sit near Zabini." Eve rolled her eyes as she started away from me. "Wasn't planning on it. See you in a bit." She started off down the hallway, and I watched her go, my back still pressed against the stone wall. The hallway was empty and silent except for her quiet footsteps as she walked towards the staircase, and all of a sudden there was a lump in my throat, and I wanted to cry. I put her through so much shit, and she was still here even after all of it. And now she was going to have to help me with the task. This stupid task that made my head spin just thinking about, because the idea of bringing Death Eaters into the castle and killing the headmaster was so terrible that I couldn't bring myself to think about it for too long. And then, like she could feel me watching her, Eve turned just before the corner of the staircase and waved to me. I returned it quickly, hoping she couldn't see the way my eyes were blurring up from this distance. Eve gave me a small smile and then turned away again, disappearing down the staircase. I wiped under my eyes quickly and told myself to pull it together. This wasn't the time to get emotional over some girl. But God, I loved her so much that it was hard to breathe sometimes. How she could stand to put up with me and all my shit I would never understand. I pushed myself away from the wall and turned to the left, starting towards the Ollery before I could run after her and apologize for everything. I was sure Eve was sick of me apologizing every chance I got. The Ollery was empty, as usual. I ripped a small piece of parchment off from the stack on the table in the corner, dipping the used quill into the ink pot. I scribbled just the words, "It's ready." I folded the parchment with slightly shaking fingers and headed over to the Black Barn Owl, hoping my parents wouldn't just ignore this. I hadn't owed them since Christmas, and I knew Lucius was probably still furious with me. Not that I wasn't still pissed at him, but as much as I hated it, the task was more important. I stood in front of the window and crossed my arms as the owl took off away from the castle, and I watched it fly off into the distance with the rolled-up piece of parchment secured to its leg. My stomach churned as the bird disappeared into a tiny black dot on the horizon, wondering what Lucius would respond with. He'd definitely be telling me when the Death Eaters would be ready to enter the castle, but I had no idea if it would be tomorrow or a week from now. No matter how much time it took, I'd probably never be ready. Chapter 45. Eve. Lucius wrote back to Draco that same night, telling him that the other Death Eaters would be entering the castle 2 nights from then. I'd like to say that I held myself together perfectly the morning before it was going to happen, but I would be lying. Draco and I were walking alone through the empty school grounds when I vomited up what little I'd eaten for breakfast. Draco held my hair back as I retched into the grass, my chest heaving and my lungs feeling as though they were about to be coughed up onto the ground. "It's okay," he told me quietly when I tried to apologize with my hands still resting on my knees, my skin pale, and a sheen of sweat covering my face. "Don't be embarrassed, Eve. It's just me." He helped me straighten back up, and I hastily wiped the back of my hand across my mouth, hating that he had to see me like this. But Draco didn't even seem to mind as he brushed the strands of hair away from my sticky forehead. And he looked me over carefully with his hands warm against my shoulders. My hands were shaking badly, and it was like my entire body was trembling, but Draco was pretending not to notice, for which I was very grateful. "Sorry," I repeated, swallowing hard, and not allowing him to interrupt again to say that I didn't need to be sorry. Yeah. He seemed to know exactly what I meant. Draco squeezed my shoulders and admitted, "It's all right. I didn't sleep at all last night. I was so nervous." Nervous probably didn't even begin to describe the way we were both feeling right now. My skin felt hot and cold all at once, and my chest was so tight that I could barely breathe. I hadn't slept much last night either. I tossed and turned for hours before finally giving up, rolling out of bed, and then pacing quietly on my side of the dormitory until the sun rose. All I could think about was what was going to happen tonight, but the worst part was that I didn't know what was going to happen. Draco had told me what the plan was, but with the Death Eaters coming into the castle, there was a good chance that people were going to get hurt, and that scared me more than anything. "Do you feel okay now?" Draco asked worriedly, still looking at me seriously like he thought I was going to be sick again. "Yeah," I replied quietly, my voice scratchy against my throat. I reached for his hand, and he grabbed it immediately like he needed the pressure of my palm against his just as much as I did. "Can we stay outside for a bit? I don't want to go back in yet." He nodded, and it was clear he knew exactly what I was thinking. Going back into the castle meant possibly seeing Dumbledore. and just the thought of being face to face with the headmaster, while knowing what we had to do tonight, was enough to make my stomach turn in on itself. So we stayed outside for the rest of the afternoon, but more people began to leave the castle when the sun came out, and we both just wanted to be alone. Draco and I went back into the castle and stayed inside the common room for a long time, sitting in the corner away from any other Slytherins. We waited as long as we possibly could, but eventually the sun started to sink towards the trees, and we knew it was time. There was still a group of fifth years sitting near the fireplace, so Draco and I stood without a word and exited the common room together. Nervous adrenaline was already burning underneath my skin as the portrait door shut behind us, my fingers pinching the lump of my wand inside my pants pocket. Draco held my hand tighter than he ever had before as we started for the stairs, the dull evening light leaking through the windows around us. It was late now, and most people were probably finishing up dinner, but we knew the Death Eaters would be coming through the cabinet any time now. "Doing okay?" Draco asked me, but his own voice shook and he refused to look me in the eye as we walked hurriedly through the hallways toward the astronomy tower. I licked my lips and turned my face to the left when a small group of girls emerged from the hallway on my right, but they were heading in the opposite direction, and their laughter quickly faded away. My voice came out much stronger than I felt as I lied. "Yeah, I'm all right." I was far from all right, but the last thing I wanted was for Draco to worry about me. Neither of us said anything more as we made our way to the astronomy tower. My head was spinning as I realized it was really happening. The night I'd been dreading for months now was finally here. I glanced at Draco out of the corner of my eye, but his expression was carefully blank, and his lips were pressed together so tightly that his jawline jutted out. Forcing my legs to keep walking, I squared my jaw and told myself to keep it together. Draco took out his wand the moment the entrance to the staircase appeared, and I automatically followed suit, my hand clutching the smooth wood so tightly that my palm hurt. The Death Eaters had to be inside the castle by now. It was nearly dark outside. The castle had been almost silent, but as soon as we were starting for the stairs, a number of hurried footsteps could be heard heading our way. Draco froze, and I grabbed his arm as a reflex, asking in a rushed voice, "Is that them?" "No, it can't be," he told me, his eyes wide as he watched the empty hallway for the approaching group of people. "It's too soon. He must have been tipped off. That has to be the order." I didn't have time to ask what the order was because Draco was pulling me away from the staircase and gripping my shoulders tightly. "The others will be here soon to back you up, okay? They're probably right behind them. I've got to go upstairs." "I know. I'll hold them off until they get here," I said quickly, starting to push Draco towards the stairs. My body was shaking from the adrenaline and fear of being separated from him. But this had been the plan anyway. I just had no idea who was going to be rounding that corner into this hallway. "Go. I've got it. I'll put up a barricade and then come up to you. But you've got to wait for me." He knew exactly what I meant. I wasn't going to let him be alone when we killed Dumbledore. I was going to be the one to do it if it came down to it. Draco didn't have time to protest. The footsteps were closer, and whoever it was would be entering the hallway any second now. His eyes were wide with fear, but he gave my hand one last squeeze as he turned for the stairs. The last thing he said to me was, "Stay safe, please." Then I could hear the footsteps and rushed voices behind me, and I turned away from Draco as he sprinted up the steps, my shoulders pushed back, and my wand held tight in my hand. Nothing could have prepared me to see Ginny and Neville running down the hallway towards me. They were with two other men that I didn't recognize, but my heart sunk into the soles of my shoes as I realized all 4 of them had their wands out. The fear was clouding my vision and making it difficult to focus my gaze on the approaching people, but I kept my face carefully blank as I stood in front of the staircase to the astronomy tower. Eve. It was Ginny, her face twisted in confusion as the 4 people began to slow when they got closer to me. My heart was pounding against the inside of my chest, but my voice sounded clear and strong as I said, "Don't come any closer." The look on Neville's face made my knees nearly buckle. "What are you doing?" "Eve, we need to get by." "Just let us past," the man to Neville's right interrupted in annoyance, starting towards me. "We don't have much time. Get out of our way." My wand was up before I could allow myself to back away from him. "Please don't. I can't let you go up there." Ginny's face paled, and she raised her wand slightly, as though she suddenly knew exactly what was going on. Then the man was starting towards me again, and I realized I didn't have a choice. I couldn't let anyone pass me. I slashed my wand upwards, and the jet of red light shot towards the man, catching him under his right arm just as he was beginning to lift his wand higher. He was blasted away from me, but I didn't have time to feel guilty. The second man had shouted some curse, and I was producing a shield charm before I could even think, the spell ricocheting away from me and exploding against the stone wall to our left. As Neville ducked to avoid the concrete shards, I could see out of the corner of my eye that Ginny and the second man were both firing separate spells straight for me. The force of the combined jets of light was difficult to block, and I stumbled backwards, nearly losing my footing as I attempted to send another curse in their direction. The orange ball of light vanished down the hallway as Ginny quickly stepped to the side, and the look of complete betrayal on her face was enough to make me freeze, my wand still hanging, suspended in the air. I had just lowered my wand half an inch when Neville's curse caught my shoulder, my feet leaving the ground as my body spun painfully to the right. I hit the floor hard, the left side of my forehead striking the stone, and my face only missing the sharp edge of the first stair by centimeters. I just managed to roll onto one shoulder when I saw that Neville and the second man were sprinting for the stairs, and the breath caught in my throat as I realized they were about to get past me up to Draco. "Impedimenta," I shouted, blindly praying that the curse would hit the second man and prevent him from reaching the stairs. But the red light missed the man completely and slammed into Neville instead, sending him flying away from the entrance to the astronomy tower. I didn't even have time to think. The man was trying to step over my body towards the staircase, but I grabbed his pant leg and tugged so hard that he fell forward. I was tangled in his legs as he struggled to kick me, the heel of his boot narrowly missing my jaw. He was just starting to get to his feet, and I was just starting to realize there was no way I could possibly hold all 4 of them back when a jet of red light slammed into the man standing over me, sending him tumbling away from the staircase. My head snapped to the left as I struggled to stand, seeing a group of Death Eaters dressed in black starting down the hallway towards us. I couldn't decide if I was relieved or terrified to see them, but my heart definitely jumped into my throat when Ginny just barely ducked in time to avoid the ball of flame Amicus Caro had sent. The hallway was now a crowded mass of confusion because the Death Eaters weren't alone. Other members of the Order must have come too, and spells were being fired so continuously that my head was spinning. Neville, Ginny, and the other man had now completely forgotten about me, turning away from the staircase to defend themselves from the Death Eaters. I scrambled to my feet in an instant and automatically started for the stairs, shielding my face from flying glass shards as a deflected curse hit a nearby window. I pressed myself against the wall halfway up the steps, hastily producing the large shield charm that would serve as a barrier across the entrance to the staircase. Draco had told me that it probably wouldn't hold for long, but anything would help right now. I never thought this many people would have shown up to defend Dumbledore, least of all Ginny and Neville, and my gut was still twisting inside me because of what had just happened. But I couldn't feel guilty over it now. The barrier was up, and I needed to get upstairs to Draco. My heart pounding painfully against my ribs, I turned away from the fighting in the hallway below and ran up the steps as quickly as I could. Draco, are you alone? I meant for my voice to come out strong and emotionless, but it still wavered slightly. My wand was pointing straight at Dumbledore as he slouched somewhat painfully against the railing near the edge of the astronomy tower, and I was doing everything I could to hide that fact that my entire body was shaking. I'd never been so terrified in my life. Yes, Draco, I'm quite alone, Dumbledore told me. But forgive me, I'm still a little fuzzy on the details as to how you managed to get Death Eaters into the castle. The vanishing cabinet in the room of requirement, I said shortly, tightening my grip on the wand. It's got a twin, at Borgin and Burke's. Fascinating, the headmaster replied, and he nodded as though this was very impressive. It was getting difficult to keep his image straight in front of me because my head was spinning so badly that I could barely see. I wanted nothing more than to get this over with, but my body was suddenly frozen, and I was close to panicking. Now that I was finally here, it was becoming more and more evident that there was no way I could actually do this. But tell me, it seems unlikely that you were able to do all this on your own, Dumbledore continued. I realize now that you were responsible for what happened to Katie Bell, but you must have had an accomplice. One person couldn't possibly have done all of that on their own. He didn't miss the way I automatically tensed up, and my expression probably betrayed exactly what I was thinking. I watched as his face relaxed in understanding, and his voice was soft as he said, "Of course, Evelyn's been helping you, hasn't she? Was it by Voldemort's orders or your own? The Dark Lord's, obviously. Do you really think I'd force her to?" I broke off, breathing heavily and trying to control myself. Dumbledore's tone wasn't patronizing, but the fact that he viewed me as someone who would drag Eve into this on purpose made me furious. There were suddenly muffled shouts and bangs coming from below, and I automatically froze and twisted to glance at the door. My heart was pounding in my throat and making it difficult to breathe. I had to get back downstairs. "Is she down there?" Dumbledore asked, helping to hold off the order from coming upstairs. "Yeah," I replied sharply, anger disguising my fear well. Tightening my grip on my wand, I pressed my lips together and tried to get my breathing back under control. I needed to just do it. I had to do it now. Dumbledore was watching me carefully, his feet sliding out slightly from under him as though something was weakening him by the second. His voice was quiet and strained as he said, "You aren't a killer, Draco." "How would you know?" I snapped angrily. "He gave this task to us. What makes you think? We've been alone for a while now. You could have killed me the second you got here." I was opening my mouth to retort when muffled thumps could be heard against the door farther inside the tower, and my stomach turned over. Eve was trying to get inside. I was supposed to have done it by now. "Why did you lock the door?" Dumbledore asked, easily reading my expression. "I thought Evelyn was supposed to assist you in killing me. I didn't want her to see," I confessed, and it was then that my voice wavered and betrayed how scared I was. "I used dark magic, so she wouldn't be able to unlock the door. I'm going to be the one to do it, not her." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, the far-off sounds of the fighting getting louder by the second, as though I needed to distract myself. I shakily forced out, "I've got to do this. You know that, right? I've got to kill you or he's going to kill Eve and my entire family. But you don't have to," he told me urgently, continuing before I could interrupt him. "We could hide you more extensively than you ever could have imagined. Voldemort wouldn't be surprised to hear that you and Evelyn died tonight. In fact, he probably expects it. We could hide your family, and he would never even look for you." I was shaking now, and I was sure Dumbledore could see how scared I was. My head was pounding, and I didn't even know what to think anymore. The idea of not killing the headmaster sounding like the best thing I'd heard in weeks. Dumbledore's voice was soft as he continued, "We could protect her, Draco. Voldemort would never be able to find her again." My wand had just lowered by a fraction of an inch when the door behind us was suddenly blasted open, and I whirled around to see Snape striding into the tower. Eve was right behind him, and my knees nearly turned to water at the sight of her. There was blood running down the side of her face from a cut on her forehead, a layer of dirt, and dust covering her clothes. There was a small group of Death Eaters entering the tower then, and Fenrir Greyback pushed past Eve so roughly that the anger flared up hot in my chest. Snape was pushing me out of the way, and I stumbled backwards, losing sight of Dumbledore as the Death Eaters gathered around him. Eve grabbed my arm to keep me from falling, and as Amicus jeered an insult at the headmaster, I asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" Eve nodded quickly, looking me over as though she needed to make sure I hadn't been hurt. Her grip was tight on my arm as I turned to see Dumbledore was saying something to Snape, and it took me a second to realize that he was pleading with him. Then Snape was raising his wand, and his voice was cold as he hissed, "Avada Kedavra." I watched in horror as Dumbledore's body tilted backwards over the railing, the light in his blue eyes fading as the life left him. Eve's sharp inhale of breath could be heard close behind me, but I was completely frozen as Dumbledore tumbled away from the tower, disappearing into the night air. Everything happened at once. The Death Eaters were already starting back for the door, and Snape was telling me we needed to leave immediately, roughly pushing us towards the exit. Eve's hand was clasped over her mouth to hide how terrified she was, but I gripped her free hand tight as I numbly led her towards the stairs after the rest of the Death Eaters. We hurried back down the steps, the entire world spinning around me. I felt like vomiting as we passed the destruction in the hallway below, the Death Eaters firing curses at any members of the Order still nearby. Eve cried out when she stumbled past Longbottom's stunned body, but none of the others seemed to hear her. I whispered to her that we had to keep moving, tugging her away from Longbottom when she started to turn to him. We were on the school grounds then, the blackness of the night pressing against us as we hurried towards the gates to disapparate. My skin turned cold when I looked to the left and saw Bellatrix sending Hagrid's hut alight with fire, pulling Eve close to me as we walked quickly across the grass. Eve stumbled suddenly and nearly fell when a spell raced past her head, and I caught her shoulders to keep her upright. I turned furiously to see that Potter was racing down the hill after us, his wand slashing upwards to send another curse at us. I blocked it easily, pushing Eve behind me as I lifted my own wand to send a spell his way. I could see the fury in Potter's eyes as he looked between the two of us, like he wanted nothing more than to curse us both for what had just happened. But Snape was pushing me out of the way before I could fire a spell at Potter, making me stumble backwards. "Get out of here, Malfoy. Leave." So I grabbed Eve and turned back for the gates, holding her close to me and practically running through the grass. I could hear Potter screaming at Snape behind me, and my chest twisted with the guilt for what had happened to Dumbledore, and for what I had almost done to him. But then we were beyond the gates, and I was spinning with Eve to disapparate, leaving the castle and the sounds of the fighting behind with a loud crack. Chapter 46. Draco. I expected the manor to be crowded with Death Eaters when Eve and I apparat just inside the front door, but the house was almost completely silent. The hallway was filled with our panicked breathing, and it took me a long moment to realize I was still holding on to Eve as though her life depended on it. Letting go of her shoulders with a shaky breath, I bent my head down to look her over again, because I was still so terrified that she'd gotten hurt. The only blood I could see was from the cut on her forehead, but I still asked hastily, "Are you hurt?" She shook her head, and her voice was breathless as she told me, "No, I'm fine." "Did Potter hit you?" "No," I replied quickly. My hands shook as I reached to hold Eve's face gently, trying to look closer at the cut without accidentally brushing it with my fingers. "Draco." I jumped and spun around at the sound of my mother's frantic voice, because any small noise right now was enough to make me jump out of my skin. She rushed towards us with her eyes watering, and there was nothing I could do as she threw her arms around me, pulling me close against her. Reluctantly putting my hands up around her, I let my mother hold me tightly as she whispered, "I'm so glad you're okay. Honey, so glad." I attempted to untangle myself as quickly as I could, pulling away and asking in a rushed voice, "Where's Lucius?" "I never saw him at the castle." "He's okay," she told me, forcing a smile through teary eyes. "I just got word that he's at Borgin and Burke's with the rest of the Death Eaters. They'll wait until everyone gets back before they leave." I nodded, and the tight knot in my chest loosened slightly even though I hated Lucius for everything he'd done. He was still my father. Narcissa looked between me and Eve, her eyes still glossed over, as though she was just barely holding back tears. "I heard what happened," she said softly, and my stomach turned over as I remembered Dumbledore's body tumbling away from the tower's edge. She put a warm hand on my shoulder, squeezing it tight and blinking back tears. Narcissa's voice dropped to a scarcely audible whisper, like she was worried the Dark Lord would overhear her. I'm so glad it wasn't either of you. To kill the headmaster." And in that cramped, tiny hallway, I watched my mother struggle to hold herself together. I felt the guilt start to push its way up into my chest, because I'd spent this entire year absolutely hating her along with Lucius for everything they were putting Eve and me through. But seeing her like this, looking between the two of us with blurry eyes and pressing her lips together to keep from crying, it was clear Narcissa hadn't wanted this to happen any more than we had. I was opening my mouth to say something to her, or maybe I was getting ready to wrap my arms around her, when there were several loud cracks from just outside the door. It sounded like Lucius had left Borgin and Burke's along with some other Death Eaters, and I didn't want to be around when they came inside. Eve must not have wanted to come face to face with Lucius right after everything that had happened either, because she grabbed my arm gently and asked in a careful voice, "Is it okay if we go upstairs?" When I glanced over at her quickly, I realized that the cut on her forehead was bleeding again, and she was trying to hold it with one hand, the blood running out from underneath her fingers. Suddenly angry with myself for not thinking about it sooner, I took Eve's arm and started away from the door, saying hastily to my mother, "We're going upstairs." But she began, flustered at the fact that we were already disappearing. She reached for me half-heartedly, missing my arm completely as we moved past her. "Your father will want to—" "Eve's bleeding." "Mum," I interrupted without turning around. "Eve and I nearly to the parlor. We can't right now." She didn't try to stop us again, and I could practically feel her watching us as we hurriedly left the hallway. I held Eve's hand tight as we started for the stairs, hearing the front door already opening and the muffled laughs of the arriving Death Eaters. I was sure Eve wanted to be nowhere near the other Death Eaters just as much as I did, especially because they would be celebrating Dumbledore's death, while it almost felt like we should be mourning him. "There should be some medical stuff in the bathroom," I told her as we reached the top of the stairs, feeling much calmer now that we were alone. "How do you feel?" "I told you I'm fine," Eve said, and I knew she was rolling her eyes behind me. I decided not to respond as I led her into the bathroom and flicked on the light, finally letting go of her hand, so I could search through the cabinet above the sink. I had to help Eve onto the high countertop, lifting her up gently so she could sit next to the sink. She sat quietly while I ran a small towel under the faucet, holding the bleeding cut, and watching me as I squeezed out the excess water. I realized that she was finally eye level with me now as I turned her face slightly, gently dabbing at the cut on the left side of her forehead. I'd only been doing it for half a second when Eve suddenly snorted quietly, and I glanced at her with a small grin already playing at my lips. "What? Does it tickle?" "No," she grinned. "You could have just used a healing spell. You know, there's this thing called a wand. I believe you have one." A laugh pushed its way up through my chest, escaping out into the air for the first time in weeks. Eve was smiling too, even though it had been her own joke, but it was almost like laughing about something stupid made this whole thing slightly less unbearable. I shook my head, still grinning as I continued to clean away the blood. "Yeah, maybe. This is more fun though, right?" "Not really," she teased. But she held still for me while I dabbed at her forehead as gently as I could, and the two of us were quiet for a long time. I reached for the bandages, and I glanced at Eve's expression out of the corner of my eye as I unpeeled them. Her lips had lost the smile from a few minutes ago, and her eyes were cast down at the floor below. I was filled with the desire to say something to her, anything, because I knew she was probably thinking about what had happened back at the castle, but I was too afraid to break the silence. Eve ended up being the first one to say something after a long time, and her voice was so scratchy and quiet that I had to strain to hear her. Ginny and Neville were there when they were trying to get up to the tower, busying myself with the bandages. I avoided her gaze as I remembered seeing Neville lying in the destroyed hallway when we'd left the tower. My tone of voice matched hers as I said quietly, "I don't think they got hurt, Eve." "I know they didn't," she said, wincing only a little as I placed one of the band-aids across the cut. "They were with two other men when you first went upstairs. I had to fight them, to keep them from getting past me, and then I knew exactly what she was upset about." Eve's eyes were glossed over as she choked out softly, "You should have seen the way they looked at me." I put down the second band-aid, finally pausing and looking her straight in the eye. My face was inches from hers as I rested both hands against the counter on either side of her, my jaw set tight. "Eve," I told her firmly, "you did what you had to, okay? Look at me. Don't worry about something like that." Her lip was trembling as she tried to keep herself from crying, and I knew she didn't want to break down in front of me. Eve avoided my gaze as she whispered, But you didn't see me. You didn't see what I did." I'm a terrible person. Draco, I really am. Listen to me. You are not a terrible person, I said fiercely, holding both sides of her face so she couldn't look away from me. You were helping me, remember? We had to do it. I'm not proud of what I did tonight either, but I didn't have a choice. Please don't be upset. You saw the way Harry looked at us, Eve told me, and the anger flared up hot in my chest as I remembered that he'd nearly stunned her when we were leaving the school grounds. He probably thinks I don't give a fuck what Potter thinks, I interrupted. And I meant it. He'll never understand what we've been through, or why we did what we did tonight. None of them will. Eve opened her mouth to say something more, but she abruptly closed it after a moment. She swallowed hard and cast her gaze to the floor again, her voice cracking slightly when she finally spoke. I can't stand the thought of them thinking I actually wanted to do it. You know, they shouldn't think that I wanted any of this. My heart was breaking inside me at the sound of her voice, because I could hear how absolutely devastated she was that Potter and the rest of them were judging her for what had happened tonight. I looked her straight in the eye and said easily, "One day they'll understand. One day you'll be able to tell them everything, and they'll see why we did what we did tonight. But for right now, you don't have to worry about what they think. All right." She bit her lip hard, unable to escape my fierce gaze. After a long moment, she nodded a little, wiping under her eyes and saying softly, "Right. You're right." I kissed her cheek and pulled her tight against my chest, my hand tangling in her hair as I held her against me. It was killing me to see her this upset, especially since it was my fault she'd had to do anything tonight in the first place. So when I pulled away, I forced a grin as I reached for the second band-aid again. Besides, Potter's a twat. Remember? Eve choked out a laugh, probably remembering how angry she'd been at Potter after what had happened in the bathroom because of the cursed necklace. She shook her head and pushed my shoulder slightly, a small smile still playing at her lips. "Don't make me laugh. This is serious. 104. It doesn't have to be," I told her, giving her a stupid half-grin that made her giggle again. "Hold still, would you? I'm trying to help you." Okay, Eve said with a tiny smile, rolling her eyes and tilting her head so I could get at the cut. We fell into an easy silence as I put the last bandage on, avoiding each other's eyes so we wouldn't start laughing again. I threw away the wrapping once it was done, and Eve slid down off the counter without needing my help. Remembering what she had told me earlier, I looked down at her and said, "By the way, I think it's incredible that you held off for people from coming upstairs. I don't think I could have done that." Eve was raising one eyebrow, but her cheeks were still a little flushed as she told me, "No way. And besides, I wouldn't have been able to do it for very long." But still, I insisted, even though Eve was starting for the doorway and clearly wasn't listening anymore. I followed her quickly, catching up to her in the hallway easily with my long strides. We headed for my bedroom, because the sounds of the Death Eaters downstairs could still be heard, and neither of us wanted to be around anyone else right now. "Are you tired?" I asked cautiously, once the door was shut behind us, but Eve shook her head, and I was slightly relieved. Sleep was the last thing I needed after everything that had happened tonight. So we sat on the floor, our backs pressed against the edge of my bed with our shoulders touching in the dark. We were quiet for a long time, hearing nothing but the muffled laughter downstairs floating up through the floorboards. When Eve spoke, her voice was hushed, like she was worried the other Death Eaters would hear us from all the way downstairs. What's going to happen now? I blinked because I honestly hadn't even thought about what would come after the task was over. I told her uncertainly, I have no idea. You know who will probably try to infiltrate the ministry now. Flint told me a few days ago that Fudge announced he was resigning. Eve didn't say anything for a moment, and I couldn't read her expression in this darkness. Finally, she asked quietly, "Do you think we can ever go back to Hogwarts?" I grasped her hand then, lacing my fingers between hers and holding it in my lap. I don't know. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry, she said. Her voice was careful as she slowly asked, is it okay if I stay here for the summer? With you? What? Of course, I replied immediately, surprised she would even ask. Yeah, I want to be with you. Even if my parents don't like it, you can still stay with me. Okay, Eve said quietly. Thank you. But only if you're sure. If it's too much trouble, I can. Eve, I interrupted. You're never too much trouble. I want you to stay with me. I wasn't sure if Eve realized it or not, but I was talking about much more than just this summer. She thanked me quietly again, and I looped one arm around her shoulders, pulling her close so her head could rest on my shoulder. Neither of us said anything else as the night grew even darker around us, sitting impossibly close together on the floor of my bedroom. I would never say it out loud, but I wanted to stay with Eve for much longer than one summer. Chapter 47. Eve. Nearly a week after Dumbledore's death, the Dark Lord successfully infiltrated the ministry. Scrimgeour was now Minister of Magic, replacing Cornelius Fudge, who had resigned after multiple threats from the Death Eaters and was now in extensive hiding. We found out from the Daily Prophet because someone had left the newspaper lying on the kitchen counter, and Scrimgeour's grinning face as he waved to a hidden crowd of paparazzi had been the first thing we'd seen. Draco and I leaned over the printed paper together to read the headline, both of us squinting in the fading afternoon light. We'd spent nearly the entire morning upstairs together and hadn't even come down for breakfast. So this was the first time we'd left Draco's bedroom in search of something decent to eat. Of course, we found something much more upsetting than stale cereal. I didn't think it would happen this soon, Draco admitted quietly without looking at me, gently flattening out the paper with his right hand. I thought he'd wait a little longer. I dunno, especially after Dumbledore's death. I nodded without saying anything, because I honestly didn't know what to say. The fact that the Dark Lord hadn't bothered to wait more than a week to infiltrate the ministry after killing Dumbledore really showed that things were changing quickly, and it looked like it was only going to get worse. Draco told me to sit down so he could make the coffee, and I didn't bother to protest since he seemed upset after seeing the newspaper. I lifted myself onto a counter stool and pulled the Prophet closer to me so I could read the article, watching Draco carefully out of the corner of my eye as he filled the pot with water. After reading the article for a quiet minute, I looked up and asked, "Do you think he's influencing the papers too?" "I'd be surprised if he wasn't," Draco said reluctantly, leaning beside the stove across from me as the water slowly began to steam. "Why? Does it sound like it?" I shrugged, tilting the newspaper up again and reading aloud. Rufus Scrimgeour expects to place a number of new laws and restrictions on the wizarding world in order to better our communities and societies themselves. It is widely believed and anticipated that this new minister will change our world and the non-wizarding world for the better. Draco scoffed and leaned forward slightly, reaching across the space between us to take the paper from me. He shook his head as he scanned the article, his eyes flicking back and forth across the paper. Quickly, How can they expect people to believe any of this? Everyone knows Scrimgeour's a Death Eater. It's not even a secret anymore. There's no way they'll buy this bullshit. I didn't say anything as Draco angrily crumpled the newspaper, knowing he was probably more upset than angry as he threw the printed paper into the bin. I rested my elbows on the edge of the marble countertop and watched Draco carefully from across the kitchen, my eyes following him as he removed the boiling water from the stove. While he was getting 2 mugs from the cabinet, I asked worriedly, This probably means the police have been infiltrated as well, right? His back was to me as he poured the coffee into the mugs, and he replied tiredly, Yeah, I heard Lucius talking to Yaxley a couple days ago, and I guess Dolohov is going to be appointed head of the Ors. My stomach sank, but I tried not to look upset as Draco crossed the kitchen and slid one of the mugs over to me. I wrapped my hands around it hastily, feeling the warmth from the hot ceramic seep into my bones. If the Ors were influenced by the Dark Lord, there was no way they'd be making arrests of people who had actually done something illegal. In fact, they would almost certainly be going after people who didn't support the Death Eaters. Apparently, they've already started arresting some of the older Aurors who were openly angry about what happened to Dumbledore. Draco continued after taking a seat next to me, and for a second, I thought he'd been reading my mind. I couldn't see his expression as I stared down into my cup nervously, but his tone was much more careful as he told me after a long moment, I know you're worried about your aunt. I played with the smooth handle of the cup as I asked with a tiny laugh, Is it that obvious? It's not a bad thing to be worried for someone you care about, Eve. I know, it's just I broke off, the worry suddenly pushing its way up into my chest and making it difficult to piece my sentence together. It's like now she doesn't even have a chance. You know, now that the ministry's fallen, the new Aurors and police will be after people like her. How is she supposed to hide when the people who should be helping her are trying to kill her? Draco opened his mouth to respond, and he was just starting to say something to me when someone entered the kitchen behind us, causing him to pause and twist in the seat to see who it was. I knew it was Lucius when Draco let out a quiet groan of annoyance, and I held my cup silently as his father came around the side of the counter. I'm sure you've heard the news, Lucius said easily as he made his way across the kitchen. And I felt sick as it became clear his tone was cheerful. Scrimgeour's finally in place. The ministry is in the hands of the Dark Lord. Draco's jaw visibly tightened as his father helped himself to the half-empty pot of coffee, and I gently brushed my knee against his, so he wouldn't lose it. Lucius had his back turned to us, so he couldn't see Draco's furious expression as he asked in a tight voice, Is Fudge really in hiding, or have we killed him as well? Lucius scoffed at this, and I could see his smirk as he turned back around to face us with a mug in his hand. No one cares about Fudge anymore. Draco. He was a fool. I kept my eyes cast down at the counter because the growing tension in the tiny kitchen was getting to be stifling, and I was too nervous to look up, hearing the quiet clink of spoon against ceramic as Lucius stirred the coffee. I listened as he continued casually, Has your mother told you about tonight? The other Death Eaters are coming here to celebrate our success with Scrimgeour. My stomach dipped at his words, but Draco automatically stood from his stool angrily. What? They're coming here to celebrate. Yes, that is what I said, Lucius drawled, sounding very bored. You've got to be kidding me. Don't use that tone with me. His father snapped coldly, and that was what made me finally look up again. Lucius had straightened up from the counter and was now standing only a few feet from Draco, glaring down at his son with a cool expression. What makes you think they'd be celebrating anywhere else? This is a good thing, Draco. The Dark Lord is extremely pleased that things are finally going his way. Draco shook his head furiously, and I knew he was getting more worked up by the second. I stood up hastily then, one hand clutching the handle of my mug, and the other reaching for Draco's arm. His voice was tightly controlled as he forced out, "We'll be leaving, then. We'll get out of the way of your celebration." Not this time. Lucius seethed before Draco could even try to turn me towards the doorway, stopping us as quickly as he could. "You two are staying tonight. The others will think that neither of you are happy about the ministry if... What makes you think we are?" Draco exploded, throwing his hands up at his father angrily. "It's not like either of us wanted. I hate to break this to you," Lucius interrupted coldly, "but it doesn't matter what either of you want." There was a sudden silence as Draco's mouth closed abruptly, his father's words hanging in the air and causing a chill to settle in my bones, because he was only reminding us of how badly things were spinning out of our control. Lucius drew himself up higher and said in a cool voice, "They will be arriving in just a few hours. Try to make yourselves presentable." He glanced over at the low-riding waistband of Draco's sweatpants and my oversized shirt that Draco had let me borrow, and I tried not to shrink away from his criticizing gaze. Draco didn't even attempt to argue again, as Lucius brushed past us without another word, disappearing from the kitchen and leaving us with nothing but a sticky silence. "It's okay," Draco told me after a long moment, his voice barely concealing the fact that he was still impossibly angry. "We can show up for the first 5 minutes and then go somewhere else." "Are you sure?" I asked carefully, taking Draco's empty cup from him and setting it gently on the counter, mostly because I was worried he wanted to throw it against the wall. "It wouldn't be so bad if we stayed longer, right? It might be a good idea to make them think we're, happy about Scrimgeour." Draco shook his head quickly, saying, "I don't want you around them tonight. Not when more than half the Death Eaters will be so drunk they can't even stand on their own." I decided not to protest again, since he still seemed on edge, and I knew better than to bother him. Besides, spending time alone with Draco sounded 1,000 times better than pretending to celebrate with the rest of the Death Eaters. So I allowed him to lead me out of the kitchen and down the hallway, heading back upstairs so we could change before anyone could get to the manor and see us in nothing but our pajamas. We ended up staying downstairs for much longer than 5 minutes. It was later at night now, and there was a large crowd of Death Eaters in the parlor, all standing around laughing and talking with each other. And in the kitchen, there were more bottles of fire whiskey than I had ever seen in my life. Draco stayed close to my side the entire time, usually making sure he was the one to answer any questions whenever someone would come over to us. Lucius was always somewhere nearby, so we hadn't gotten a chance to sneak away yet. I could tell Draco was getting more anxious by the minute as the other Death Eaters continued to drink around us. "I'd offer you a glass, but I don't fancy Lucius cursing me," Dolohov told us in a slightly slurred voice, winking at me and causing Draco's jaw to tighten. The half-empty glass of fire whiskey was held precariously in his loose hand, and a few drops sloshed to the floor below as he nearly dropped it. "Oops, pardon me. This probably isn't nearly as enjoyable for you two being sober." Draco rolled his eyes and glanced around the rest of the room, most likely seeking an excuse to step away from Dolohov. If things hadn't been so serious, I probably would have been laughing. It was strange for me to see all these Death Eaters drinking like this with each other, and the annoyed and slightly disgusted expression Draco had been wearing all evening was a little amusing. I was just opening my mouth to excuse us when Draco took my arm suddenly, turning to Dolohov and saying hastily, "Yes, sorry, you'll have to excuse us for a minute." We were starting away from him, hurriedly, when I realized Lucius was having a heated conversation with Amicus Caro, his back turned to us as he listened intently to the other man, Draco, and I slipped through the groups of Death Eaters towards the kitchen, sidestepping past Lucius as quickly as we could, and hoping he wouldn't notice us leaving. No one stopped us, and it became much easier to breathe once the kitchen door was shut behind me. The room was empty, occupied only by an array of empty glasses and a large stack of crates filled with fire whiskey bottles in the corner. The sounds of laughter were muffled now as Draco started for the door on the other side of the kitchen, glancing at me over his shoulder. He exhaled dramatically, saying, "Thank God that's over. Did you see the way Yaxley couldn't even stand on his own?" I giggled, trying to hide it with the back of my hand. "Please, let's just get out of here." I couldn't handle it anymore. "You and me both," Draco told me, rolling his eyes again. "We can go up to the roof. It'll be quiet up there." "Okay," I said shyly, surprised he hadn't thought we would just go up to his room like usual. I was following him to the second kitchen door when he stopped beside the stack of crates, reaching inside the open one on top and pulling out a bottle of fire whiskey. My jaw dropped as Draco tucked it under his coat, staring up at him in shock when he grinned cheekily at me over his shoulder, with a smile already pulling at the corners of my mouth. I spluttered, "What are you doing? You're insane." But Draco only laughed and took my hand in his, tugging me towards the door and saying, "Just follow me." So I did. I held his hand and allowed him to lead me up several flights of stairs to the top floor, the two of us laughing like stupid schoolchildren whenever Draco would twist his head to look at me. Being away from the Death Eaters downstairs was making us both feel a lot better than we had in weeks, because it felt good escaping away from any responsibilities we had, even if it was only for a little while. It felt like my heart was in my throat as Draco paused to open the nearest window, peering out over his shoulder to see the flat span of the rooftop. He helped me out the window after crawling over himself first, holding my arms as I jumped down from the windowsill shakily. The night air was dark, and I gripped Draco's arm tightly as the cool wind swirled around us. I refused to let go of him as he started away from the window, and I latched onto him fiercely and protested, "Don't go near the edge. There's no railing." "Relax, we don't have to," Draco laughed, stopping in the center of the flat rooftop and keeping a few feet back from the edge. "We'll just sit here." I nervously sat beside him, finally releasing my death grip on his arm once he was seated beside me. He pulled the bottle out from his jacket, and his tone was teasing as he said, "I didn't think you were afraid of heights." "I'm not scared of heights," I retorted. "I'm scared of falling off a 4-story building." Draco snorted as he twisted the cap off of the bottle, the resounding pop echoing strangely through the quiet night air. I could see his grin in the dark as he held it out for me, saying to me, "Ladies first." I rolled my eyes and took the bottle from him, tilting it up to my lips and feeling the burn of fire whiskey race over my tongue and slide down my throat. Handing it back to him, I swallowed hard and raised one eyebrow at his cheeky expression. I watched as he lifted up the bottle, the moonlight tracing his jawline as he drank for much longer than I had. I shook my head as he brought the bottle back down, trying not to giggle at the way his face screwed up from the burn. "I can't believe we're doing this. Lucius will throw me out if he sees." "No way," Draco said, handing it over to me again. "He never comes up here. Besides, He'd have to kill me before he could ever kick you out. I decided not to answer because it upset me how badly Draco got along with his father. So we were quiet for a minute, the silence of the night air pressing against our ears as we passed the bottle back and forth. When I glanced at Draco out of the corner of my eye, he was looking out past the edge of the roof at the treetops in front of us, his expression carefully blank. He told me in a quieter voice I used to come up here all the time, like when I was younger, and there was a meeting with the Dark Lord, or just when I needed to be alone. You know, yeah, I said in a soft voice. It's nice up here. It is. He nodded, tilting back the half-empty bottle again and taking another drink. He looked over at me then, and even in this darkness I could see how flushed his cheeks were from the alcohol. His voice was low as he told me in all seriousness, "You're perfect. You know that, right? You're perfect. You really are." I stared over at him, his gray eyes glinting against the moonlight, and felt the breath catch in my throat at the way he was looking at me, like I was the only person in the world to him. But the thing was, I would never come close to being as good a person as Draco Malfoy. After a second, I managed to let out a tiny laugh, shoving his shoulder and teasing, "You're more drunk than I thought. You'd better give me the bottle. I think you've had too much to drink." The seriousness was gone, and we were both laughing as he tried to hold the fire whiskey out of my reach, leaning away from me when I tried to grab it from him. "You can't even let me give you a compliment. I take it back." I was laughing so hard at his expression that my ribs hurt, and Draco tried to twist himself away from me to hide the bottle. He was laughing too much to hold on to it for long, and I finally managed to wrestle it from him. He pretended to be upset as I cheekily drank from the bottle, shaking his head in mock disappointment. "I can't believe this. I brought us up here to spend time with you, and you're drinking all the fire whiskey." I laughed again, because even he couldn't hide his grin, and I was opening my mouth to say something more to him when there was a loud bang from downstairs, followed by muffled laughter. I was suddenly reminded of why the Death Eaters were here in the first place, and the smile slipped away from my face almost as quickly as it had come. I set the bottle down in between us gently and turned my face towards the flooring of the roof, saying in a much quieter voice, "This doesn't feel right. The Ministry's fallen, and here we are celebrating." "We aren't celebrating," Draco said easily, his grin slightly lopsided as he lifted the bottle to his lips. "We're forgetting." I looked over at him, taking in the image of him as he leaned back on the heel of his left hand, his other hand tilting the nearly empty bottle farther up, and the smooth skin of his neck shining in the soft lighting. And I realized then why he'd brought me up here. It wasn't just to be alone with me. It was so we'd have a chance to escape even for a little while. Up here on the rooftop, just the two of us with a bottle of fire whiskey and the night air swirling around us, I felt more at peace than I had in a long time. He'd wanted to do this with me so that we could forget about everything, just for a little while, and damned if I wasn't falling even deeper in love with him for it. Eventually the bottle was empty, and we were laid on our backs, Draco's right arm tight around me, and my head resting on his chest. We looked up at the stars together in silence for a little while, the alcohol swimming in our veins and warming our skin. One day, Draco told me in a quiet voice, "We'll get away from all this. It'll be just you and me, no one else." He was looking up at the blackened sky embellished with specks of silver, his arm holding me impossibly close against him. The fire whiskey must have made it easier for him to say what he'd probably been thinking about for months now, and we were both nearly asleep. but I still heard every word as he mumbled softly, seconds before he fell asleep, "I swear, we can get through this. Someday it'll all be over. And then it can be just the two of us. I don't want anyone else. I can promise you that one day, when this is all over, we'll be all right. You and me were going to grow old together." I fell asleep under the stars, entangled with Draco Malfoy, and knowing I was finally somewhere I belonged. Chapter 48. Draco. Only a few weeks after what happened with the ministry, I woke up late in the morning without Eve beside me. I laid on my back for a few minutes, wondering why she hadn't stayed in bed with me until I woke up like usual. We always spent the night together despite my parents having set up a guest room for her. But this was the first morning I'd woken up alone. The sheets were still crumpled beside me, so I knew she must have gotten out of bed and left the room not too long ago. Having an uneasy feeling twisting in my stomach, I rolled out of bed and got to my feet quickly. Maybe she'd heard one of my parents downstairs and had hurried back to her room, worried they would catch us sleeping together. I tugged a white tank top over my head before hastily leaving my room, entering the coolness of the hallway, and already starting for the guest room. But the door was open slightly, and when I peeked inside, the bed was still made. Trying to ignore the bad feeling that was intensifying by the second, I made my way back out into the hall and started for the stairs. I was halfway down the staircase when I could suddenly hear muffled talking coming from the parlor below. Annoyance pushed its way through my chest when I realized Lucius was probably giving Eve a hard time. Why couldn't he just leave us alone for once? But when I entered the parlor, it was someone considerably worse than Lucius. Eve had her back to me as she faced Blaise Zabini, so I couldn't see her expression as he spoke to her. The anger flared up hot as I realized she was dressed in nothing but a tank top and shorts while he was wearing a formal black suit. And he wasn't even bothering to hide the fact that he was glancing down at her legs every once in a while. I was already starting forward when Zabini's eyes flicked past Eve over to me, and his lips curved up into a smirk when he saw my livid expression. "What the hell are you doing here?" I spat, causing Eve to turn my way when I came up beside her. I was so furious with Zabini that I couldn't break my glare with him, nearly stepping in front of Eve as I tried to put myself between them. "Who let you in?" "Your mother," he replied smoothly, his right hand casually slipping into his suit pant pocket. She was pleased to see my mother, and actually, they're in the dining room now. I glared fiercely at him, because it had been ages since his mother had come to the manor, and knowing him, there was probably no reason for him to have come along as well. But Zabini was grinning and nodding his head at Eve beside me, continuing, "I ran into Hawkins on my way inside. We were having a nice chat before you came down here all angry and ruined it." Glancing over at Eve, I saw her expression was carefully blank to hide what she was really feeling, giving me a tiny smile to let me know she was okay. I desperately wanted to know what Zabini had been saying to her, because it most likely hadn't been anything good. Turning to face Zabini again, I told him in a tight voice, "Well, you need to leave." "Now." "Can't. My mom's talking about something very serious in there." He grinned, clearly amused at the way I was reacting to him being here. "She's discussing what's going to be happening at Hogwarts this year." I felt Eve stiffen behind me at the mention of the impending school year, but I didn't want her to ask Zabini about it. He'd probably lie and say something just to freak her out. "That's nice," I told him, coldly. "Go wait outside." Then, "But I have news." "Don't you want to hear it?" Zabini smirked, looking over at Eve instead of me. "Mum, tells me you two haven't left the house since the night Dumbledore died. You've probably got no clue of what's going to be happening at Hogwarts next year. Before I could snap at him, Eve was asking breathlessly, "What have you heard? Will McGonagall take over in Dumbledore's place?" "Of course not," he scoffed, and I tried not to lose it at the way he was looking down at her. "Did you honestly think they'd let that old lady run the school?" "No. Snape's going to be appointed headmaster." Eve's lips parted slightly in shock, and I just barely kept myself from doing the same. Zabini continued easily, a small grin playing at his lips as he told us, "And the Carrows will become professors there as well. Dark Lord's orders." My stomach turned over, since the idea of Death Eaters having so much influence at school made it clear that things were changing quickly and drastically. Eve's voice was tiny as she asked, but surely no students will go to Hogwarts this year, right? Once they hear that, they're going to keep it quiet for now. Obviously, Zabini interrupted in annoyance. "The kids won't know about it until they get there this September." "What? Did you honestly think they'd tell everyone beforehand?" "Don't talk to her like that," I snapped fiercely, the anger boiling over and spilling past my lips. "Not unless you want me to kick your ass." Zabini laughed out loud, casually leaning one shoulder against the wall next to him as he turned his cool gaze to me. "I wouldn't be so rude, Malfoy," he said evenly, nodding towards the closed dining room door on the other side of the parlor. "Your mother might overhear." I started for him, but Eve grabbed my arm to stop me, forcing me to turn and look down at her. In a quiet voice, she told me, "It isn't worth it." He was watching us as I eventually turned and took a step back, his eyes glinting with amusement when I swallowed back the anger and didn't try to hit him. Before Zabini could try to say anything more, I snapped hotly, "I think you should leave. The door's that way." But Zabini didn't even shift from his position against the wall, remaining leaned up against the smooth plaster, as though this was his own home and we were the ones intruding. He fixed his gaze on Eve again, smirking easily. "But there's still something I wanted to tell you." "No one cares what you have to say," I spat angrily. It was like Zabini's presence was enough to send me over the edge, and I felt as though I was seconds away from losing my mind. "I'm sure your mother won't give a shit if you leave early. Get out." Eve was watching him warily, and I knew she wanted to know what else he had to tell us. I was livid now, and when Zabini still didn't move, I hissed, "Fine. Spit it out, would you?" His grin grew broader when he saw how he was affecting me, because anyone could see how just being around him was making me irrationally angry and on edge. But I couldn't help it, and I certainly couldn't bring myself to think about all the shit he'd done during our 5th year. I'd end up breaking his nose for the 2nd time. "Don't rush me," Zabini drawled, and I rolled my eyes. He was doing this on purpose to make me angry, and it was working. All I wanted was to have a nice chat. "You're such a prick, Malfoy." "Shut up," Eve snapped before I could say anything, her tone turning cold for the first time all morning. "Tell us what you have to say, and then get out. No one wants you here." Zabini raised an eyebrow, clearly amused by Eve's reaction. He stared down at her with cold, gray eyes, asking her with a large smirk, "Heard from your aunt lately, Hawkins?" When Eve's face fell and her eyes widened, I couldn't hold myself back any longer. I started forward furiously, grabbing Zabini's shoulder hard and shoving him. Through gritted teeth, I hissed, "Get out." "I swear to God, Zabini, if you don't leave this second..." But he cut me off, craning his neck, so he could look at Eve past my shoulder. guess you haven't. Then, I hear she was sighted a few days ago. Looks like she's back in town. Mum says a few of the Death Eaters are trying to figure out what to do with her. You're lying, Eve whispered behind me as I tried to shove Zabini towards the door, her voice barely detectable. You're making that up. You wish I was. He grinned, one hand locked on the doorframe to keep me from pushing him out of the parlor completely. Weird that she hasn't paid you a visit, don't you think? Zabini, I'm going to fucking kill you. I spat furiously, seconds away from throwing him to the ground. Get out of my house before... All right, I'm leaving. He was still grinning as he pushed himself away from me, not breaking his gaze with Eve as he nodded to her. See you next year, Hawkins. He finally broke eyesight with Eve as he turned to me one last time, a smirk revealing itself again when he glanced down at the exposed waistband of my boxers. I'd been so angry that I hadn't thought to fix the loose sweatpants as soon as I saw someone else was here. Zabini looked back up at me and grinned. Nice outfit, mate. Have a nice life. I watched him disappear into the darkness of the hallway, but only when I heard the front door slam shut did I finally exhale furiously and turn to face Eve. She wasn't crying like I'd thought she might be, but her eyes were glassy as she crossed her arms tightly in front of herself. I started for her immediately, saying in a barely controlled voice, "You know he was making all that shit up, right? He just wanted to make you upset." I know, Eve said slowly, but the hesitation in her voice made me worry that she believed every word Zabini had said. Eve, there's no way your aunt would come back here, I told her firmly, the hate for Zabini rising up in my chest and making my mouth turn bitter. He was just trying to be a dick. Don't listen to him. She looked up at me, her eyes revealing just how badly she was worrying about her aunt. I was sure a day didn't go by where Eve didn't worry about her. But she forced a tiny smile instead, saying softly, "You're right. Thanks for getting rid of him." I shook my head angrily, remembering the way he'd looked at her. "Yeah, well, it's a shame you won't let me kill him." Eve choked out a laugh, but she didn't know that I was being serious. She was starting to say something to me when the dining room door suddenly opened behind us, and I turned to see Victoria Zabini striding into the parlor, followed closely by my mother. Her lips were pursed as her critical gaze fell on the both of us, but she had no trouble forcing a smile as she made her way over to us. Her tone was light as she said, "Good to see you again, Draco. And you are?" She looked down at Eve, one eyebrow raised, reminding me exactly of her son just a few minutes ago. Eve stuck out a hand politely, surprising me by saying in an even voice, "Evelyn Hawkins. Pleased to meet you." I blinked as she firmly shook Victoria's hand, one corner of my mouth turning up slightly at how collected she seemed in the presence of an older Death Eater, especially one who was notorious for being a Black Widow. I hadn't been expecting her to act like this, certainly not after what had just happened with Zabini. I'd known Eve for nearly 2 years now, and she still managed to surprise me. "You're the Hawkins girl, are you?" Victoria replied in amusement, and I briefly wondered what Zabini had said to her about Eve. But she decided not to say anything more about it, turning to my mother and telling her with a smile, "I've got to be going, then. Blaze must be waiting outside." She nodded once to me and Eve before turning for the exit, leaving the parlor with footsteps so soft against the carpet that they were barely noticeable. My mother turned to us almost as soon as Victoria Zabini had disappeared out the front door, and it was only then that I noticed how unusually pale she looked. "Draco," she said in a thin voice, sounding quiet and rushed as though she thought someone was still within earshot. "Your father, and I need to speak with you." My stomach dropped because that was never good. And this morning was getting worse and worse by the second. Reluctantly, I took Eve's arm and said tiredly, "All right, we're coming." "Draco," Narcissa interrupted carefully, "we need to speak with you alone." I stopped, staring over at her, and wondering why they couldn't just say whatever they needed to in front of Eve as well. But before I could say this to her, Eve gently removed her arm from my grip and said quietly, "It's okay. I'll wait in the kitchen." She gave me a small smile when I turned to her uncertainly, not wanting to be apart from her so soon, mostly because of how upset she'd seemed after what Zabini had said about her aunt. But Eve let go of my hand and nodded to me after a moment, giving my mother a tiny smile as well before turning away. I watched her disappear down the hallway towards the kitchen, my stomach churning again with the same nerves I had felt when I'd woken up alone this morning, but I was too worn out from fighting with Zabini to try and make Eve stay with me. My mother was already urging me towards the dining room, so I had no choice but to follow her out of the parlor. Whatever they had to talk to me about, it probably wasn't going to be good either way. Lucius was still seated at the dining room table even after Zabini's mother had left, and when I passed through the doorway to see him running a tired hand over his eyes, I saw for the first time how run down he'd become. But his exhausted expression quickly disappeared when he looked up to see me, and he motioned for me to sit next to him at the table. I sat after a moment, the nerves only intensifying when my mother took a seat across from us. Something was definitely up. This was the longest encounter we'd had without me and Lucius automatically snapping at each other. "I'm sure you know that Mrs. Zabini was just here," Lucius told me, his voice quiet even though the entire house was silent. "She told us about what will be happening this fall. At Hogwarts." I felt sick as I remembered what Zabini had said, knowing that things were going to be very different at school this year. I managed to keep the raw anger out of my voice as I said, "Yeah, Blaise told me about Snape and the Carrows." My parents exchanged a glance, and I tried to brace myself for what they brought me in here for. Lucius cleared his throat, and he told me, "She told us that the Dark Lord wishes for you to stay here instead of going back to Hogwarts." After a second, I let out the breath I'd been holding. That wasn't nearly as bad as I'd been expecting. I'd known that going back to Hogwarts after what happened the night Dumbledore died would have been impossible anyway, but Lucius wasn't finished, and he continued quietly. He wishes for Evelyn to return to school this fall. I felt the breath catch in my throat. The dining room walls were suddenly closing in on me as I opened and closed my mouth for a second, desperately trying to get anything out. But my voice had died in my throat, and I could feel my mother's guilt-ridden look burning into the side of my head. "He thinks it would be best for the Carrows to have a Death Eater among the students next year," Lucius told me, continuing as though he needed to fill the silence. "The Dark Lord has no other use for her. She can't," I choked out softly, my voice straining to be heard. "She can't go back without me." Lucius leaned forward slightly and repeated, "He has no other use for her. Do you understand?" The room spun around me, and I couldn't even open my mouth to respond because I didn't want to understand. But Lucius mistook my silence for ignorance, and he told me after a moment, "If Evelyn doesn't go to Hogwarts this year, if she stays here with you, the Dark Lord will almost certainly kill her." Chapter 49. Eve. Draco looked extremely pale and shaky when he finally got back from speaking with his parents, and he seemed as though he was seconds away from pitching to the floor. I was pouring out coffee into 2 separate mugs when he entered the kitchen alone, nearly a half hour after he'd left the parlor with his mother. Turning to face him as I set the half-empty pot back on the stove, I gave a small smile and asked a bit teasingly, "How'd it go? Was it about the fire whiskey?" But Draco wasn't meeting my gaze or returning my grin, so the smile quickly faded from my lips. I turned away from the stove as he quietly shut the kitchen door behind him, my voice much more serious as I asked, "What's wrong?" He unsteadily moved farther into the kitchen, stopping on the other side of the counter, so the wide span of marble separated us. I watched him carefully as he rubbed his face tiredly, his gaze fixed on the 2 cups of coffee instead of up at me. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded raspy and raw, like he hadn't used it in days. It's not good, Eve." I swallowed hard, as I tried not to assume the worst, my mind spinning with anything his parents could have just told him. Draco looked like his legs were barely keeping him upright, so I told him in a soft voice, "Please sit down." It took him a second to finally pull out the stool on his side of the counter, eventually taking a seat and resting his elbows on the countertop to keep himself from falling off. Draco was staring down at the 2 steaming mugs without saying anything, so I said nervously, "Just tell me what's wrong." "Draco, you're scaring me." This made his eyes finally flick upwards to meet mine, his gray eyes mixed with specks of gold, now suddenly dulled in vibrancy. He reached around the mugs, and I automatically took his hand in mine, leaning against the counter, so I could be closer to him. "Sorry," Draco said quietly, "I don't mean to scare you. It's about what's going to happen in the fall. The Dark Lord, he doesn't want me to go back to Hogwarts." I blinked, wondering why something like that was such a bad thing. After all, we'd been thinking that going back to Hogwarts wouldn't have been possible anyway. I began carefully, "But that's okay, right? We can just stay here instead." Draco visibly winced at the last sentence, and my mouth abruptly closed. That could mean no. He wants you to go without me," Draco told me after a second, his words sounding uneven and broken. When I still stared at him blankly, he continued softly, "He wants you to go back to Hogwarts." I wanted to automatically tell him that it was okay, that I would be okay being alone at Hogwarts, but the lies tangled up in my throat before they could make it past my lips. The idea of going back to Hogwarts alone, especially after what I had done the night Dumbledore died, made my knees feel weak, and I slouched against the counter to keep from falling over. After a long moment of silence, I was finally able to choke out, Why does he want me to go back?" Draco's eyes flicked back down to the counter, like he couldn't bring himself to look me in the eye. I couldn't see his expression as he answered slowly, "I don't know. I guess they want to have a Death Eater that's a student." My stomach lurked then, remembering that Snape was going to be headmaster, and the Carrows would both be professors next year. It was obvious that Hogwarts was going to be much, much different from what it had been right before we'd left. "Why do you have to stay here?" I asked in a tiny voice, but what I really meant was, "Why do I have to go back there without you?" "He needs me to stay at the manor to help," he told me quietly, still looking down at the counter more often than he was looking at me. Carefully, he continued, "I don't know for what, but it can't be good." When I didn't say anything right away, Draco forced out, "You'll probably be safer at Hogwarts than you would be here. And maybe it's better for you to get out of here." I was so busy trying to hold myself together that I didn't notice his voice had turned bitter from lying, or that there was something more he wasn't telling me. I couldn't bring myself to say anything around the giant, not that had formed in my throat. I wanted to tell him that no, nothing could be worse than being apart from him. I'd gladly go through hell here at the manor with him instead of returning to Hogwarts alone. Draco's grip on my hand was tight as he watched me try to keep myself together, but I couldn't bring myself to look up and see his expression. I knew he probably looked incredibly guilty, as though he really thought this was his fault. Like he'd been reading my mind, Draco said in a voice scarcely above a whisper, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." "It isn't your fault," I interrupted softly, but my voice wavered, and I worried he didn't believe me. "It really isn't." "I know, but..." He broke off, his mouth opening and closing for a second, as though he was searching for the right words. After a moment, he managed to continue in a low voice. "Things are getting bad, Eve. It's only going to get worse. And I wish I could change it." I forced myself to look up at him again, and his eyes were so misty with guilt that his irises were clouded. He didn't blink as he continued to talk to me seriously, his voice deep with sincerity. "I'm going to try and fix this, okay? I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure we don't get separated. I can..." "Draco," I said gently, "I'll be okay. Please don't do anything that'll get you into trouble. If that's what you know who wants, then I'll just go back to Hogwarts. I'll be all right. But I don't want you there alone," Draco told me, his voice nearly pleading now. "Not with the Carrows as professors and Snape in charge of everything. And especially not with Zabini. Eve, I won't be there to watch out for you." I wanted to lie to him again and tell him that I would be okay, but the words suddenly wouldn't come. Draco hadn't said it, but we both knew that everyone at school would have to know by now that I was a Death Eater. No one would dare to even come near me if I went back, not after what had happened the night Dumbledore died. I would be an outsider. I couldn't even bring myself to think about what Ginny would do the next time she saw me, not to mention Neville or Harry. Draco held my hand tight then and whispered, "How am I supposed to protect you?" His voice sounded so broken, and I could see how upset he was that this was beyond his control. I reached over the fading steam from the coffee and grasped his left shoulder, gently pulling him towards me and kissing him softly. When I pulled back after a moment, he was leaned forward a little as though he hadn't wanted me to stop. Seeing how glassy his eyes looked, I told him in a quiet voice, "You don't have to worry about me, okay? I'll stay out of the Carrows' way. And trust me, I'll ignore Zabini. But what if..." "Don't worry about me," I repeated gently, forcing a tiny smile that I was sure didn't reach my eyes. "I don't want to be without you, but we don't have a choice." The word choice hung in the silence between us because it had been such a long time since either of us had had one. Draco swallowed hard and looked into my eyes, his own brimming with tears that he was trying so hard to hold back. With one hand holding my cheek, he choked out, "I just want you to be safe. I can't stand the thought of being away from you for that long." My chest twisted as I realized how much it would hurt to be without him for months on end. But I forced myself not to let it show. If Draco knew I was more upset than he was, he'd feel even worse. I squeezed his hand tight and told him, "But I can come back here for the holidays. And it's only for one more school year, then we won't have to worry about being separated again. Right?" Either of us knew what things would be like at the end of my 7th year, but Draco nodded anyway. His voice was thick as he said, "Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I hate this." "Me too," I admitted quietly. We stared at each other for a moment in silence. the two mugs between us slowly growing cold with time. I shook my head as I tried to picture myself boarding the train without Draco beside me, breathing softly. "What am I going to do without you?" Draco pulled his bottom lip in between his teeth and shook his head, telling me in a nearly silent voice that he was going to be lost without me. It was then that I couldn't stand it anymore and came around the edge of the counter, collapsing against his chest just as he stood from the stool. He wrapped his arms around me tightly and pulled me flush against him, his hands tangled in my hair and my lips pressed against his neck. I closed my eyes and pushed the terrifying images of returning to a changed Hogwarts without Draco, desperately trying not to think about what things would be like when I went back. The 1st of September wasn't for about another month, but it was suddenly looming much closer than it had been yesterday. I told Draco that I would be okay, but in reality, anything could happen when Snape was headmaster and the Carrows were professors. It didn't take a genius to know that Hogwarts would be hell with Death Eaters running it. Later that night, when it was a little after midnight and Draco's parents were asleep, I snuck out of the guest bedroom and quietly hurried down the hallway towards Draco's room. He was lying on his back staring at the ceiling when I opened the door, but he automatically looked over at me standing in the doorway. Without a word, he rolled onto his side and lifted up the sheet towards me, his eyes shining in the semi-darkness of his bedroom. I slipped through the doorway and tiptoed around sneakers and dirty t-shirts, neither of us saying anything as I quietly lay down beside him. Draco let the sheet fall over me, and his warm palms skimmed my shoulder, making goosebumps appear. He craned his neck forward and kissed my forehead, his lips cool and soft against my skin. I didn't want to break the silence by telling him that I loved him. He knew how much I loved him anyway. I rolled onto my other side, and Draco moved with me, pulling my back tight against his chest with his right arm draped over me. I held his right hand with both of my own against the mattress, feeling his breath tickling down across the back of my neck and my collarbones. He kissed the smooth spot just below my ear, whispering almost silently, "We'll get through this. We always do." The moonlight washed over the both of us, and we lay there together in silence for the rest of the night. We still hadn't moved even when the pale sunlight began to leak through the windows, or when the soft sound of mourning doves began to melt through the glass. Neither of us managed to fall asleep, but neither of us attempted to break the silence again. We had realized that nights like this, nights where we were together under the same roof, were suddenly very numbered. Chapter 50. Draco. The days slipped away from us faster than I could have imagined. Mornings melted into nights, and the days melted into weeks. The 1st of September lurked closer, and Lucius still refused to allow Eve to stay at the manor instead of going back to Hogwarts. I practically begged him to at least let me go in her place, but he wouldn't even consider asking the Dark Lord about it. To put it lightly, I was now constantly on edge and unnecessarily angry most of the time, though I couldn't imagine how Eve was feeling. We spent the days mostly just trying to get out of the house, taking the train down to Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley in order to waste the day away alone together. We'd been lucky enough not to have run into anyone from school while we were out, although just a few days ago, we'd had to duck into the nearest alleyway just to avoid being seen by Seamus Finnegan. Just a week and a half before September 1st, Eve and I took the train to Diagon Alley in the morning. The weather was warm, but there was still a morning mist settling close to the ground when we got off at the station. We kept our heads down as we made our way to the shops, hoping no one would spot either of us among the thin crowds at the train station, but we were less worried once we got to the busier parts of town. I took Eve's hand in my own as we entered Diagon Alley, much more at ease as we blended in among the crowds of people. Eve had put me in a good mood this morning, so I was feeling less upset and angry than I usually did. We were talking easily with each other, sometimes teasing and joking around, something that didn't happen too often anymore. I'd been laughing at the snide remark she'd made about an older wizard dozing just outside the cauldron shop when tomes and scrolls came into view on the left. "Oh, look, it's where you and I first met," Eve said, pointing to the window of the bookshop with a grin playing at her lips. Teasingly, she looked up at me and continued, "How romantic, right?" I couldn't bite back the grin, as I remembered what had happened that day, nearly 2 years ago now, especially how cruel I had acted towards her after I'd bumped into her from behind. Guiltily, I bit my lip and told her, "Yes, sorry about that. If only I knew what I was missing out on." She must have known exactly what I was thinking by my cheeky expression, and she shoved my shoulder with her mouth parted slightly in shock. But she couldn't hide the fact that she was still smiling, so I didn't regret it. "You're disgusting," she snapped playfully, trying to pretend she was annoyed as we passed by the shop. "I hate you." "Nah, you love me." I grinned smoothly, my left arm looping around her shoulders and pulling her closer to me as crowds of people bumped past us on all sides. Eve scrunched her nose up at me and stuck out her tongue, but the laughter still escaped from her lips despite her attempt to smother it. "Anyway, let's get something to eat." "Yeah, I might keel over if I don't eat soon." I pretended to look faint just to make her smile again. And she teased, "You're full of it. There's a pub over there. Think you can make it?" "Maybe." I smirked, making Eve roll her eyes with a grin. We made our way through the bustling people to the other side of the crowded street, finally making it to the pub in one piece. I recognized it vaguely as I opened the door to let Eve go inside first. Remembering that we'd been here a couple months ago, it must have been the time we'd left the manor just to get away from Lucius. Eve told me she would find a table if I got the food, so we separated at the doorway while I went to the counter. I paid with the crumpled pounds found at the bottom of my jean pocket, taking the plate of scrambled eggs and bacon towards the back where Eve had found an empty table. We ate in a secluded corner, out of view from most of the people in the pub, since I was worried someone would recognize me from the papers. No one bothered us as we shared the food and talked quietly, staying at the table for a while even. After we'd finished, people came and went, but we sat towards the back of the pub for a long time, just talking about nothing, almost like we were trying to pretend that everything was normal. It was almost easier to talk about nothing serious and even joke around a little because talking about anything else would have been too much. Just thinking about what would be happening a week from now would have been enough to extinguish my good mood and make me unnecessarily angry. We had thrown away the garbage and were standing from the table, getting ready to finally leave, when the pub's door slammed shut, and Eve looked past my shoulder to see who it was. I was pushing in my chair when I glanced up to see that her face had gone white, her lips parting slightly in shock as she saw who it was. I twisted around quickly, automatically seeing the woman who had entered the pub. She was standing at the counter ordering something, but I could see just from half her face that her blue, almond-shaped eyes were nearly identical to Eve's. She had to be Eve's aunt. I had barely even turned back around when I realized Eve was already starting for her, brushing past me with her mouth opening to call out to her. Without even thinking, I grabbed Eve's arm to stop her, pulling her back before she could get anything out. She tried to push me away, but I held her arms tight, starting to gently pull her back away from the table and around the corner behind us. Knowing I couldn't let anyone see us talking to her aunt, I hissed quietly, "Not here," hidden at the edge of the tiny hallway that led to the bathrooms. Eve was nearly frantic as she tried to peek around the corner to get another glimpse of her aunt, someone she hadn't seen in over a year. She turned to me when I didn't let go of her, whispering in a rushed voice, "That's my aunt. That's my aunt. I have to—" "Wait, just wait," I interrupted hastily, still holding her shoulders in case she tried to duck out of the hallway. "No one can see us talking to her. Listen to me, Eve, we can't go near her with this many people around." But she broke off hesitantly, her hands up against my shoulders as I tried to hold her. "I have to talk to her. I have to explain everything." I opened my mouth to tell her that there was no way we could go near her. Not when Death Eaters were probably looking for her right now, but the words died in my throat as I remembered what had happened when Eve left her aunt last summer. Her aunt had found my letter to Eve and left town once she'd realized Eve wasn't coming back, and I remembered how badly Eve had cried when we'd found their house trashed by Lucius and Yaxley. The guilt threatened to choke me as I remembered all over again that I was the reason Eve hadn't seen her aunt in over a year, and I couldn't bring myself to make Eve stay away from her. So I took a deep breath and told her softly, "Okay, but we have to wait until she's alone. If anyone sees us talking to her, and it gets back to a Death Eater, she'll never be able to stay hidden again." Eve swallowed hard and nodded after a long moment, her eyes wide and her cheeks flushed. I couldn't even imagine what she was feeling because I knew she was terrified that her aunt was back again while Death Eaters were still looking for her, and that Sabini hadn't been lying. I finally let go of Eve's shoulders so we could carefully peek around the corner, but I kept one hand on her arm because I knew how frantic she felt. Her aunt had her back to us as she took the styrofoam cup of tea from the bartender, but as she started to turn around towards the door, Eve and I shrank back behind the wall. We waited half a second before leaning out again, just in time to see the front door swinging shut and her aunt's blurred form leaving on the other side of the glass. Eve started for the door, so quickly that I tripped after her, still holding her arm tightly, as though I was worried she was going to sprint after her aunt. We weaved through the crowded tables and made it to the door quickly, bursting outside and automatically searching the streets for her. Eve spotted her immediately, the back of her aunt's head disappearing among the groups of people as she walked towards the exit of Diagon Alley. We hurried after her as quickly as the crowds of people would allow, bumping past anyone that got in our way. Eve was so focused on keeping her aunt in sight that I had to apologize for her when an older witch snapped at us. I didn't know how Eve managed not to lose her among all the people, but her aunt was still visible about 20 feet away when the crowds began to thin. Diagon Alley was far behind us, as we followed her much more slowly down the cobblestone path towards the train station, the amounts of people gradually lessening the farther we got from the shops. I knew Eve was seconds away from closing the short distance between us and her aunt, because there were now only a few others around on the road. The rooftop of the train station could be seen in the distance, so this was probably the last chance we'd have. I was turning my head to whisper this to Eve when my left shoe accidentally clipped the edge of a broken bottle, sending it clattering to the side of the street. I was cringing at my clumsiness when Eve's aunt twisted her head to glance behind her, and her eyes slipped straight to Eve standing just 10 feet behind her. I watched as her entire body froze and the cup of tea slipped from her fingers, bouncing onto the cobblestones in a small spray of Earl Grey. Eve had automatically moved towards her, but her voice was hesitant and soft as she whispered, "Annie?" And then her aunt was stumbling to close the short distance between them, throwing her arms around Eve and pulling her close to her chest. I can't believe it's you," her aunt breathed, her arms tight around Eve in the middle of the nearly empty street. "I was looking everywhere for you. I love you," Eve choked out, her voice muffled from her aunt's hair. "I'm so sorry." I was standing somewhat awkwardly behind them when Eve's aunt suddenly glanced up over Eve's shoulder, and my heart sank as her gaze turned cold and she started to pull away from her. I immediately began to back away when her aunt pushed Eve off of her, and I was opening my mouth to automatically apologize when she cut me off. "What's he doing here?" Her aunt snapped, the emotion from seeing her niece again suddenly gone the second she realized who I was. Eve turned to me with tears building up in her eyes, but I had never felt so unwelcome in my life. "I'll just leave," I blurted, the guilt working its way into my words the longer Eve's aunt glared at me. "I'm so sorry. I should go." "No, stay here," Eve begged, and a tear slipped down her cheek, making my legs freeze. There was no way I could leave. She turned to her aunt frantically, saying quickly, "Please, Draco's okay." But her aunt was shaking her head, saying to Eve, "I shouldn't be near him. And neither should you. Do you have any idea who his father is?" "Of course I do. Just let me explain," Eve said, her voice sounding like she was choking inside. I reached for her arm immediately, my heart twisting inside me as I heard how upset she was at her aunt's reaction. "Please, I need to tell you what happened. That day I left. It was because you know who had found out who I was, and because he ratted you out," her aunt interrupted angrily, jabbing a finger at me and making me want to shrink away from her. "You never should have told him anything. I knew you were making friends with the wrong type of people at school. It wasn't him. Draco never told anyone who I was." "Eve," I said softly, making her finally take a breath as she turned to me with tears in her eyes. Knowing that nothing she said was going to make her aunt hate me any less, I told her in a quiet voice, "It doesn't matter." "It does," Eve said fiercely, looking at her aunt without blinking. "Please, you have to believe me. Draco didn't tell anyone. It was my uncle." There was a sudden silence as Eve's aunt froze, and Eve shook slightly as she said breathlessly, "He was drunk at a pub, and a Death Eater overheard him talking about us. That's how you know who found out who I was." Her aunt's mouth was opening and closing as though she had no idea what to say, and I couldn't imagine what she was feeling after hearing something like that, after learning that someone who had been her husband was the one to start all of this. Eve's voice was much more hushed as she continued, "That's why I had to leave. And I'm sorry, I'm so sorry that I didn't tell you where I was going. If I'd known what was going to happen, I never would have just left without telling you to go into hiding. You know I would never do that, right?" Her aunt trailed off, her eyes flicking between me and Eve as though she couldn't decide if I was forcing her to lie or not. Eve looked deflated, and I knew how upset she was that her aunt didn't completely believe her. Even if that's true, I don't understand why you would go to the Malfoys in the first place. Not when you knew how close they were with the Dark Lord." My stomach dropped, and I was opening my mouth to explain that that was my fault when Eve cut me off quickly. "He knew who I was already, and it didn't matter anymore. I'm sorry you had to find out the way you did. But I'm so glad you're safe, because I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to you." Her aunt was shaking her head with tears forming in her eyes, and she choked out quietly, "How could you stay there after you knew? How could you stay with Malfoy after that?" "Because," Eve answered softly, "I love him." Her aunt's cold gaze turned to me, and I wanted to tell her that I had done everything I could to get Eve out of it, because she was looking at me as though I had dragged Eve into this just for the fun of it. My voice struggled to be heard as I told her aunt, I never wanted any of this to happen. I never, ever meant for this to happen. I'm so sorry. I really am. I wasn't sure if her aunt believed a word I'd said, but she didn't get a chance to respond. Eve was wiping under her eyes and clearing her throat, saying in a dull voice, I just needed to talk to you. I needed to tell you how sorry I am. But you have to get out of here again. They're still looking for you. Eve's aunt shook her head, and her voice sounded strained as she said quietly, I don't understand. Why can't you come with me? I watched as Eve's face fell, her right hand subconsciously going to the sleeve of her left arm. I couldn't even bring myself to say anything around the guilt eating away at my chest, biting the inside of my cheek, as I gently looped my arm around her shoulders to remind her that I was there. Neither of us wanted her aunt to know what we were. I just can't, Eve forced out, her eyes turned towards the ground, so she wouldn't see her aunt's hurt expression. You have to stay away from me, okay? Please just go back into hiding until this is all over. You need to stay safe. Her aunt was looking at her with glassy eyes, her face twisted in confusion as she tried to say something. But Eve was really starting to cry, and she started to back away from her aunt, choking out, I'm sorry. Just stay safe, and don't try to find me again. I'm so sorry. Auntie, Eve turned and started away from us before her aunt could say anything, and I took a hesitant step after her. I turned to her aunt for the last time, telling her in a quiet voice, I'm so sorry. For everything. I was starting after Eve when I heard her aunt say behind me in a low voice, You don't deserve her. You know that, don't you? I stopped but didn't turn back around, staring ahead of me as Eve walked away just 10 feet from me. Her blonde hair was blowing softly in the breeze, and I knew she was crying, but her shoulders were still pushed back and her head was held high. I couldn't bring myself to turn and see her aunt's expression, because I knew the guilt would kill me if I looked at her again. I know, I replied quietly, my voice so soft that I wasn't sure if Eve's aunt could hear me. I don't deserve her, and I never will. I didn't wait for her to say anything more. I started after Eve again, because she needed me. Even though this had been my fault from the beginning, and I was never going to be good enough for her, I was going to try. Chapter 51. Draco. Eve was getting her stuff together 2 nights before the 1st of September, and I was trying to help her pack, but it quickly became clear that I wasn't much help at all. I nearly ripped one of her shirts, pulling it out of the dresser, and several of her necklaces had gotten into such a twisted, giant knot because of me that neither of us had been able to fix it without using magic. When I went to move a small bundle of clothing to the trunk, a pile of her underwear fell out onto the floor, and Eve shrieked as she dove to hide them. Close your eyes, she said quickly, scrambling to pick them up and shove them all into her trunk without me seeing. Don't look. Why not? I grinned, but I'd automatically turned my gaze towards the ceiling. Cheekily, I told her, it's not like I've never seen it before. I'm going to kill you, Eve snapped teasingly, finally stuffing the last pair in and standing. She shook her head as she took the clothes from me, rolling her eyes and saying, You're a pain in the butt to pack with. Has anyone ever told you that? I pretended to think about it for a second, standing by the door as she went back to folding. Nope, you be the first. You're also the only person I know who actually folds everything before packing it. What? I can't just stuff it all in. It'll get wrinkled. I laughed, and she glared at me playfully from across the bed, crossing my arms as she continued to fold her shirts carefully. The evening sunlight was fading from the sky, so I told her after a moment, "I'll go downstairs and start dinner. Okay? I should probably leave before I ruin anything else." Eve was still smiling as she said, "Okay, come get me if you need help. I know how you are in the kitchen." I clutched my chest as I started for the door, unable to hide my grin as I said, "That hurts, Eve, that really does. I'll be back in a bit when it's ready." But when I shut the guest room door behind me, I didn't go to the kitchen. I started straight for my room because I needed to owl someone, and I didn't want Eve to know. I had scarcely left her side since we'd run into her aunt last week. So this was the first chance I'd had to slip away and write the letter I had been planning to make for weeks now. I needed to write to Flynn about looking out for Eve at school this year. Locking the bedroom door behind me, I crossed the room and rifled through my cluttered desk for a piece of parchment and a decent quill. The ink pot was nearly empty, so I had to practically scrape the bottom with the tip of the quill just to get enough. I scribbled the letter as quickly as I could, knowing I didn't have much time. I didn't want Eve to know I was doing this. I kept it brief, but it was hard to avoid the almost desperate tone in my words. I needed Flynn to tell me he would watch out for Eve this year, especially with Sabini and the Caros. I wrote that I wasn't going to be coming back to school this year, and I needed him to keep an eye on Eve since I wouldn't be able to, asking him to make sure that nothing bad would happen to her for me. As I folded the letter after barely skimming it back over, I wondered if he would blame me for staying at home while Eve went back to Hogwarts. He would never know how hard I had fought to change it. I sat on the edge of my bed as the black barn owl disappeared in the sky, the darkness growing around me, while I waited for a response. Flint didn't live very far away from the manor, so I was hoping he would write back as soon as he could. The last thing I wanted was for Eve to go downstairs wondering what was taking so long and find out that I had lied. The owl was back only 15 minutes later. I took the letter from it as quickly as possible without getting pecked, tearing open the parchment hastily. I skipped past the first few sentences where Flint complained about how I hadn't written him once until now, but I had to slow down after that because his messy scrawl made it difficult to read quickly. "Things are going to be pretty bad at school this year. Dad says the Caros might be teaching. Too bad you're missing out on that, right? Of course, I'll look out for Hawkins. You know, I would have anyway. You worry too much, Malfoy. She'll be okay. Listen, I'm sorry everything's going to shit. Do me a favor, and don't get yourself killed, mate. I'll see you sometime when things calm down. Flint." I was finally able to breathe again when I reached the end of the letter, my arms feeling weak as I lowered the piece of parchment. This didn't make me any less torn up over the fact that Eve was leaving in 2 days, but it definitely made me feel a little less frantic at the thought of her at Hogwarts without me. Flint was probably the only other person at school that I trusted, and I was relieved to know that he would look out for Eve. I quickly crumpled up the letter and tossed it in the bin, grabbing my jacket and knowing I had to hurry. I'd wasted too much time already, and I hoped Eve would just stay in her room until I came up to get her. There was still one more thing I needed to do. Eve. It was the night before I would go back to school, but neither of us was crying. In fact, we were both quiet and calm as we headed up to the roof of the manor around midnight. Both Draco's parents fast asleep on the second floor. I didn't want to break the silence as he helped me jump down from the windowsill onto the rooftop, not letting go of his hand until we were both seated close to the edge. The stars were visible in the cloudless sky, and the clear moonlight shone down on us, so brightly that we were able to make out every detail of each other, even in this darkness. We were leaned back on the heels of our palms, my left hand just centimeters from his right hand. Draco looked at me for a long moment in silence, and then he asked in a careful voice, "What are you feeling?" I didn't automatically lie and say that I was fine, because so much had happened to the both of us that it was time to stop pretending around him. After a second, I admitted honestly, sad, and a little scared, a lot scared. Actually, he exhaled softly, shifting his right hand over an inch so that his thumb covered mine. "Me too, Eve. Me too." I looked out at the treetops, seeing just an outline of black leaves against the dimly lit sky. His thumb was warm against mine as I told him quietly, "It's just, the worst part is not knowing what's going to happen. You know, I've got no idea what things will be like tomorrow, or even a year from now. It scares me." Draco was quiet for a moment, but his face was turned slightly, so I couldn't see his expression. When he finally spoke again, I could barely hear his voice over the breeze rustling through the woods below. "You're right, but I can promise that you and I are going to be okay." It was something he'd said to me before, but I still did my best to believe him. I didn't know what else to say, so Draco eventually said to me, "Look, Eve, you have to stay out of the Carrows' way. They shouldn't bother you because you're a Death Eater, but it's going to be bad with them around. I don't want you to get hurt. I'll stay away from them." I promised softly, knowing it would make him feel at least a little better to hear me say it. "And I'll ignore Spiny. If he pisses you off, you have to owl me so I can sneak in and kick his ass," Draco said, but a tiny grin was tugging at the corners of his mouth, so I knew he was at least half kidding. "Seriously, don't put up with any of his shit, all right?" "Okay," I agreed, even though I was biting my lip to hide a smile. "I won't." Draco's grin slowly faded along with mine as the seconds passed, the sounds of the summer crickets rising up even to our height on the roof. We looked at each other without saying anything for a long time, and Draco's gray eyes were unblinking as they glinted softly in the moonlight. Quietly, he told me, "I'm going to miss you so much." My hand slid onto his, squeezing it gently even though his knuckles were nearly twice the size of mine. I had to swallow hard to remove the lump in my throat as I whispered, "Me too. I don't know how I'm going to make it that long without you there." He cleared his throat and looked down, his left hand deep in his pants pocket and his right one tight around my own. He was looking down at the rooftop instead of at me as he said, "Listen, Eve, I really love you. I really, really do." "I love you too," I said a bit uncertainly, watching him carefully and wondering why his demeanor had suddenly changed. "You know I do." Draco finally looked back up at me, and I could see how nervous he was. He sat up slightly, his elbows resting on his bent knees as he clasped his hands in front of him. I have something for you." I blinked at him as I realized he was holding something in his hands, asking blankly, "What?" It's, He broke off, shaking his head exasperatedly. He held it out to me hastily, cursing. "Damn it. Here." I looked down at the tiny golden ring held between Draco's thumb and forefinger, the breath catching in my throat and making it difficult to breathe. "What is that?" "A ring," he told me, but there wasn't a teasing or sarcastic note in his voice. Suddenly frantic, he added quickly, It's not like an engagement ring. Please don't freak out. Just let me explain." "I'm not freaking out. I replied quietly, feeling frozen as I watched Draco nervously hold the small ring in his large hands. "It's like a promise ring, I guess," he stammered, looking down at his slightly shaking hands instead of at me. "That sounds stupid, I know, but I wanted to give you something. Something that'll remind you I'm going to take care of you, no matter what. I don't want you to forget about me while we're apart, you know? I'd never forget about you," I whispered, but Draco kept talking as though he was still worried I didn't understand. "I guess I wanted you to have something to remember me by. Like, maybe this would remind you how much I care about you. And I know we're young, so it's okay if you don't want to take it. I understand if it's weird or too much for you." "Draco," I interrupted softly, making him finally break off and nervously look up at me. He hesitantly stared at my expression as he realized I was starting to smile, that my eyes were starting to brim over with tears. I choked out a tiny laugh as I told him, "Of course I want to take it." You do?" he asked slowly, his voice careful as though he was worried I wasn't serious. "Are you sure?" "What do you mean? Am I sure?" I asked incredulously, unable to bite back my smile. My heart was in my throat as I clutched his arm gently and said, "I'm sure. I'm so sure, Draco." And then he was grinning too, half of his mouth turning up cautiously, like he didn't know if it was okay to smile yet. He nearly dropped the ring as I threw my arms around him, his cheek warm against my lips as I breathed happily. "I love you, I love you, You're choking me." Draco laughed somewhat nervously, the disbelief nearly masking his words. He pulled away a little, asking half-jokingly, "You aren't just saying yes, so I don't get hurt, right?" "I'm saying yes because I love you, you moron." We were laughing and smiling uncontrollably, kissing each other through our grins with my arms wrapped around the back of his neck tightly. My mind was spinning from the fact that he loved me enough to do something like this, and I couldn't understand why he'd been nervous in the first place. He should have known I would have said yes without hesitation. Can I put it on you?" Draco asked, his voice shaking a little. He couldn't stop smiling as I held out my left hand, his fingers trembling as he slid the smooth gold band over the middle knuckle of my ring finger. We looked down at it, the simple ring fitting my tiny hand perfectly. Suddenly embarrassed, he rubbed the back of his head and said, "I'm sorry, it isn't much." "No, I love it," I told him, and I couldn't have meant it more. "When did you have time to get it? We're practically together all the time." He was grinning at my flushed cheeks and dazed smile, saying, "I went out when you were still packing. It wasn't easy, let me tell you." I laughed out loud, my chest swelling with an intense kind of happiness that I hadn't felt in months. Draco couldn't seem to stop grinning, and he kissed my forehead, my lips, my cheeks, anything he could, whispering against my skin, "I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky." I kissed him back, my arms still tight around him, and my chest only inches from his. I never, ever expected to feel this happy the night before the 1st of September. Even though I would be leaving him tomorrow, I couldn't possibly have felt happier in this moment. "You mean everything to me," I told him with a huge smile, finally pulling away and looking up at him. "I love you so much." Draco gazed down at me through the moonlight, his normally pale cheeks now flushed from everything that had happened. His voice was low and serious as he said, "I'm going to take care of you. I mean it." And then it was like we suddenly realized how close we were. Our bodies twisted impossibly close together, even though we were still seated on the rooftop. Our chests were rising and falling rapidly, and our breath mingled together in the cool space between our mouths. My heart was pounding against the inside of my chest, and I wondered if his was, too. So I reached up with my left hand and placed it against the right side of his chest, slowly pressing my palm into the smooth fabric of his shirt. Draco looked down at me without blinking as I felt his heartbeat through my fingers, each beat rapid and soft against my skin. My breathing was shallow and quiet, and I gazed back up at him with a pounding in my ears and a tiny smile on my lips. He reached with his left hand up to my own, enveloping it and pressing both of our hands gently against his chest. Draco's heart was beating against my palm, the warmth of the ring sinking into both of our hands. And even though tomorrow I would be hundreds of miles away from him, I had never felt so close to someone before. Chapter 52. Draco. I went with Eve to King's Cross Station that next morning, dragging the trunk for her, through the brick wall entrance onto the platform. We made our way quickly through the crowds of students and parents, and I kept my head ducked low to avoid unwanted attention. I was sure there were quite a few people here who didn't have any intention of being in the same room as me, so I tried to keep my face hidden as I helped Eve lift her trunk onto the train. Her trunk was loaded all too soon, and then the two of us were standing just a few feet from the train as students parted from their parents around us. Eve was watching a first-year kiss his mother goodbye before hurrying onto the train, and her voice was soft as she said to me, "I feel like I should be warning people, telling them not to get on the train. They've got no idea what Hogwarts is going to be like." I bit my lip, looking around as well, and seeing all the younger students with bright smiles on their faces as they left their parents. Most of them were probably thinking that Hogwarts would be safer than staying at home, and right now I had no idea if that was true or not. I told her after a moment, "I know, but we don't know what it's going to be like either. Maybe it won't be so bad." It was a lie, but Eve nodded anyway. She looked down at the ground as she said quietly, "Yeah, maybe." Someone bumped past my shoulder, and I turned to see a seventh-year Hufflepuff who had been in my Transfiguration class last year. She sent me a withering glare before boarding the train, making my stomach turn to water, and my head automatically turned back towards Eve. I was almost scared to look around, knowing that there were probably more parents and students around us that were glaring in my direction. Pushing away the sick feeling in my gut, I tried to ignore the eyes on me. I couldn't be worrying about something like that when this was the last time I would see Eve for a very long time. She was looking down at my shoes instead of at me, the minute hand on the clock above our heads slowly drawing closer to the 12. Her hands were clasped in front of her, the side of her thumb twisting the gold band on her ring finger anxiously. I opened my mouth to say something, but I had to clear my throat quickly to get my voice to work again. I guess this is it." "Yeah," Eve said softly, finally looking back up at me and letting me see that her eyes were cloudy. "This is it." And then I couldn't hold myself back anymore, and I was pulling her to my chest, my arms tight around her, as though we couldn't possibly be close enough. Eve's face was buried in my shoulder, and I breathed in the scent of lilacs in her hair because I was terrified I was going to forget every tiny detail of her the second she walked away from me. "Write to me tonight, okay?" I told her seriously, my voice muffled slightly from all her hair. "I want to know everything. And I'll me tomorrow, too, and—" "I will," Eve mumbled quickly. I will. You have to write as often as you can. I mean it. Of course. I promise I will." But the train was letting out a loud whistle, and Eve was pulling away slightly to see the clock. It was leaving in less than 2 minutes. My heart was pounding so rapidly that it felt like I was about to panic, and Eve was choking out to me, "I have to go. I love you, I've got to get on." "I love you," I told her frantically, my hands slipping away from her shoulders as she started for the train. It suddenly felt like the world was ending, and it was like the train station walls were closing in on me as Eve reached the steps. Her hand was on the railing as I called after her desperately, "I'll be standing right here when you come back for Christmas. Okay? I swear, I'll be right here." "I know, I'll find you," Eve said to me, her quiet voice almost lost among the noise of the train station. Nearly everyone else had already boarded, so she whispered one last frantic "I love you" before disappearing onto the train. I couldn't breathe around the lump in my throat, surrounded by parents all around me as the train whistled one final time and prepared to leave the station. Eve's face appeared in one of the windows a little farther down, and I wanted to call out to her, but I knew she wouldn't be able to hear me. Eve waved to me through the cloudy glass, and I was lifting a shaky hand to her when the train slowly lurched into motion. It was pulling away from the station as Eve mouthed a goodbye to me, but all I could do was bite my lip and refuse to let her see me cry. I thought that she would lose sight of me among all these people as the train moved farther out, but her eyes stayed locked with mine as long as she possibly could. And then the train was rounding the corner, and she was gone. Eve. I stood in the train's window long after the station had disappeared from sight, students passing through the compartment hallway behind me. I'd promised myself that I wouldn't cry when I left for Hogwarts, but my eyes were filling up with tears that I couldn't seem to force back. All I could see out the window now was a blurry view of grassy hills, but Draco's gray eyes were still imprinted in my mind, even though it was only making the lump in my throat grow bigger. I hoped that the image would never fade. "Hawkins? Hey, Eve." Turning away from the window reluctantly, I saw Marcus Flint pushing his way past a small group of second years towards me. He was grinning broadly as he reached me, so I forced a small smile onto my face before he could see my expression. I wiped under my eyes hastily, choking out with a smile. "Hi." Flint had pulled me into a hug before I could say anything else, and I froze against him as he wrapped his arms around me. I blinked and hesitantly lifted my arms to rest my palms on his back, wondering why he was hugging me when he and I had never been very close. When he pulled away, Flint was still grinning. "Nice to see you, Hawkins. It's been a while." "You too," I said quickly, hoping he couldn't see how upset I was. I hope you had a good summer." It came out as a question, but Flint nodded anyway. "Yeah, it was all right. I thought about how Draco and I had basically done nothing this summer, and how we had only really spent the days alone together. There was a small smile on my face as I told him honestly, "Yeah, the best summer. Actually, nice," he said easily, and then he bent his head lower to look at me more closely. His voice was a little quieter as he asked kindly, "Doing okay?" I blinked, wondering if Flint had just assumed that Draco wasn't coming back to school since he wasn't with me like he usually was. Much too quickly, I replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine." The pity in his expression suggested that he didn't believe me even a little, but he must have decided not to call me out on it. Flint sent me a small grin and gestured down the hallway of the train, saying, "Let's go sit." "Yeah?" Pansy's already got a compartment. I followed him down the hallway, the rocking motion of the train making it difficult to walk in a straight line. I wrung my hands nervously in front of me every time we passed another student, since I was dreading the moment I would see Ginny again, or any other Gryffindor for that matter. I still remembered the betrayed look she'd sent me the night Dumbledore had died, and I didn't think I could handle seeing that again right now. Pansy wore the same pitted expression the moment I entered the compartment. She had been sitting alone in the compartment, and Flint took a seat next to her while I sat across from them a bit awkwardly. Pansy gave me a smile and said, "Hi, Eve. Are you doing all right?" I blinked, saying, yeah, nice to see you again." She nodded and told me she'd miss me over the summer, but I was too busy wondering why they were both being even nicer to me than usual to listen closely. And I noticed that the two of them were sitting very close together on the compartment seat. Hadn't they been snapping at each other in annoyance the last time I was with them? I'd thought Flint and Pansy couldn't stand each other. "Have you heard who the new headmaster is?" I asked them, using anything I could to distract myself. Maybe they would know more than I did about what things were going to be like at Hogwarts. "Yeah, isn't it mad?" Pansy said, shaking her head with wide eyes. "And the Carrows will be there as well. It won't even be a school anymore. Slytherins will have it easier, though," Flint added. "Snape's always favored us. I feel sorry for the Gryffindors, but if that was supposed to make me feel better, it hadn't worked." I felt sick to my stomach as I glanced out the window, Pansy continuing to say something to Flint. The trees passed by in a blur, their leaves turning to a grayish green as the sunlight faded from the sky. We couldn't be far from the castle now, but I found myself praying that the train's engine would break down and we would never make it. I didn't want to arrive at Hogwarts and see what I'd been dreading for months now. I turned my gaze away from the window, wanting to say something to Flint and Pansy before I could get upset again. But my mouth closed abruptly as I realized that his hand was on her knee, his gaze intent on her eyes as she spoke to him softly. The words died in my throat, and I suddenly felt as though I would have been interrupting. Something must have changed over the summer between them. Or maybe it had been like this all along. I wanted to say something to them both, maybe to say I was happy for them, but I decided against it. It wouldn't have been sincere, not with the way I was feeling right now. So I turned my head back towards the window because there was nowhere else to look and there was nothing else to say. The loneliness set up inside my chest, heavy on my heart so soon after leaving Draco. If I was already feeling this alone, I couldn't imagine what things would be like a month from now. I watched the trees blend together through the glass window as the train brought me closer to Hogwarts, trying not to think about what things would be like in a school run by Death Eaters and Draco this far away from me. Chapter 53. Eve. I'd be lying if I said things at Hogwarts weren't as bad as I thought they would be. Snape had given a lengthy speech at the opening feast that had probably scared half of the students, since practically no one had even been expecting him to become headmaster. There was now an early curfew, a ban on all after-school activities, and a strict set of new rules that sounded ridiculous even when Snape said them. I'd had to watch as the younger students' faces turned to fear as both the Carrows stood to give a speech, announcing that they would be in charge of punishments. I'd seen the line of students outside of the Owlray after the feast because at least 50 people had tried to write to be sent home, but they should have known it was useless. Snape wasn't going to allow anyone to leave Hogwarts without good reason. Flint and Pansy seemed to be the only other Slytherins who didn't look happy about how badly things had changed. The rest of our table had actually clapped after the Carrows gave their speech. When I came down for breakfast the next morning, Crabbe and Goyle were having a chat with Amicus outside of the Great Hall. I was doing everything I could to keep my head down, so neither of the Carrows would recognize me from the meetings with the Dark Lord, because the last thing I wanted to do was talk to them. I sent a letter to Draco before curfew, just like he'd asked, and I hadn't been expecting him to respond until the next day, but his black barn owl was tapping at my dormitory window as I was getting ready for bed. His letter was short, but he told me to stay safe and that he already missed me. I kept the piece of parchment tucked against my chest and under my robes for the first day of classes, and the first day went about as badly as I'd been expecting. Defense against the dark arts was being taught by Amicus Carrow, but the other Slytherins were already calling it dark arts instead. Neville was in that class with me, and when I walked in and attempted to smile his way, he turned away from me hastily, as though he was afraid of me. I should have known that would be his reaction. After all, I'd accidentally made eye contact with Ginny during the opening feast, and she'd glared heatedly in return. Harry, Ron, and Hermione clearly hadn't come back to Hogwarts this year, and I still wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. I was lucky to be in only 2 classes with Sabini, Dark Arts, and Herbology, but 2 was bad enough. Amicus was obviously trying to favor me when he placed me next to Zabini as he assigned seats, but I couldn't have possibly looked more disgusted. I would have rather been sat next to anyone else, because as he gave me a smirk and sat beside me, I realized that putting up with Sabini was now going to be 10 times more difficult than it usually was. Amicus gave a second speech at the beginning of class, but it wasn't nearly as lengthy as it had been the night before. He passed out textbooks that were so old they seemed seconds away from disintegrating, and as I opened the front cover cautiously, it became clear this was the sort of book that belonged in the restricted section. The title read, Dark Magic's Offensive Spells and How to Use Them. Turn to the first chapter and complete the questions on page 15. Amicus sneered from his place at the front of the room. The essay question will be due tomorrow. No talking. Well, what are you waiting for? Get a move on. I hurriedly flipped to the correct page along with everyone else, Zabini lazily turning the pages much more slowly beside me. No one said a word as we got pieces of parchment out along with our quills. Amicus sitting at the desk in front of our rows. But as I quietly popped open the lid of my ink pot, I could practically feel Zabini smirking beside me, and I knew he wouldn't stay silent for long. "You're not even going to say hi, Hawkins?" he asked, his voice low even though I was sure everyone else could tell he was talking. "It's been such a long time since we've seen each other." "Not nearly long enough," I replied dryly, making sure to be quiet enough that no one else would overhear. The last thing I needed was to get in trouble with Amicus on the first day of classes just for being bothered by Zabini, but the professor wasn't even looking our way. He laughed at this, but I focused on copying down the first question onto my parchment instead of looking over at him. The hate was burning in my stomach, but I repeated over and over to myself that all I had to do was ignore him and not get angry. How hard could that be? Anyway, Zabini drawled, finally reaching the right page but leaning back casually in his chair. "How'd Malfoy take the news about not being able to come back to school with you?" I wish I could have seen his expression. I bet it was priceless. I pressed my lips together and squared my jaw because it looked like I was going to have to flat out ignore Zabini to keep from losing my temper. He continued to say something to me, and I looked up to see that Amicus had glanced in our direction before looking away, slightly annoyed. I knew he was probably going to be favoring the Slytherins a great deal more than anyone else. "Are you ignoring me now?" Zabini asked, and I could tell by the sound of his voice that he was grinning. "Let me guess. Malfoy told you to—" I glanced over at the other side of the room to avoid looking at Zabini, and I could see Flint was watching us from his place beside Crabbe. He was staring coldly at Zabini, and I wondered if Flint suddenly had a reason to dislike him. As far as I knew, they had both been friends last year. "Come on, Hawkins, I'm bored. Malfoy isn't here. You can talk to me. I know you want to—" Sabini's smug tone suggested that he honestly believed I wanted to act differently around him just because Draco wasn't here with me. I bit my tongue to keep from snapping that the last thing I wanted was to have a conversation with him, doing everything I could to just focus on doing the work out of the textbook. Class was only halfway over, and I already wanted to strangle him. Everyone else seemed to be completely silent except for Zabini, but after a while, Neville turned to the Hufflepuff sitting next to him and quietly asked her a question about one of the problems. The girl was just opening her mouth to respond when Amicus stood from his desk at the front, snapping. "Detention, Longbottom. Didn't I say there was to be no talking? Tell me, are you deaf?" My stomach sank as Neville opened and closed his mouth in outrage, because everyone had heard Zabini talking, but Amicus clearly hadn't cared until someone who wasn't a Slytherin said anything. He spluttered angrily, but I was just asking a question. "Are you an idiot as well?" Amicus spat, cutting Neville off when he tried to point to Zabini behind him. "Detention, 7:30. Be quiet and do the work. How hard can it be?" Zabini was smirking and Crabbe was laughing quietly, but I felt as though I was going to be sick as Neville angrily shut his mouth and didn't protest again. Amicus sat back down, and Neville twisted slightly to glare heatedly at Zabini as soon as the professor looked away. Zabini raised an eyebrow and lifted his hands slightly, as if to say, "What's your problem?" Neville turned back around before I could whisper across the rows that I was sorry. He probably thought I was happy about how badly Hogwarts had changed. Only a minute passed before Zabini was talking again, but I didn't miss the fact that his voice significantly quieter. He spoke so softly that I knew no one else could hear him, saying to me, "I really don't get why you're so quiet now, Hawkins. Did something bad happen over the summer? Is that it?" My hand, clutching the quill, trembled for half a second, causing the end to slip and ink to blot at the end of the sentence I'd been writing. I refused to look back over at him as I wiped away the black liquid with my thumb, because he was grinning again since he knew he wasn't wrong. I knew it. "I bet it's something with Malfoy," he guessed, and I could feel him watching me carefully. "No, never mind, that can't be it. But who else have you got left?" "Oh, wait, your aunt. I forgot." Then the bell rang, and I was standing so quickly that my chair nearly knocked over on its side. Furiously, I slammed the textbook shut and stuffed the quill into my bag before my fingers could accidentally snap it in half. People were packing up more slowly around us, but I was on the verge of setting Zabini on fire, so I knew I needed to leave. I had my bag under my arm and was turning away from the table when I realized he was still smirking up at me, opening his mouth to say something more. The anger boiled up hotly, and I allowed myself to stop, leaning down slightly so he'd be able to hear me over the sounds of scraping chairs and people talking. "Leave me alone," I spat in a low voice, "or I'm going to kill you. Got it?" But I wasn't about to wait for him to respond. I turned away from him before I could even see his expression, stalking past the rows of desks toward the door. I had potions next, and I needed time to calm myself down. I hadn't felt this furious in months. Zabini was doing everything he could to make me angry, and it was working. I was just turning into the stairwell that would lead downstairs when I realized someone was running out after me, and I heard him call out, "Wait, Hawkins," turning angrily in the doorway, and half expecting to see Zabini. I blinked as I realized it was Flint practically running towards me. He stumbled past Seamus, who didn't bother to hide his glare of annoyance towards the both of us, before finally reaching me, saying breathlessly, "Sorry, I know you've got to get to class. But Look, I saw Zabini being a dick to you." I rolled my eyes, giving a small, tired smile, so Flint wouldn't think I was annoyed with him. Too. Yeah, as usual. He wouldn't shut up. He's always been like that, Flint said with a laugh, standing somewhat awkwardly in the doorway to the stairwell. Anyway, do you want me to tell him to piss off? Maybe he'd leave you alone if I said something. I looked at him, wondering why Flint would even be worried about me in the first place. If anything, I'd have thought he would think Zabini was being funny. I began uncertainly. No, I think I'm okay. But thanks, I guess. I can handle it. Okay, if you're sure, he shrugged. But tell me if he tries anything, all right? I don't want Malfoy to kick my ass for letting anything happen. What? I asked blankly. You don't have to worry about me. Seriously. Flint raised his hands with a small grin, starting to back away from me. Okay. Well, I've got to go. See you around, Hawkins. I watched him turn and hurry off in the other direction, not having a clue as to why Flint was so concerned about Zabini and me. Why was he suddenly starting to care this year? Didn't he realize that I could handle myself when it came to Zabini? Shaking my head and turning around, I quickly started down the steps to potions, because something like that was the least of my worries right now. Chapter 54. Draco. The days passed impossibly slowly, and I felt as though I was gradually going insane alone at the manor with my family. Without Eve beside me all the time, it was hard not having anyone to talk to, especially since things were changing for the worse. Death Eaters were coming and going from the manor daily now, and the Dark Lord had already visited twice in the past few weeks. Just in the quick minute I'd seen him, it had been clear that the Dark Lord wasn't doing so well. His pale skin had nearly resembled frayed parchment, and his snake-like eyes had sunken further into his head, giving him an even more haunted look. My mother had forced me to stay upstairs when he'd apparat into the parlor, but I hadn't missed how the Dark Lord truly looked like he was withering away from the inside out. Whether this was a good thing or not, I couldn't be sure. He was now significantly less calm and controlled, and he would lash out at anyone who crossed his path or made even the tiniest mistake. At one of the meetings I'd been forced to attend, the Dark Lord had killed 3 house elves after learning that certain members of the order hadn't been caught. I wrote to Eve as often as I could, but I didn't try to mention how badly things were going at home because I knew Hogwarts was probably just as bad. I didn't want her worrying about me even more than she already was. Christmas break was still much too far away, but the weather was gradually turning colder, so it wasn't terrible. I just hoped that things would calm down a little at the manor by then, because I definitely didn't want Eve to be here when it was like this. Especially not with the Dark Lord acting so strangely. It was halfway through October when it was decided that Ollivander would be staying in the basement of the manor. Yaxley and Dolohov had taken him from his shop nearly 2 weeks earlier, but the Dark Lord now wanted him to be kept at the manor. I hadn't gone downstairs yet to see, but I had heard him screaming even from my bedroom 2 floors above. But what does he need Ollivander for? I'd asked Lucius the next day, My voice hushed in the kitchen because Bellatrix was just a few rooms over with my mother in the parlor. I know he's questioning him, but why? Lucius was standing in front of the stove boiling a pot of tea, but he still managed to look impossibly exhausted and worn out as he glanced over at me. "Draco," he replied tiredly. "It isn't any of your business. Did you hear him last night?" I snapped, trying not to get too angry, when Lucius turned away from me to get the mugs. "I just want to know what he's asking him for. That's all." He shook his head, finally admitting exasperatedly, "I don't know. It's something about Potter, but it doesn't matter. What could Ollivander possibly know about Potter?" But I decided to keep quiet as Lucius poured tea into the mugs, because it was clear he didn't know much more than I did. After a moment, he busied himself with the teapot and told me, "Listen, Draco, the Dark Lord is coming back tonight. Bellatrix is leaving on other orders, so he may require your assistance." "With what?" I asked blankly, but my stomach had already turned over with dread. Lucius gave me a guilty look, something that was exceedingly rare to come from him. He rested his hand on my shoulder, saying quietly, "Just do whatever he asks. Don't hesitate. Do you understand?" After a second I nodded, because what else could I do? No one was brave enough to defy the Dark Lord, especially not me. Lucius nodded and avoided my gaze like he always did, reaching for the mugs and telling me that we needed to go back into the parlor to meet with Bellatrix. With a sick feeling in my gut, I followed him out of the kitchen. Eve, on a misty Thursday afternoon, Professor Sprout decided to assign Zabini and me to be partners for planting the wormwood seeds. I couldn't keep my jaw from dropping at my bad luck when she called our names, but it was obvious she was just doing it, so no one else in the class would have to work with either of us. Zabini and I were the only Slytherins in my herbology class, and none of the other houses seemed to have any interest in working with us. Ginny wasn't even looking my way as she moved to work with Luna. Keeping a calm expression yet silently cursing Sprout, I refused to look Zabini's way as I moved to his side of the greenhouse. I knew he was grinning as I reached under the table covered with pots of dirt for the seeds, and as he pulled on a pair of dragon-hide gloves, he said to me, "Look at this, we're working together again. It's like fate, don't you think?" "No," I replied flatly, tearing open the top of the bag and pulling out a handful of seeds. The greenhouse was full of talk and laughter from the other groups, but I couldn't have felt more bitter. I barely slept at all last night, and dealing with Zabini was the last thing I needed. "I haven't talked to you in a while," Zabini continued easily, poking holes into the dirt with his thumb. "You're avoiding me, Hawkins." I rolled my eyes and leaned forward to dump a few seeds into the dirt, refusing to even glance his way. Coldly, I told him, "Maybe I am." He was smirking again, but he was finally quiet for half a minute as we planted the seeds. Zabini snorted loudly as he reached for a second pot, laughing. "Did you see Longbottom after his detention? Caro actually broke his nose." "It isn't funny," I snapped hotly, finally glaring over at him. "Just shut up, would you?" Okay. He shrugged, raising an eyebrow at me as I angrily threw more seeds down. "I forgot you had a thing for him." "I don't have a," I broke off furiously before my voice could rise any higher, since Lavender Brown had already glanced over to see. Why, I was nearly shouting. Exhaling in anger, I turned back towards the plant pot before I could let my temper get the better of me. Zabini was laughing as I practically whipped more seeds into the dirt, but he suddenly broke off and exclaimed, "Wait, what the hell is that?" I turned exasperatedly to see that he was pointing to my left hand, the sunlight reflecting off of the gold, band on my ring finger. His eyes were wide, and a shocked laugh was escaping him, but I turned back to the seeds and responded dryly, "It's a ring. No shit, Hawkins, you're getting married? That's priceless. Can you shut up for 2 seconds and help?" I seethed, pointing to the dirt angrily. "It's none of your business, and I need you to make more holes for the seeds." Sabini was shaking his head and looking down at me in shock, completely ignoring me and forgetting about the assignment. "This is mad. Why would you want to get engaged to Malfoy? Your taste in men is shit. I can't even believe this. What's that supposed to mean?" I spat angrily, my hands tightening into fists around the bag and causing some seeds to spill onto the greenhouse floor. Discussing the promise ring with Sabini was just about the last thing I could take right now. "I don't remember asking for your opinion. Do me a favor and fuck off." "I'm just saying," Sabini smirked, finally going back to the planting. "I hate to break it to you, but that's a terrible mistake. Why would you get hitched with Malfoy of all people?" I had sealed my mouth shut into a thin line because I was seconds away from losing it. Who did he think he was saying that to me? It was none of his damn business, and he didn't know anything about the two of us in the first place to be saying that. If I tried to look at him again, I didn't know what I would do. "Well, good luck, I guess, is what I'm trying to say." Sabini grinned, shaking his head in disbelief. "Marrying a Death Eater. I can't get over it. You're looking at a short life, Hawkins, for the both of you, not to mention children." But my vision had gone white, and the bag of seeds had been thrown to the floor, and time was slowing down as I launched myself at him. Sabini stumbled backwards almost in slow motion with my left hand gripping his collar, my other hand pulling back into a fist. His back hit the ground as my fist made contact with his nose, and by the time the bone had snapped, my arm was already pulled back for another hit. I forgot everything around me as I struck him for the second time, a loud pounding in my ears that drowned out any other noise. The skin on my knuckles split as they cracked across his jaw, and I was screaming something that even I couldn't understand. Sabini was fighting to push me off of him, his fingernails scratching into my cheek as he tried to shove me away. The adrenaline was hot in my veins, and the anger was blinding me as I hit him a third time, blood from his broken nose spraying into the dirt beside us. I was reaching for my wand when someone pulled me off of Sabini from behind, my legs flailing as I tried to pull myself back. But Sabini was being helped to his feet by 3 Ravenclaws, and there were so many hands holding me back that I couldn't run at him again. "What the hell is going on?" the professor was shouting as she forced her way through the crowd of students to us, but Sabini was trying to throw the Ravenclaws off of him till he could get to me. He spat blood onto the ground at my feet, making the anger flare up hot, even though I couldn't do anything to hit him again. "Fuck you." I spat furiously over Sprout's yelling. "Fuck you, Sabini. Enough." Her shriek was loud enough to make me stop trying to jump him again, and I finally looked over to see that Neville was one of the people trying to hold me back. The fearful look he was giving me made me realize how badly I'd really lost control. Prout was looking between the two of us as though she couldn't believe what had just happened, spluttering angrily. "What is the meaning of this? The both of you outside with me. Now." I was breathing heavily with my head spinning as Neville and the others let go of me, the Ravenclaws doing the same with Sabini across from me. Everyone was whispering in hushed voices as Sabini started out after the professor, giving me one last glare of loathing. I stepped away from the other students and glanced at Neville, still fuming as I muttered, "Sorry." I didn't see his expression, but I was too furious to care. I stalked out of the greenhouse, the blood pounding in my ears as I stopped to stand nearly 5 feet away from Zabini outside. His nose was clearly broken and bleeding profusely with droplets staining through his expensive suit, but I didn't feel an ounce of satisfaction. I was mostly livid because he'd been able to get me to react like that, because it was probably something he'd been attempting to do for a while now. I just didn't think he had expected me to react that drastically. "Evelyn Hawkins," Sprout snapped in a clipped tone. "Explain yourself." I fought to keep the anger of my voice as I told her. "He provoked me, Professor." "He's been provoking me all year." "She's lying," Zabini interrupted hotly, still clutching his nose in pain. "I haven't done shit. She's insane. She just jumped on me." "Don't you dare," I seethed. "You've been awful to me ever since 5th year. You've done nothing but antagonize me from the beginning. Don't look at me like that. You deserved what you got." "See, Professor, she's terrible. She's been like this ever since she became a death." "God damn it. Zabini, shut your mouth." "Quiet," Professor Sprout shrieked, stepping in between us before I could launch myself at him for the second time. I was fuming as she looked between Zabini and me, as though she didn't recognize either of us. "What has gotten into the both of you? Have you forgotten where you are? This is a class, not a boxing match." I couldn't bring myself to look at Zabini again, because the way Sprout was staring at me was making me feel impossibly guilty. I glared at the ground as she continued angrily, "I don't know which of you started this, but right now, I don't care. Do either of you realize what will happen if the Carrows find out?" My stomach dipped, and I was sure my expression betrayed how much that scared me. What would happen if the Carrows found out about this? Would they inform the Dark Lord? Or would they congratulate me? "What do you mean, if?" Zabini asked, his arrogant tone almost making me angry again. "I mean," the professor said coldly, "I'm not sure I want you two to get hurt even more than you already are." It was then that I realized the scratches on my jawline were bleeding, and that blood from my bruised and split knuckles was trickling down onto my palm. I couldn't even feel the pain because of the adrenaline, but I knew it would hurt badly later. I felt a little better once I glanced over and saw how much worse Sabini's face looked. "This isn't a reward," Sprout told us, her tone still angry. "Don't think you can do this again and get away with it. Just this once, I'm not going to inform the Carrow professors about this. If it happens again, I won't be so forgiving." "Understood." "Yes," I told her quickly, while Zabini just nodded reluctantly. "I'm sorry. Apologies don't help much, do they?" she said coolly, and I practically shrunk away from her as my gaze turned guiltily to the ground. "Mr. Zabini, go to the hospital wing before you keel over. If Madame Pomfrey wants to know what happened, tell her to come to me. Go, unless you were planning on leaving your nose like that." He muttered something that I didn't catch before starting away from the greenhouse, glaring heatedly at me one last time, and walking a bit unsteadily up the hill to the castle. My hands were shaking as the anger slowly died down to nothing, my vision much clearer now that Zabini was gone. The professor's gaze was cold and calculating as she glared down at me, and I had to force myself to look back up at her. "I think it's best you go back to your common room," she told me evenly. "You and Zabini probably shouldn't go to Pomfrey at the same time, and your injuries aren't nearly as bad." "Okay," I said hastily. I really am sorry." "I'm sure," Sprout replied coldly. I was about to turn away from the greenhouse when she added quietly, "You've changed a great deal. You know, you're certainly not the same person who first walked into my classroom 2 years ago." My head spun and my stomach sank, but the voice had died in my throat because there was nothing I could say to that. I turned on my heel and hurried away from her, nearly tripping through the grass as I practically ran back up to the castle. She was right, of course. I had changed, and I would never know if it was for better or for worse. Chapter 55. Draco. I witnessed the Dark Lord completely lose control about 2 weeks before the holidays. I still wasn't sure why, because he called my parents, Bellatrix, and me into the drawing room one Saturday afternoon to interrogate the goblins from Gringotts. I'd been quietly standing in the background, keeping out of the way, as he and Bellatrix demanded answers from the goblins about the Sword of Gryffindor. I had been looking at the floor and flinching whenever one of them cried out in pain, when the Dark Lord suddenly snapped. The walls had flashed with green as he screamed a killing curse, followed by another and another. The goblins that were unlucky enough to be in his way had been thrown backwards, his wand slashing furiously through the air as their blood sprayed onto the wood floors and couch cushions. Lucius was pushing my mother and me towards the door when the Dark Lord finally lowered his wand. Every single goblin lying dead at his feet. The entire drawing room was silent except for my family's panicked breathing. Even Bellatrix crouched fearfully in the corner. My heart was pounding against my chest because I'd never seen him just lose it like that. And I was terrified he was going to lift his wand again at any moment to kill the rest of us. The Dark Lord's feet were stained red as he paced smoothly past the bodies, his expression hidden from me, since I couldn't see well around my father's shoulders. Nagini slid across the bloody flooring towards him, its head lifting up to meet his extended hand. Without a single word, the Dark Lord disapparated in a cloud of black smoke. My mother was crying. She was doing everything she could to hide it, but she was crying. My eyes were wide as I looked down at the dead goblins, finding it hard to breathe and trying to hold back the bile that was rising in the back of my throat. Bellatrix, for once, looked just as terrified as the rest of us, and she was staring blankly at the bodies as though she couldn't believe what had just happened. And then I realized I couldn't stand to be in that drawing room a second longer. Not with an awful silence, only interrupted by Narcissa's muffled crying and the smell of blood in the air. I turned and bolted from the room, not even pausing when the door slammed against the back wall, and Lucius looked to see where I was going. "This is bad," I thought as I tripped up the stairs in a panic, leaving the drawing room far behind, but not being able to erase the image of dead goblins covered in blood. "This is very, very bad. Any one of us could have just been killed." It was clear that the Dark Lord had been in such a rage that he wouldn't have hesitated to turn his wand on me and my parents. Even Bellatrix had nearly been struck down, and that meant that no one was safe. Things had changed even more drastically than before. The Dark Lord was clearly spinning out of control, and he was losing his grip on who was against him and who was his enemy. There was no denying that no one would be safe in his presence now. As much as it killed me to admit it, there was no way I could let Eve come back here for Christmas break. Not after the Dark Lord had just killed nearly 7 goblins without any warning or reason. Not when something like that could happen while Eve was there and could get hurt. I loved her too much to allow her to stay at the manor even for just a week. No matter how badly I needed to see her, I wasn't selfish enough to put her in danger. My entire body was shaking as I stumbled into my bedroom, my heart feeling like it was seconds away from bursting through my ribcage. I tripped over sneakers and dirty t-shirts as I reached my desk, throwing open the top drawer to find parchment and ink. If I didn't do this now, I would never work up the courage. I nearly knocked over the pot of ink as I dipped the quill in, and my fingers trembled so badly when I wrote out Eve's name that it blotted onto the paper. Taking in an uneven breath, I steadied my right hand and began to write one of the most difficult letters of my life. I had to place my words carefully since I knew the post was always being monitored thoroughly by the Death Eater-controlled ministry. I couldn't say what I really needed to without rising suspicion against either of us. So it was difficult to stress how unstable the Dark Lord had become without sounding like I wasn't a loyal Death Eater. I prayed Eve would at least understand that I was only trying to protect her. There was a lump in my throat by the time I wrote the last few sentences, shakily scratching out the words, "Please don't hate me. I love you, and I just want you to be safe. Okay?" I would never admit that my eyes were tearing up as I sealed the letter, and I would never admit that I had to wipe under my eyes as the owl disappeared into the evening sky with the letter attached to its leg. Once the owl was just a dot in the distance, I sat on my bed and held my head in my hands. It felt as though everything was falling apart, but I knew that things were only about to get even worse. Eve, I was walking into the entrance hall after dinner, heading towards the Slytherin common room after a long day of hard classes when I accidentally bumped into Ginny. As in, I literally rounded the corner and smacked straight into her. We stumbled back from each other in the doorway, and as I realized who it was, I automatically opened my mouth to apologize. "Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry." A third apology was on my tongue. This time probably for a lot more than just bumping into her, when Ginny gave me a cold look that made me forget anything I'd wanted to say. Without a word, she moved to walk around me through the doorway, probably on her way to dinner before curfew. But this was the only time all year I'd managed to get myself alone with her. So before I could lose my nerve, I spun on the spot and called after her. "Wait, Ginny." She turned reluctantly, her arms crossed defensively as she asked icily, "What do you want?" I opened and closed my mouth uselessly for half a second, because now that she was glaring at me from less than a foot away, I had no idea what I could possibly say to make her forgive me. The last time I'd spoken to her had been the night Dumbledore died. So the last encounter we had, I'd been attacking her to keep her from getting up to the astronomy tower. Looking at it from her perspective, I could see why Ginny had done nothing but glare heatedly at me ever since. "Listen," I said quickly. My voice rushed because I could tell she was seconds away from turning back around and leaving. "I have to explain what happened. I can explain everything." Ginny rolled her eyes, telling me in annoyance, Really not in the mood, Eve. But please just hear me out," I begged. The sounds of people talking and eating in the great hall just 20 feet away were merely static in the background, but I kept my voice down anyway. I never meant for any of it to happen. I honestly didn't. Draco. And I only did what we did that night because you know who would have? Would have what? She cut me off fiercely. Killed him? So you helped to kill Dumbledore instead. Better him than Malfoy, right? That's unfair, please. I don't know how you expect me to forgive you, Ginny continued hotly, shaking her head and looking down at me as though she didn't even recognize me anymore. Especially after what happened in that hallway. You're definitely not who I thought you were, and I don't know why I ever bothered in the first place. I was opening and closing my mouth uselessly, because all I wanted to do was run from her accusing glare and heated tone. After a second, I choked out, "I'm so sorry for everything that happened. I really am, but you don't have to pretend, you know," Ginny said, her voice turning quieter. "You keep trying to act like you're on our side, but you're not. Eve, you're helping Malfoy. You're on the wrong side, the bad side. The words, 'but I'm not on the bad side,' got tangled up in my throat and never made it to my lips because the black skull and snake inked into my left forearm said differently. I was sure my expression gave away exactly how I felt, but Ginny didn't appear to feel guilty. "You're bad news, Eve," she said softly. "I saw you attack Sabini last month in herbology. If the Carrows weren't running the school, you'd have been expelled. I finally found my voice as I forced out, 'You didn't hear what he said to me. You would have done the same if—'" "For inch no, I wouldn't have," Ginny interrupted. "You were screaming that you were going to kill him, and I honestly thought you were going to—" My stomach dropped, and I froze. My voice was barely above a whisper as I repeated, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I'd never." "Save it," she said bitterly, starting to turn away from me. Over her shoulder, she added, "And don't try to talk to Neville, either. Leave him alone. Leave us all alone." Ginny was starting away from me, and I was realizing that I hadn't been able to explain myself even a little. That was my one chance to apologize and make her understand, and it hadn't worked at all. She was nearing the doors to the Great Hall when I called after her desperately, "I'm sorry, Harry, and the others are on the run. I really am. I'm so sorry." Ginny kept her back to me, but I still heard every word as she snapped, "Don't say things you don't mean, Eve." I watched her disappear into the dining hall with my heart on the floor, because there was nothing I could say to her to ever make her understand. Draco had told me that one day they would understand, but right now, it felt like no one would ever forgive us for helping the Dark Lord. There was nothing more for me to do except turn and continue down to the Slytherin common room, my insides feeling as though Ginny had ripped them out and stomped on them. I didn't blame her for hating me, but why couldn't she at least let me try to explain? A bad night got significantly worse when I read Draco's letter. I hadn't seen it lying on my bed until I pulled back the covers to crawl in late at night, Millicent and Pansy having already snuffed out their candles and gone to bed. I had felt a little happier when I saw it because he hadn't old me in a few days, but the feeling quickly disappeared as soon as I read it. "Things are bad, Eve. Please stay at Hogwarts for the holidays." I read through the letter as he tried desperately to explain why I couldn't come home to him, but I didn't realize I was starting to cry until a droplet splashed onto the parchment and bled into some of the ink at the bottom. "Don't worry about me. I'll be okay. It isn't safe for you here. I'll be at the train station at the end of term to get you. I swear I'll be there for you." My hands were shaking as I reached the end of the letter, my fingers trembling so badly that the parchment shook and made it difficult to read. I was biting down on the sleeve of my sweater, and the teardrops had dripped onto the very last line, smudging his already messy handwriting. "Love, Draco." "Eve, are you okay?" It was Pansy. The dormitory was dark, so I knew she couldn't see my expression, and she had sat up in her bed, as though she knew I was crying. But I choked out a laugh and quickly wiped my eyes, folding the letter hastily and saying, Yeah, I'm good. Night, Pansy." I blew out the candle beside my bed as she carefully said goodnight, and I shakily drew my curtains shut since I knew she hadn't believed me. Holding the letter in both my hands and crawling under the covers, I pressed the parchment to my lips and felt the lump in my throat grow so big that it was difficult to breathe. Alone in the dark, I allowed myself to cry as quietly as possible. My tears ran onto my knuckles and stained the pillow, even slipping onto Draco's letter clutched in my trembling hands. I shook under the covers as I cried in silence, because the world was ending and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Chapter 56. Eve. I spent Christmas break mostly holed up in my dormitory, lying in bed, and rarely leaving the common room, even just to eat. Nearly everyone, including Flint and Pansy, had gone home for the holidays, so there was practically no one for me to talk to anyway. When break was over and the train brought back the students on Saturday, it was clear a great number of them had chosen not to return. There were several empty seats in most of my classes now because their parents must have decided that Hogwarts wasn't safe anymore, and they couldn't possibly have been more right. I wished it was that easy for me to up and leave the castle, since the Carrows were making life at Hogwarts even more difficult every day. Something had seemed off with Neville and Ginny ever since they'd come back from the holidays. I'd been too afraid to ask them in person. After what happened the last time I tried to talk to Ginny, I didn't dare. So I'd had to learn from Flint and Christian Hunter that Death Eaters had stopped the train on its way to King's Cross Station and taken Luna. No one had any ideas as to why they had taken her, and I didn't have any clue either. I tried Oling Draco about it, but he hadn't replied. In fact, he hadn't written to me once since right before Christmas break, and nearly a month and a half had passed since then. I was trying not to worry too much. After all, Draco wouldn't want me to be that concerned about him while everything was going on. But nearly every day after my classes were over, and I was alone in the dormitory, it seemed there was nothing for me to do except worry. There was no way I could stop my mind from producing images of the worst possible scenarios that could be happening to him, since the last letter he'd sent had been to tell me that things weren't safe for me at the manor. If it wasn't safe for me, how could it possibly be safe for him? But Draco wasn't the only one I was worried about. As the days passed, things between the Carrows and Neville got progressively worse. I had to watch terrible things happen to him even during classes because Neville wasn't someone who could stand by and watch anyone else get hurt. If a student was getting punished by one of the Carrows, he would nearly always step in to try and stop it, which never helped anything. Lately, I found it hard to remember what he looked like without a black eye and bruises. I knew it would be useless for me to try and tell him to stop acting out and getting into trouble with the Carrows. Ginny had told me to stay away from him, and it was clear Neville wanted nothing to do with me either. Even though I'd done nothing this year but keep quiet in every single class, he still looked afraid of me whenever I would make eye contact with him. Maybe it was because of what had happened between me and Zabini during herbology before Christmas break, although Zabini and I hadn't said 2 words to each other since then. I'd just been hoping Neville would eventually realize that standing up to the Carrows was doing much more harm than good, because there was no way for me to even attempt to talk him out of it. But things changed when I overheard the Carrows talking about him. I'd been on my way to the Slytherin common room after classes had ended for the day, and the hallways were mostly empty because the spring air had finally turned a bit warmer, and most people were outside. The Carrows' office was located just a short distance from the potions classroom in the dungeons, and I had only walked a few feet past the closed door when I realized I could hear every word they were saying to each other. To do? The Longbottom boy's a nuisance. Alecto, you said it yourself. I froze, alone in the empty hallway just a short ways away from the Carrows' office. I debated turning and continuing down the hall towards the common room. If they heard me outside and caught me snooping, it wouldn't be good. Well, what are you going to do about it? Alecto's normally nasal voice was muffled through the wooden doorframe, her tone exasperated, as though they'd had this conversation before. We can't very well kill him. You know that. Snape would have our heads. We don't answer to him. We only answer to the Dark Lord. I don't give a damn about Snape. I'll bet he wouldn't even notice if we killed one of them off. My feet were frozen to floor, and my hands had gone to my mouth because my jaw had dropped as I realized they were seriously considering killing Neville. I watched the closed door with wide eyes as Alecto mumbled something I couldn't quite catch on the other side, her voice quieter as though she'd moved farther away from the door. What you mean? Amicus snapped angrily. No one will even miss Longbottom. His parents are dead. He's been causing trouble since the first day of classes, and he's useless. What's the point of keeping him around? Alecto's tone was less sure, as she replied uneasily, but Severus would never allow. I told you, I don't care what Snape wants. It's not like we have to tell him. We'll just say the kids disappeared. I'll be the one to do it if you're too squeamish. But Amicus's accusing tone was fading in the background as I turned and stumbled away from their office, my insides twisting in fear. They couldn't seriously be planning to kill Neville, could they? It had always been obvious that the Carrows hated him, but I would never have thought that they'd actually go so far as to kill him. There was no way I could go back to the common room now. I had to find Neville and tell him what I'd heard, despite how much he probably hated me. We hadn't spoken since the night Dumbledore died, but I couldn't just keep what I'd overheard to myself. I had no idea if Amicus would actually try to go through with it, but I wasn't about to sit around and wait to find out. I tried to hide how freaked out I was when I finally exited the entrance hall and stepped onto the school grounds, blinking in the bright sunlight and already feeling unusually hot under the warm weather. There were students milling around everywhere on benches and under trees, but I couldn't spot Neville anywhere. Trying to ignore the growing panic, I turned and hastily headed back into the castle. Maybe he was in the Great Hall eating dinner a little early, but I didn't end up making it to the dining hall. I had just entered the Great Hall for the second time when I saw him heading down the grand staircase with Hannah, a bot close beside him. I pushed away my uneasiness as I hurried towards the stairs, trying not to worry about how Neville would react to me wanting to talk to him. He saw me before Hannah did, and he quickly looked away as I started up the steps toward him, moving to hurry past me. Neville. I forced out before I could change my mind. I need to talk to you. Hannah was giving me a withering glare, and she took Neville's arm and started to push past me. He was avoiding my gaze at all costs, but I repeated frantically, "Please, I need to talk to you. Give me 5 minutes, just 5 minutes." "He doesn't want to talk to you," Hannah snapped, but Neville quickly shook his head and cut her off. "It's okay," he said to her, though his voice betrayed how nervous he'd become. "Go get us a seat, I'll be there right after." She looked at Neville as though he'd gone mad, but she finally shook her head and started to turn away at the look he gave her. "All right, fine. See you in a bit." Then Hannah sent me one last glare before making her way downstairs towards the Great Hall, her footsteps fading away to an echo in the empty room. I turned to Neville desperately, trying not to feel sick at the way he was looking at me, like he was worried I was going to attack him. "Listen," I began quickly. "I know Ginny told me to stay away from you, but this is important. And I know you want nothing to do with me after what happened, and I'm really, really sorry for that, but I heard the Carrows talking about you a little while ago, and—" "What?" "Slow down," Neville interrupted. blinking down at me as though he couldn't keep up with anything I was saying. The Caros were talking about me? Yeah, I said breathlessly. I heard them talking in their office just a little while ago. It's bad. Neville, I think Amicus wants to kill you. He shook his head after half a second of staring at me blankly, looking down at me like I was crazy with his mouth opening and closing in confusion. What do you mean? You heard that he wants to? Yeah, that's what I heard. I told him, worried he didn't believe me. I'm sorry, I know you probably don't believe me, but I had to tell you. Neville, you've got to get out of here just in case. Neville broke off, looking around nervously like he thought Amicus and Alecto were hiding nearby. This isn't a setup, I snapped hotly, trying my hardest not to be angry that he really thought I would make this up. I'm trying to help you. I know you hate me and I get it, but just listen to me. You need to go into hiding in case the Caros try anything. Okay? He looked at me, finally saying after a long moment, even if I did, where would I go? There's no way out of Hogwarts. The room of requirement, I said automatically, my voice low enough so that he had to lean forward slightly just to hear. They'll think you found some way out of the castle. They won't bother trying to find you inside. Please, Neville, you have to. You didn't hear what Amicus was saying. There's no way he wasn't serious. Neville shook his head, and I had no idea if he believed me or not. He finally asked in a hushed voice, "How am I supposed to listen to you? For all I know, they could be waiting for me in the room of requirement. Why would I do that?" I replied exasperatedly, unable to keep the annoyance out of my tone. No one seems to believe that I'm on your side. I'm not helping the Caros. Neville, just listen to me. You have to hide out there until the school year's over, all right? I'm trying to help you. I don't want you to get hurt. He was opening his mouth to respond when a large group of fourth years entered the castle below us, their talking and laughter echoing off the walls loudly. Neville automatically started past me, most likely because he didn't want to be seen talking with me. He told me shakily over his shoulder, I'll think about it. Got to go, but you've got to do it now. I groaned as he slipped around me, already hurrying down the steps toward the great hall. I didn't try to call after him with the fourth years still in the room, so I watched Neville disappear into the dining room. After one last glance my way, his expression still one of confusion. I couldn't be sure if he'd listen to me, but I had no idea if Amicus was planning something this minute, and that scared me more than anything. If something happened to Neville because I hadn't been convincing enough, I'd never forgive myself. It would have been much easier to help him if he wasn't so busy being afraid of me. For the 100th time this year, I found myself wishing so many things could have been different, but as usual, there was nothing I could do to change it. I shook my head and started back down the stairs, wanting to finally head back to the Slytherin common room. There wasn't anything more I could do except wait. Everything changed on a dreary Friday morning in the beginning of April. The morning had started out just like every other. I was eating breakfast right before classes with Flint, Pansy, and Christian at the Slytherin table, and Flint had woken up late as usual and was trying to eat as fast as he could. Pansy had snapped at him to slow down before he choked, but Christian was egging him on, urging him to swallow as many pieces of toast before the bell rang. You're going to choke and die, Marcus. And I'm not going to do a single thing about it, Pansy told him hotly, annoyed he was listening to Christian instead of her. Slow down, would you? Flint grinned around a mouthful of toast and shrugged a bit guiltily, reaching for another slice after glancing at the clock to see how much time he had left. Christian rolled his eyes at Pansy, saying, "This happens every morning. Pansy, just relax. Look at him. He's a champ. Keep going. Mate, you're almost to 7 pieces." I was laughing a little, unable to smother it, as Pansy recoiled in disgust when Flint managed to eat yet another slice of the toast. Twisting my fork through the half-eaten scrambled eggs on my plate, I grinned over at Flint and teased, "Look out, you're almost to 8. That'd be a new record." "Don't encourage him, Eve. I swear." The bell rang before Pansy could finish, leaving only 5 minutes until first period would begin. She couldn't hide her small smile as she glared at me, saying, "Come on, Eve, let's go. Marcus will have to walk to dark arts without us today. Don't give me that look. Stay here and eat your toast." I was grinning as I stood from the table with her, but as I was waving goodbye to Flint and Christian, I glanced past the Slytherin table to see that Ginny was watching me carefully from across the room. The smile disappeared from my face almost as quickly as it had come, but her expression wasn't one of loathing like it had been a few months ago. It was more uncertain, almost curious. She'd been doing this ever since Neville disappeared over 2 months ago now. I'd only known he was in hiding because the Carrows had given a speech just 3 days after I'd spoken to him, announcing that whoever had knowledge of his whereabouts should come forward. He must have taken my advice and hidden in the room of requirement because he still hadn't been found, something I was incredibly relieved about. It was clear that Ginny still hadn't even begun to trust me again, but at least now her gaze was a little less accusing and slightly more understanding. With any luck, she'd eventually start to forgive me for everything that had happened. Pansy took my arm and started to pull me towards the great hall saying urgently, "Come on, Eve, don't make me late. Carol will be pissed, and I don't fancy a broken nose." I hurried after her through the crowds of students, trying to erase Ginny's calculating stare from my mind, and replying hastily, "Sorry, sorry." We made our way through the hallways toward the dark arts classroom, having to push our way around other people just to keep moving. The hallways were always incredibly crowded right before first period began, but Pansy was right that we shouldn't be late. With a Micus as the professor, no one could afford to walk in long after the bell had rung. We just reached the 3rd floor and turned into the correct hallway when it happened. Someone called my name from across the hall, and by the time I'd twisted my head to look, they were making their way towards me. When I finally realized who it was, I thought for certain that I had never woken up this morning and was still dreaming, because Draco Malfoy was fighting his way through the crowds toward me. My bag slipped from my shoulder and fell to the floor, but I scarcely even felt its weight lift from my side. Pansy had been lost among the students because I was already starting for him, my eyes wide, and my lips slightly parted in shock because there was no way, no possible way that this was actually him. By the time he had pushed his way towards me, a lump in my throat had formed, and I couldn't remember how to breathe. He was already pulling me to his chest, only slipping out in a quiet whisper, "Eve," before wrapping his arms tight around me. My cheek was pressed against his collarbone, his heartbeat rapid in my ear, and my hands gripping the back of his shirt as though I needed to make myself believe he was real. People bumped past us on all sides, but it was just him and me as I choked out, What are you doing here?" He was practically holding me upright because my knees had nearly given out on me, the entire hallway spinning, and my feet feeling as though I was no longer rooted to the floor. Draco's voice was deep and heavy with emotion as he told me, "I missed you so much, Eve, so much." I'd forgotten all about what I needed to ask because he'd pulled his head around to kiss me, and all I could remember now was the softness of his lips and the smooth touch of his hand against my neck, because nothing else seemed to matter anymore. We kissed each other in the busy hallway. The sound of footsteps and laughter dulled down to nothing in my ears as he held me close against him and kissed me hard. Nearly 7 months we'd been apart, and I still hadn't managed to forget the taste of his lips. "I love you," I whispered mindlessly, kissing his cheeks again and again as I tried not to cry. "I love you. I love you." I'm sorry I told you to stay here," Draco forced out as I kissed him over and over, as though I needed to make up for all the time we'd been separated. "I'm so sorry I told you not to come home, Eve. It's okay. Everything's okay. I'm so glad you're safe." When I finally pulled back to drink in the image of him, the hallways were thinning and the bell was ringing in the background. The dark arts class was the farthest thing from my mind as I asked frantically for the second time, "What are you doing here? What's going on?" Draco held my shoulders tight and didn't blink, looking down at me and saying quietly, "I need your help. I didn't know where else to go. Eve, it's bad. It's really bad." "What?" I repeated in a rushed voice, my heart beating impossibly fast against my ribs. "What is it?" "Potter's been caught," he told me breathlessly, panic twisting his words as he tried to get them out as fast as he could. "They brought him to the manor, but they don't know it's him yet, and I don't know what to do. We have to get him out of there. If they call the Dark Lord, it'll all be over." "Okay," I interrupted hastily, trying not to let it show how terrified he was making me. "Just breathe. It's okay. We'll figure something out, and I'll come back with you." Draco nodded, his eyes wide with fear, and his fingers shaking as he held my arms. We were alone in the empty hallway now, but he still kept his voice down as he told me, "We've got to go right now. I don't know how long it'll take them to realize it's Potter. I left as soon as I could, but there isn't much time. You'll have to apparate them out of there without anyone seeing you. I'm sorry for asking you to do this." "Don't be sorry," I said fiercely. "I'd do anything you asked me. Let's go. I'm ready." He swallowed hard and kissed me one last time, taking my hand in his. My head was spinning, but there was no time to slow down and think, because Draco was already twisting to disapparate. We disappeared from the hallway with a loud crack, the sound echoing off the stone walls as we left the castle behind without a second thought. Chapter 57. Eve. My feet slammed onto solid ground again, just outside of the manor's back gate. The black shadows from the overhanging trees washing down on us from behind as we looked up at the dark building. Draco's grip was still tight on my hand, even when he reached to unlock the gate's latch, but I didn't want him to let go just yet. With the way I was feeling right now, panicked and head spinning from how quickly things were happening, I needed to feel the pressure of his palm against mine. "No one else can know you're here," he told me in a low voice as we hurriedly walked up the short, paved path to the back door. "I'll show you where they are, but I'm going to have to leave you and go back to the parlor. If something goes wrong and you need to leave fast, just disapparate it outside the gate at Hogwarts. I'll meet you there, so you can get back inside the castle." I swallowed hard before nodding, trying not to trip up the steps as I said, "Okay, but have your parents called the Dark Lord yet?" "No, we would have felt it," Draco said quickly. I expected him to reach for the door handle, so we could get inside as soon as possible, but he hesitated for a moment and looked down at me a bit guiltily. There's something more I haven't told you. Luna's here. She's in the cellar with Ollivander and Dean Thomas." My heart dropped, and all I could do was breathe out a shocked, "What?" "I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't tell you about it without. It's okay, we can talk about it after. I interrupted hastily, worried I was seconds away from going into a panic. I'll just separate her out too. We don't have much time. Draco nodded quickly, bending down desperately to kiss me hard. He was pulling away before I could even react, reaching to twist the door handle and telling me seriously, "I love you." The house was silent when we stepped inside, and the brass door hinges creaked noisily even when I gently pushed the back door shut behind me. Draco still held my hand tightly as we started down the hallway as quietly as we could, our footsteps sounding soft and echoing through the pressing silence. As he led us quickly deeper inside the manor, muffled talking from the parlor could be heard through the paper-thin walls further in. My heart was pounding so rapidly inside my chest that I was sure Draco could hear it too. When we finally reached the stairwell that led to the cellar, the voices were so close that I could nearly make out what they were saying. I heard the unmistakable tone of Bellatrix as she snarled something from further down the hall on the other side of the parlor door, and I tried to swallow back the panic. If I was caught trying to sneak anyone out of here, I was sure the Dark Lord wouldn't hesitate to kill me. "I'll be back to get you," Draco whispered, so quietly that I had to lean closer just to hear. "I love you. Be safe." "I love you too," I breathed, but he was already starting away towards the parlor door, and I couldn't be sure if he'd heard. I swallowed hard and turned for the staircase because I knew that if I kept watching, I would end up following him. The temperature had cooled significantly by the time I reached the door, the cold cellar air seeping out from under the crack and onto my toes. I gripped my wand tightly and pointed it to the lock, whispering a soft, "Aloha, Mora." The latch clicked quietly, and I gently twisted the handle to swing the door inwards, hearing more shouting from upstairs, and knowing there wasn't much time left. I felt the semi-darkness pressing against me as I took a cautious step inside, one hand still gripping the door handle, and the other holding my wand, so tightly it hurt. "Hello," I said to the darkness, my voice scarcely above a whisper. Remembering that Draco was still upstairs without me, I cleared my throat and bravely stepped further into the cellar. "Luna, who's there?" I could hear her soft voice calling out from deeper in, but I had to squint through the dusty blackness for a moment before I finally saw her. Luna was near the back corner of the cellar, hunched over slightly as though she had only just stood from the floor. Her blue eyes reflected brightly against the dull lighting from the open door behind me, the dirt and dust that lined her face standing out against her unusually pale skin. My breath caught in my throat when she realized who I was, automatically moving to back away from me. Wait, I'm here to help you," I exclaimed hastily, still keeping my voice down as I started towards her again. "I can get you out of here." Luna was opening her mouth uncertainly when another voice emerged from the darkness, deeper and more accusing. "Who is that? That isn't Hawkins, is it?" I turned to see Dean Thomas, a black eye and split lip unmistakable even in the dim lighting. He watched me cautiously, standing next to Luna and asking, "What are you doing here? Did Malfoy send you down here too?" "He sent me to help you get out," I interrupted, trying not to sound too panicked. They were both looking me over, as though they weren't sure if I was seconds away from attacking them. Someone was coughing weakly from the back corner of the cellar, an older man who had to be Ollivander, though I couldn't make out his face in the dark. "Please, just relax. I'm going to apparate you all out. Where are Harry and the others?" "Harry," Luna stated blankly, her expression giving away the fact that she really had no idea. I was looking at her in confusion when I realized there were footsteps coming from the hallway above, multiple people heading quickly for the stairwell. There wasn't time to think. I spun around and stumbled to shut the door, closing it as quietly as possible and wincing when the lock clicked loudly. I hurried back into the shadows, ducking behind Dean and whispering hastily, "I'm not here." Luna opened her mouth in bewilderment as I hid behind them, but she didn't get a chance to ask me what I was doing. Whoever it was had reached the door to the cellar, and the bolt was being slid back as the handle twisted. My heart was in my throat as two people were pushed inside, but I couldn't see much from my place behind Dean. Someone was yelling angrily as the door was shut for the second time, and I recognized the unmistakable voice of Ron Weasley. "Get back here, Wormtail, so I can kill you, Hermione. Can you hear me?" I looked past Dean's broad shoulders to see Harry and Ron standing by the door, the panic clear on their faces even in this semi-darkness. Luna started for them immediately, her voice careful and soft as she asked, "Harry, what are you both doing here?" He turned away from the door and squinted into the darkness, Ron still shouting for Hermione upstairs. "Who's there?" "Luna, is that you?" "Potter," Dean exclaimed in shock, stumbling across the cellar to clap Harry on the back as though he had to make sure he was real. "Christ, mate, I thought you were dead." There was a scream from upstairs that echoed against the stone walls all the way down to our place in the cellar, and because of the way Ron reacted, it had to have been Hermione. My heart was in my throat as I finally stepped around Luna, saying in a rushed voice, "We don't have much time. I'm going to—" "Hawkins?" Harry interrupted blankly, his eyes slipping past Dean to look at me uncertainly. When he realized I was holding a wand, he automatically moved to step in front of Dean, as though he thought I was going to lash out at them. "I'm not here to hurt you," I snapped exasperatedly, the annoyance finally pushing its way through my voice because of the way everyone seemed to be reacting to me. "I snuck in to help you. I can apparate you all out of here, but we don't have a lot of time. Do you honestly expect us to trust you?" Dean asked accusingly, standing beside Harry and looking me over cautiously. "I heard you helped Malfoy kill Dumbledore last year. Draco didn't." Another muffled scream echoed down the stairwell, cutting me off and causing Luna to jump. She reached for Dean and the others, saying quickly, "We don't have any other choice. Give me your hands, so we can get out of here." "I'm not leaving Hermione," Ron seethed, pounding on the door for the 20th time. "You're mad if you think I would actually—" "All right," Harry interrupted hastily, pushing Dean towards me. "All right, Eve, get them out of here. Ron, and I need to help Hermione. We can't leave now. I think you should apparate to a train station, Luna. Go to Bill and Fleur's place." Luna nodded and pointed into the darkness of the far back corner, saying, "Quick, Dean, get Ollivander. I don't think he can stand on his own." Harry blinked in confusion as he realized that the wand maker was here as well, but everything was happening so fast that there wasn't any time for him to ask. Luna grasped my left arm as Dean reluctantly did the same with Ollivander's limp arm in his other hand, muttering something under his breath that I chose not to listen to. I held my wand tight and nervously looked at Harry, telling him, "I'll be back to help you get Hermione out." He looked at me carefully, and I knew he was trying to decide if I was really helping them or not. But I didn't have time to try and convince them again. I clutched Luna and Dean tightly as I spun to the side, disapparating from the cellar with a loud crack. The fluorescent lights from King's Cross Station blinded me for half a moment when we reappeared outside Platform 6, muggles bumping past us on all sides, as though we'd been standing there all along. Dean automatically let go of my arm and took a step back, looking around disbelievingly as he practically held Ollivander up off the floor, like he was surprised I'd actually taken them to the right place. Luna was rubbing her eyes from the harsh lighting, something she probably hadn't seen in months, but I didn't have time to stick around. "I'm going back," I told them quickly over a static announcement from one of the station speakers. "Go wherever Harry said to go, but you've got to do it now. Don't stop to talk to anyone. Someone could recognize you." They were both looking at me now. Dean's expression, a mixture of emotions that I wasn't quite sure how to read. Ollivander slumped against his side. Luna began carefully. You could come with us." "I can't," I said quickly. "I have to go back to Draco. I'm going to help Harry and the others get out. Okay? Get on the train now and be careful. Get Ollivander some help." Luna was nodding seriously, and Dean was still trying to read my expression, but I had to leave before anyone decided to look in the cellar back at the manor and realize half of the prisoners were gone. I took a deep breath and disapparated from the train station almost as quickly as I had come, my feet leaving the ground for a painful second until I reappeared back in the basement. I wasn't prepared for it to be completely empty, aside from Wormtail's unconscious body slumped in the open doorway. I froze for half a second, uncertain of what to do. Maybe Harry and the others had already escaped from the manor on their own? But then a series of loud bangs could be heard from upstairs, several muffled voices shouting in anger. As a fight broke out above me, the panic bubbled up in my chest, and I automatically sprinted for the cellar door, not even pausing to remember that Draco had told me not to be seen by anyone else. I reached the top of the stairwell and stumbled down the hallway towards the parlor door that was now slightly ajar, red and orange lights flashing from inside as the sounds of the fight grew louder. With my grip impossibly tight on the handle of my wand, I reached up to push open the door. My fingers had scarcely brushed the polished wood before it was being torn open from the other side, Draco stumbling out and pushing me back from the parlor. He was grabbing my shoulders in a panic and trying to pull me away, and I just barely caught a glimpse of Bellatrix, slashing her wand through the air inside, her face twisted angrily as Harry ducked out of her way. "We've got to get out of here," Draco told me frantically, his hand tight on my arm as he pulled me away from the parlor and back down the hall. I stumbled after him, looking back over my shoulder and asking, "But what about?" There was the unmistakable crack of a disapparation from inside the parlor, but Draco didn't stop, still pulling me down the hallway towards the back door. "Was that them?" I asked in a rushed voice, my tone nearly frantic because Draco wouldn't turn to look at me. How could they disapparate without their wands? Potter took mine. Draco practically spat, shaking his head as we finally reached the door we'd come through earlier. He pulled it open for me as he added angrily, "I can't believe that twat took my bloody wand. He could have taken Bellatrix's instead for all I care. But how do we know they made it out okay?" "Eve," Draco interrupted, his annoyed tone softening a little when he finally looked over at me as we hurried down the back steps. "They had to have made it out. Potter got my wand right before I ran out, so they had to have all disapparated. We don't have time to go back now. They're going to realize someone helped the others escape. You got them out okay?" I nodded hastily, my mind reeling from everything that had happened. I thought I could hear Bellatrix screaming in anger back inside the manor. Draco clasped my free hand and shakily held out his other, asking quickly, "Can I have your wand?" Quick, you have to get back to the castle before. Here, I interrupted, passing him my wand without a second thought. I'm ready. Let's go. Draco gripped my wand tight and immediately twisted to disapparate, our feet leaving the cool grass outside the manor as we spun through the air back to Hogwarts. When we reappeared with a loud crack just outside the castle doors, my stomach was turning over with nausea after operating for the third time today. I swallowed hard and tried to slow my rapid breathing. Everything around us silent, as we stood outside the castle with the sun slowing sinking towards the horizon behind us. Draco threw his arms around me. Once we both felt like we could breathe evenly again, our hearts racing inside our chests as the panic and fear gradually faded. I was shaking slightly as he held me, feeling dizzy and sick after how quickly everything had just happened. "Are you all right?" Draco asked suddenly, pulling back to look me over carefully. "You didn't get hurt, right?" "I'm okay," I told him hastily. "I don't think anyone else saw me." "Tell me you're okay. I heard the fighting and—" "No, I'm all right," he interrupted gently, taking a deep breath and pulling me to his chest for the second time. "I'm so sorry I had to ask you to do that. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want them to call the Dark Lord because it would have all been over, you know?" My face was pressed into his suit jacket, his heart beating strongly against my cheek. I said in a muffled voice, "I know. But don't be sorry. I'm glad you're okay. I missed you so much." Draco twisted his head to kiss my cheek, mumbling against my skin, "I love you. Thank you for helping me. I'm serious, Eve. I couldn't have gotten any of them out of there without you. I'll make sure everyone knows you weren't involved, okay?" "Okay," I said softly. "Your parents won't be mad at you, right?" "No," he told me firmly, his hand warm against the base of my neck with the cool spring air swirling up around us. "I was upstairs the whole time. There's no way either of us will get in trouble. I think we did all right." We were both silent for a minute as I looked up at him from our place on the castle steps, his nose just inches from mine. My voice was quiet and careful as I asked, "You have to go back, don't you? Before they wonder where you are." His voice was torn as he replied softly, Yeah, I have to go. I'm sorry. Stop apologizing," I said. I stood on my tiptoes to kiss him, his lips smooth and soft as they molded to mine. When I pulled away, Draco was looking down at me with his lips still slightly parted, his gray eyes beginning to grow a little misty, though he was clearly trying to hide it. "This is killing me," he whispered, his voice cracking quietly. "How many times am I going to have to say goodbye to you?" I bit my lip and kissed him again because there was a lump in my throat as I realized he really did have to leave, so soon after I'd finally gotten to see him. I pulled back only a little, telling him softly in the space between our lips, "This is the last time you'll have to say goodbye. I promise." It wasn't something I should have promised, but I did it anyway. I shook slightly when Draco's arms finally let go of me, his right hand pressing my wand back into my palm. He uneasily started back down the steps away from me, looking back at me one last time and saying quietly, "Bye, Eve. I'll be waiting for you at the station in 2 months. All right." "Okay," I whispered softly, my eyes brimming with tears as he turned away from me. "Goodbye. I love you." He was shaking his head and wiping under his eyes as he turned away from me, but he didn't have to say it back for me to know that he meant it. With my heart in my throat, I watched Draco leave me for the second time, his shoulders shaking as he disapparated again and disappeared from view. Chapter 58. Eve. On the day that the world changed, Pansy shook me awake at exactly 11:17 p.m. "Eve, come on, wake up." I blearily opened my eyes and looked up at her through the darkness of the dormitory, my legs twisted in the silver bed sheets. I sleepily tried to sit up, slightly annoyed that Pansy had decided to wake me up at this hour. I'd been having a pleasant yet slightly amusing dream, where Draco had snuck into Hogwarts through a secret passageway in the girls' toilets. "Smatter?" I asked, my voice thick from sleep. "Is something wrong?" The semi-darkness hid her expression well, but I could still make out the fact that Pansy's eyes were impossibly wide. She told me quickly, "I dunno. Snape's called everyone out of bed. We've got to go." I rolled out of bed, somewhat unsteadily, sleep still tugging at the corners of my mind as I struggled to disentangle myself from the sheets. I stumbled to the dresser at the end of my bed to find a clean pair of jeans, narrowly avoiding stubbing my toes on the third wooden post that held up the mattress. Millicent was tugging on her boots at the other side of the dormitory, mumbling in annoyance to no one in particular. This had better be important. I've got a potions exam first period today. I wasn't quite sure why, but I had a sinking feeling that our classes tomorrow would soon be completely insignificant. Despite the near pitch blackness, I managed to change out of my oversized t-shirt. I'd stolen it from Draco's bedroom last August before leaving for Hogwarts, and shorts without breaking anything. I gently tucked my wand and the last letter Draco had sent me against the inner pocket of my robes, stuffing my sneakers on and hurrying out of the room after Pansy. The other Slytherins were heading down to the common room as well, their tired expressions matching mine as we made our way toward the portrait exit. The air was filled with annoyed mumbles about being forced out of bed this early in the morning. A few sixth years openly cursing Snape and accusing him of having lost it. But their voices gradually died down as we left the Slytherin common room behind because the entrance hall ahead was filled with students, and no one wanted to be caught talking like that by one of the Carrows. My heart sank low inside my chest when I followed the rest of the students inside the Great Hall, seeing that the oak wood tables had been pushed to the side of the room and the candles had been dulled down to create a dusky lighting. Snape stood at the front of the dining hall where the professor's table usually was, his hands tucked behind his back as the Carrows ordered everyone into neatly spaced rows. I found myself next to Pansy on the right side of the room, more towards the middle. The Slytherins around us either sharing confused glances with each other or just standing sleepily. I looked around uneasily and saw the Gryffindors standing on the other side of the room, realizing Ginny was in the front row beside a black-eyed Seamus. Quickly glancing away so I wouldn't be caught staring, I looked up to see that the Carrows had moved to stand behind Snape, and the sound of the great hall doors thudding against each other echoed loudly over our heads as they were shut behind us. Silence fell like a thick blanket as the curious whispers and soft questions gradually died down to nothing, everyone's heads turning towards the front of the room in nervous anticipation. It was now so quiet that a dropped pin would have sounded much too loud, and Snape swept a pitch-black stare over all of us as he took a soft step closer, his expression as neutral and unreadable as it had ever been. When he finally spoke, his low and quiet voice still managed to reach every corner of the entire Great Hall. "I'm sure you are all wondering why I've decided to call you out of bed at this hour." He took another careful step down from the front, his dark robes sweeping around his legs in a black cloud of smooth fabric. I kept my gaze fixed on the stone flooring as Snape paced slowly down in between the rows, not wanting to accidentally make eye contact with him. I still had no idea what this was about, but there was no way it could be anything good. "There is an intruder inside the castle," Snape said softly, "and we have good reason to believe it is Harry Potter." My eyes widened as a number of shocked whispers broke out among the rows, some students turning to each other and sharing shocked expressions. A few Slytherins around me had turned to each other in delight, and my heart sunk even lower. There was still a large price on Harry's head, and I was sure half of them wouldn't hesitate to turn him over to the Dark Lord. But surely Harry wasn't actually mad enough to come here of all places? There was no way he'd come to Hogwarts knowing that Snape was headmaster, and the Carrows had so much control over the school. Snape had cleared his throat, and silence quickly consumed the Great Hall for a second time. He paced slowly down the rows again, continuing in a smooth tone. "Since Mr. Potter is a wanted fugitive, it is imperative that he be found and brought to the Ministry of Magic. If anyone here is withholding information concerning his whereabouts, they would be wise to come forward at this time." He was stopped in the center of the rows of students, but I didn't dare turn my head to look. The entire dining hall was now deadly quiet, no one even making a move to say anything. I was just beginning to wonder if maybe Harry really wasn't here at all when a voice from the back of the room, a voice I had honestly thought I'd never hear again, called out loudly, "I'm sorry to break this to you, Professor, but it seems your exhaustive security efforts have somehow still managed to fail." I spun on the spot disbelievingly along with more than half of the other Slytherins, the crowds of students parting in shock as Harry Potter stepped out into the open just 20 feet from me. He was dressed in Gryffindor robes, almost as though he'd been here at school all year long, and I blinked as I realized he'd been just 2 rows away from me this entire time. Harry's gaze was cold as he looked up at Snape, and his grip was tight around Draco's wand at his side. "How dare you stand where he stood?" he bit out icily, his tone frozen with hate as he furiously pointed to Snape. "How dare you take his place, a man that trusted you? And you killed him without a second thought." I couldn't look away from Harry as the crowds of students broke out into hushed whispers, my heart pounding against the inside of my chest because this meant that Harry had been in the astronomy tower the night Dumbledore had died. So had Harry been watching, then? When Draco stood in front of the headmaster with his wand held high, struggling to choose between what was right and what would save his family, people were looking at me now as well, their expressions a mixture of uncertainty and cautious disbelief. I remembered something Dean Thomas had said when I'd snuck into the manor's cellar nearly a month ago, about how he'd heard that I had helped Draco kill Dumbledore. Everyone must have thought that Draco and I had been the ones to kill the headmaster. Harry didn't have a chance to say anything more. Snape had whipped his wand out impossibly fast, and McGonagall was throwing herself out into the open to stand in the way, pushing Harry behind her, and raising her wand furiously. I hastily backed away from them along with the rest of the students, the air between the 2 professors thick with anger and long-standing hate. McGonagall slashed her wand upwards and produced an arc of flames so quickly that all I saw was a flash of red and orange, the smoldering fire racing through the air toward Snape in a blinding inferno. He ripped his wand across himself to extinguish the flames before they could reach him, smoke hissing through the air as though the fire had blasted into a wall made of water. The Carrows were standing back to give him room at the front of the Great Hall, but although they were both grinning as though they were waiting for McGonagall to be killed, they each held their wands tightly at their sides. McGonagall was producing curses faster than I had thought possible, her wand nearly a blur, as she sliced it through the air and sent countless jets of red light at the headmaster. Snape barely managed to block them with a shield charm, but his face had screwed up in concentration. I watched as he grabbed the edge of his cloak with one hand and he tore upwards around himself until he melted into a black shape, smashing through the stained glass window behind him and sending the Carrows diving for the floor. Not even half a second had passed before the students broke out in loud exclamations, most of the Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff houses roaring with delight as Snape escaped from the castle. Pansy and Marcus were exchanging shocked expressions while I looked over at Harry, as though I still couldn't believe he was actually here. Why had he even decided to come back here in the first place? I was watching as Ginny ran to him, and it was only then that I realized the Carrows were still in the room. Time slowed down as Amycus raised his wand angrily from the front of the great hall, his furious gaze fixated on Ginny's back as she hurried towards Harry. I was starting forward before I could even think, my hand reaching inside the pocket for my wand, and my fingers brushing against the parchment of Draco's letter. The loud cheering from the other students was nothing but quiet static in my ears as Amycus snarled the killing curse, his voice low and quiet through all the shouting and applause. Avada Kedavra. I threw my wand upwards to block it, the green light ricocheting away from Ginny and Harry, and instead blasting into the left wall in a spray of concrete stone. There were screams around us as she ducked and spun, but I scarcely heard them as I brushed past her furiously and blasted a curse at Amycus. His face was a mixture of shock and anger as he blocked it easily, but I wasn't even pausing to think that I shouldn't be attacking another Death Eater. I was so angry that I couldn't think. I sent a ball of flame towards him, and he threw himself out of the way, Alecto quickly stepping in on his other side and screeching the killing curse. The jet of blinding green light came at me so quickly that I barely had time to react, slashing my wand across myself to block it. Death smashed into the shield charm and rebounded away from me, my wand immediately ripping through the air again to send a second spell. Alecto had been so busy narrowly ducking out of the way of her own curse that she didn't have time to avoid mine, the red light catching her shoulder and sending her body spinning through the air. Amycus was shouting something furiously, and I turned to see a jet of orange burning towards me through the air at a breakneck speed. I threw myself to the side, hearing screams behind me, as other students dove out of its path. Amycus was lifting his wand to send another, his expression livid with betrayal, when I shouted a stunning spell and sent a second red lighted curse straight for him. The spell never made it past his lips as Amycus was blasted backwards away from me, his back striking the stone floor hard only a few feet from his sister. I lowered my wand shakily, my breathing impossibly loud, and my heartbeat deafening in my ears as I stared down at them both. My mind cleared as the intense anger faded, only to be replaced with a sick feeling in my gut. What had I done? It was then that I realized the entire great hall was dead silent. I turned anxiously to see that every single face in the room was focused on me, their eyes wide with disbelief as they looked up at me. Ginny was staring at me blankly, Harry's hand on her arm, as though he'd started to put himself in front of her. I hadn't realized that only less than a minute had passed since Amycus first sent the killing curse her way. My breaths were coming out in ragged gasps, but I opened and closed my mouth for half a second as I searched for something, anything to say. Ginny's lips were just starting to curve into something that could have been a smile, and her mouth was just forming words that could have been thank you when a piercing scream from the corner of the great hall cut through the air. Heads turned away to look, students twisting around to see who it was and what was wrong this time. I searched the crowds of people and realized there was a first-year Ravenclaw towards the back of the room, her hands clutching her ears as she screamed loudly as though there was something only she could hear. Then another person was crying out in fear, and I was just turning my head to see who it was when my dark mark suddenly burned so fiercely that I nearly dropped my wand. I clutched my left forearm, my face screwing up in pain and my knees starting to buckle. What was happening? But then I could hear it, too. The Dark Lord's voice echoed and hissed inside my head, so loudly that it had to be reverberating through the air of the dining hall at the same time. Students and professors, do not think you can hide yourselves from me. Do not think you can hide Harry Potter from me. And live, half of the students were screaming now. The room filled with cries of terror, but my left forearm felt as though it was alight with fire, and I could barely see straight anymore. The fear burned hotly in my chest as the Dark Lord continued, his voice soft and loud in my ears. If Harry Potter is turned over to me, there is no need for others to die. None shall be harmed if Harry Potter is brought to me tonight. Give me Harry Potter, and your castle will not be burned to ashes. The inked skull and snake were searing against my skin, but I was already starting forward as the Dark Lord's last words echoed through the air, hissing quietly, "You have until midnight." I pushed my way past Ginny, past McGonagall and Harry, shoving my way through the crowds as I stumbled blindly for the doors. Students bumped past me as I hurriedly pushed myself through, starting to panic as I realized the Dark Lord was going to come to Hogwarts in just a few hours to attempt to kill Harry Potter. I had to find Draco. I had to find him, because if the Dark Lord and the rest of the Death Eaters came here, I would have no idea who to fight. Someone was calling after me, but I couldn't be sure who it was. All I could think was that I needed to get out of here. I shoved my way out of the crowds of students and professors, throwing the huge double doors open and bursting out of the great hall. I sprinted down the cool hallways toward the front doors, knowing that the only way I could leave was if I disapparated beyond the castle gates. My heart was in my throat as I ran through the entrance hall, knowing that in just a few hours, everything will have gone to hell. After tonight, nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 59. Draco. I first realized something was wrong when I glanced out the kitchen window and saw Dolohov apparate onto our front porch, his complexion pale as parchment as he blinked nervous sweat out of his eyes. I didn't know something was really wrong until my dark mark suddenly burned in such a sharp, smoldering pain that I hissed and reached for it blindly with my right hand. I'd been hurrying towards the parlor when it happened because I could hear Dolohov shouting for Lucius as he burst through the front door on the other side. I clutched my left forearm and stumbled to the end of the hallway, throwing open the parlor door to see Dolohov standing next to my father as he spoke rapidly in a shaky voice. "Bad. Malfoy, he's somewhere in the school, and the Dark Lord wants..." "What?" I interrupted hotly, still wincing at the fading burn from my dark mark as I hurriedly crossed the parlor towards them. "Who's at the school?" But Lucius ignored me completely, keeping his gaze fixed on Dolohov as he asked in a rushed voice, "Why is the Dark Lord calling us? Where are we supposed to go?" "I dunno," Dolohov stammered, reaching desperately through his robes as though he needed to find his wand just to comfort himself. "That's why I came here. Pius says that we've got until midnight." "Got until midnight for what?" I snapped, angry that the two of them were acting like I wasn't even in the room. "What's happening?" There were 3 more cracks from outside the front door before Lucius or Dolohov could respond. Just as my mother finally hurried into the parlor behind me, Yaxley burst inside with his wand gripped tightly in his hand, 2 other Death Eaters that I only recognized from the meetings close behind. The entire parlor was suddenly filled with hurried talking and the occasional loud shout, and Yaxley yelled to Lucius over the noise, "We haven't got much time. Malfoy, he wants us at Hogwarts in time for..." Hogwarts? No one was even looking my way anymore. The room full of confusion and shouts as the Death Eaters struggled just to figure out what was happening. My head spun as I turned to see where my mother was, because it was clear I wasn't going to get any sort of response out of Lucius. Was the Dark Lord at Hogwarts right now? Who could he possibly be looking for there? I had just spotted Narcissa beside Dolohov near the parlor door, and I was starting towards them when, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a flash of blonde hair outside, through the thin glass of the window. The parlor had been too noisy for anyone to hear the crack of an apparition, but there was definitely someone outside, and my feet were already starting for the door, because I knew who it was. Now, I knew something was very, very wrong. I was hurrying through the other Death Eaters towards the parlor door, their loud voices nearly rising to panic around me. Yaxley was standing directly in front of the door as he spoke in rapid succession with another Death Eater, and when I moved to push past him, he didn't budge and instead turned to me. His voice was low and accusing as he asked nastily, "Where do you think you're going, boy? Get out of my way." I spat angrily, my hard exterior revealing itself as I sneered up at him. When his jaw dropped and he started to snap something in return, I shoved my way past and purposely knocked my shoulder into his. I still hadn't forgotten what he'd said to Eve the first time she attended a meeting with the Dark Lord nearly a year ago. I said, "Get out of my way." I brushed past my mother without a second glance back to see Yaxley's expression as I reached for the door handle, twisting it open and hastily leaving the crowded and panicked parlor behind. By the time I had made it down the hallway and threw open the front door of the manor, Eve was just stepping onto the first few stairs of the porch. We both stopped dead, my right hand still lingering on the brass door handle, and one of her shoes still planted on the edge of the next step. And then, with the muffled sounds of the Death Eaters shouting from further inside the manor echoing through the doorway behind me, I let go of the handle and ran to her. I tripped across the porch in my haste, and I probably would have fallen down the steps if Eve hadn't launched herself forward to meet me at the top of the stairs. When her arms were around me and her hair was tickling my nose for the first time in over a month, it was like the pound of bricks had finally been lifted from my chest, and I could breathe again. My arms were so tight around her back that I could feel her shoulder blades against my forearms, the dark mark still aching against my skin, but I could scarcely feel it anymore. It took me a few seconds to realize I was trying to say something to her, my voice rushed and my words jumbling together as I tried to get something out. What are you doing here? What's happening?" "I love you," Eve blurted as she pulled away to look at me, and a nervous and panicked laugh bubbled past her lips because that wasn't what I'd asked about at all. I was opening my mouth to say it back. Even though she knew, we both knew that I had fallen head over heels for her a long time ago, and I was completely, undeniably in love with her, when she quickly continued in a hurried voice, as though she'd remembered all over again why she'd come back here. "The Dark Lord's coming to Hogwarts tonight. Harry's at the castle, and he's going to show up at midnight to destroy the castle and kill him." "Slow down," I interrupted hastily, because Eve's fingers were shaking against the fabric of my suit even as she held my shoulders, and she was speaking so rapidly that her sentences were blending together. "Is that why he's calling us? Does he want us all to go to Hogwarts and... I don't know," she cried. "I don't know anything. Draco, I fucked up. I really fucked up. What do you mean? I attacked the Carrows, Eve blubbered, her eyes wide and hair wild around her face as we stood alone on the porch in the growing darkness of nighttime. He was going to kill Ginny or Harry, I don't know, and I attacked them. I stunned both of them. 2 Death Eaters. I held her upright as her knees started to buckle because there were more shouts coming from inside, and she was glancing past my shoulder in a panic as though she thought one of the other Death Eaters was going to come out at any second. It's okay, I told her without thinking, my mind racing to catch up with everything she'd said. Don't panic, Eve. You're okay. What do I do? Eve asked, her voice frantic. It's over. They'll tell the Dark Lord I attacked them, and then I'm dead. I'm going to be killed for this. It's all over. It is not over, I snapped, shaking her because I needed her to listen to me. I'm not going to let that happen. Listen to me. It's okay. We can get out of here, just you and me. By the time he hears what happened, we can be in another country. Eve stared up at me, her breaths coming out in short gasps as she tried to understand what I was saying. Cautiously, she stammered, What? You mean, just leave? Run away? Yeah, I said slowly. I was suddenly speaking without even stopping to think, because this was something I'd subconsciously been wanting to do for a long time. We'll run away. We can go into hiding in another country. You'd be safe, and he would never find us. I'm serious. Eve, we could leave this behind and start over, and you'd never get hurt for attacking the Carrows. She opened and closed her mouth for a second before saying softly, But we can't. We have to help Harry. We have to get him out of Hogwarts before midnight. I stared down at her blankly, blinking in surprise because I hadn't even paused to think about Potter. You want to, what? And then there were several loud cracks of disapprobation from inside the manor, and as I twisted to look, I saw my mother hurrying out through the front door. She stopped short at the sight of Eve beside me as I turned to her, her eyes widening in confusion as she asked carefully, Eve, what are you doing here? We've got to get going. Where? I asked before Eve could respond, even though I already knew the answer. Hogwarts, Narcissa said in a hushed voice. It's nearly midnight. My blood ran cold, but there was no time to think. If Eve wanted to help Harry get out of Hogwarts, then damned if I didn't want to do the same. She was right. Anyway, there was no way she and I could just run away tonight and leave it all behind. Okay, I said calmly. I slipped my hand into Eve's behind my back, feeling the warmth from the ring as her tiny fingers squeezed into my palm. We're going inside the castle. Why? My mother asked blankly, squinting at me through the dark, as though she wanted to read my expression. The Dark Lord wishes us to meet outside the gates. I lied easily, not even hesitating as I said. We're going to find Potter on our own and bring him to the Dark Lord. Narcissa blinked, and Eve held her breath behind me. The soft light from the inside of the parlor behind my mother glowing harshly and hiding her expression well. There was only half a second of silence before she said quietly, All right, you'll need to take my wand. Draco, what? I asked disbelievingly, but she was already stepping across the porch towards me. She held the wand out to me, and when I hesitantly reached up for it, she pressed its handle deep into my palm until I finally held it. Now that she was less than a foot from me, I could tell that she hadn't bought a word of the lie, and just by looking up into her eyes, I knew she had probably guessed exactly what Eve and I were going to do. But her voice was low and soft as she told us, Be careful. Both of you. Thank you, Eve whispered quietly behind me, and all I could do was nod because I wasn't quite sure what to say. Why wasn't she trying to stop me? Eve was gently tugging my hand from behind because I hadn't moved an inch, so I eventually forced my legs into action, turning away from my mother and starting after Eve down the steps. I glanced one last time over my shoulder, seeing Narcissa watching us leave with an expression that ominously felt like she was expecting this to be the last time we saw each other. But then Eve had reached the cobblestone path below the steps of the porch, and when she spun to disapparate, we left the manor behind with an ear-splitting crack. Eve, when Draco and I reappeared just inside the castle's back doors that were generally used to walk outside for herbology, Hogwarts was deadly silent. There was no way it was midnight yet. "Where do you think he is?" Draco asked in a hushed voice, the two of us pausing for a moment in the silence of the dark, empty hallway. "Did you see him earlier?" "Yeah," I told him softly, trying not to feel sick as I remembered what had happened just a little while ago in the Great Hall. "I saw him, but I haven't got a clue where he is now. We've got to hurry. We have to disapparate him out before the Dark Lord gets inside and finds him." Draco's grip was tight on my hand as he said in an oddly calm voice, Okay. Where would he go? Where would he go to hide?" I shook my head, trying not to let the panic bubble up inside me and cloud my chest, because the clock was ticking and we didn't have much time. I hadn't had the courage to ask Draco, who we were supposed to fight if the battle began, because if either of the Carrows got out and told any other Death Eaters about what I'd done, everyone would be trying to kill me. "The Gryffindor common room?" I asked in a rushed voice, spilling out the first place I could think of. "I don't think so," Draco told me cautiously. That'd be the first place he'd look. I was opening my mouth to suggest the headmaster's office when there was loud, low boom from deeper inside the castle. We froze, our wands clutched tightly in our hands as we held onto each other in the darkness of the hallway. Then there was another explosion, followed by another just moments after, and the stone flooring beneath my shoes trembled. "We've got to go," Draco said, panic twisting his words. "They're here. We have to go. Where would he go to hide?" And then there the answer was, almost like it had been waiting for me to remember. "The room of requirement," I blurted, jumping at the sound of another explosion. He had to be in the same place where I'd told Neville to hide all those months ago. He's got to be there. That's the only place he could be. Draco took off running without even hesitating to think it over, because I had sounded so convinced that he wasn't going to pause and suggest I was wrong. I gripped his hand tight as we practically sprinted down the empty hallway, the sound of our heavy footsteps gradually starting to drown under the loud sounds of fighting from further inside the castle. The closer we got to the front of Hogwarts, the more I realized I could hear muffled shouts of anger. And was that screaming? My heart was just about ready to burst through my ribcage as we rounded another corner, the sounds of the fighting rising in clarity around us and making my eardrums ache. Another scream ripped through the air, and I suddenly felt as I was going to pass out. We turned a final corner into the main hallway that led to the entrance of the Room of Requirement. And that was when we saw it. 3 masked Death Eaters had smashed their way through the stained glass windows along the right, and a spider the width of a queen-sized bed was attempting to force its way through the gaping hole in the castle wall. I could only see 4 students in the hallway, and I think I'd spotted Professor Flitwick darting behind one of the Death Eaters. But more students were pouring down from the stairwell further inside the hallway. Green and red lights flashed against the stone walls of the hallway as Draco gripped my hand tightly and started forward, his head ducked low to avoid any jets of light or spray of concrete. The hallway was such a mass of confusion that we were able to hurry past the other Death Eaters without being seen, and we were only 20 feet from the blank space of wall that encased the room of requirement when someone spotted us. Ahead of me, Seamus had stumbled out into the hallway from the stairwell on our right, and the first person he saw was Draco. He spat a curse so quickly that I didn't have time to process it, the red light careening towards him at a breakneck speed. Draco threw his wand up to block it before I could even react, his left arm pushing me behind himself as he produced another shield charm to block the second curse. Seamus's face was red with anger as he shouted a third spell, but as Draco deflected it and sent the jet of light smashing into the empty wall beside us, his eyes slipped behind Draco to me. I watched as his expression faltered only a little, his wand slowly lowering just half an inch, as he clearly struggled to decide what to do. Then Draco was firing a curse into the wall above Seamus's head to distract him, the broken stone showering down over the back of his head and causing him to duck with his arms going up to cover his face. Draco gripped my hand tight and tugged me away because I was blinking in shock and staring at Seamus. Had he actually hesitated? There wasn't time to think about it. The entire hallway was still a mass of confusion and fighting, spells flashing against the walls as we finally reached the end. Draco let go of my hand, so I could pace in front of the wall, turning to stand in front of me in case Seamus came after us again. I squeezed my eyes shut and walked in front of the entrance, blocking out the sounds of the fighting and thinking, show me the room with Harry Potter. The metal door melted through the stone wall, the handle materializing out of nothing as I automatically reached for it with shaking fingers. Someone was screaming behind me, but Draco's hand was on my shoulder to let me know that he was right behind me as I twisted the handle. The two of us stumbled inside the room of requirement and left the chaos of the hallway behind, Draco slamming the door shut behind us and drowning us completely in silence. Chapter 60. Eve. The near silence of the room of requirement was deafening in comparison to the screams and explosions from the hallway just outside, the entire room overflowing with piles of forgotten items, and the French woman's voice still singing softly through the air, almost as though not a single thing had changed since 6th year. Draco was gently pushing himself in front of me as the door shut behind us, his wand held out cautiously in front of him despite the fact that his wrist was shaking after the fight in the hallway. I could hear his heartbeat pounding loudly through the air, but my own was hammering against the inside of my chest at the same time, and it was good to know I wasn't the only one freaked out by what had happened. I would never have guessed, as I went to bed in my dormitory earlier that evening, that in 6 hours everything at Hogwarts would have gone to hell. It felt like my breath was trapped in my throat as Draco started forward slowly, his empty left hand automatically reaching out behind himself for me to take. I gripped his free hand with my own as we started down the first aisle between the towers of junk, too afraid to call out for Harry. How would he even react to seeing us? If it was the same way Seamus had, then getting Harry to safety out of the castle was going to be much more difficult than I'd thought. We crept down the aisles of forgotten items in silence, carefully sidestepping abandoned trunks and rotten pages of old textbooks. I tried to listen hard for any other footsteps, but the incessant singing of the broken vinyl record from somewhere deeper within the room made it difficult to hear any small noises. So when the soft click of a door shutting resounded quietly through the air, I couldn't quite be sure if I had imagined it. But Draco had hesitated, too. We had been at the end of one of the rows, glancing past an aged piano covered in a thick layer of dust, to look around the corner. He turned back to give me a confused look, his lips silently forming the words, "You heard it?" I was nodding when Draco's eyes slipped past me to look behind us, and as his expression hardened and he started around me, I twisted to see who it was. Blaise Zabini was striding down the aisle towards us both, his wand held loosely at his side with just a hint of a grin on his face. Draco stepped around me as Zabini got closer, hissing furiously in a low voice, "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" Zabini didn't bother to keep his voice down as he came to a stop in front of us, drawling, "What does it look like? I followed you two here. I know you're after Potter, and I want in." "You shouldn't be here," I spat, "and keep your voice down. We aren't after Harry." "Well, I am." Although Zabini's expression appeared cool and collected, there was sweat shining against the dark skin of his neck, as though he had just been fighting out in the hallway as well. He rolled his eyes at us both, continuing evenly, "You aren't the only ones who want to get on the Dark Lord's good side. You know, I'm going to bring Potter to him myself." "You're an idiot," Draco seethed angrily, stepping closer to Zabini and getting in between us. "Get out of here before I kill you." Zabini laughed out loud, scoffing easily. "Good one, mate. Just move out of my way so I can—" "Who's there?" Draco had been lunging for Zabini's shirt collar when a fourth voice called out through the air accusingly, making us freeze with Draco just inches from Zabini and my hand on his arm as though I'd been ready to pull him away. I spun to see Ron Weasley rounding the corner around the old piano, his wand rising higher and his expression automatically twisting into suspicion at the sight of us. Before I could make a move, Zabini was shoving his way past Draco and lifting his wand in return. Nearly panicking as I realized how bad this must look to Ron, I leapt forward towards Zabini and protested, "Stop, put your wand down. What are you doing here?" Ron spat, his wand wavering between the three of us, as though he didn't know who was going to lash out at him. "How did you know we were here?" "Draco and I aren't here to hurt you," I pleaded. "We're trying to help you. We can separate you all out of here. And where's Potter?" Zabini snarled, cutting me off completely and trying to glance past Ron to look. "He's here, isn't he?" "Don't listen to Zabini." Draco snapped hotly, trying to leap forward and shove Zabini's arm to the side. "Put your fucking wand down. We're trying to help them. For fuck's sake." Ron was blinking with his wand still pointing towards Zabini, his eyes flicking between me and Draco, as though he was just trying to understand who was telling the truth. I was opening my mouth to say something again, to say anything that would convince Ron we were just trying to help, when Harry and Hermione ran out from around the corner. Zabini was so startled that he immediately threw his wand upwards, a curse flying towards them both in an arc offered light before either Draco or I could do anything. Ron launched himself forward to block it, stumbling backwards as the curse rebounded off the shield charm and hurtled down the empty left row. The crowded area at the end of the aisle was suddenly thick with flashing lights and flying curses. My wand going up to deflect the spells sent my way as Draco tried to put himself in front of me. My feet were forced backwards as Hermione sent such a powerful curse my way that I scarcely had time to block it, Draco whipping his wand upwards to deflect the second spell, so I could regain my footing. Zabini was just to the left of us, his right arm twisting and slashing through the air as he fought back against both Harry and Ron. I watched as he sent a disarming spell straight towards Harry just milliseconds after blocking Ron's curse, Draco's old wand blasting out of Harry's fingers and spinning up through the air out of sight. Wandless, Harry ducked behind Ron as Sabini continued to throw curse after curse their way. Sabini's expression twisted in hate as he shouted something I couldn't hear. Draco was grabbing my arm then, pulling me back away from Hermione and Ron as he blocked a stunning spell that ricocheted into the ancient piano, the keys smashing together in a painful crescendo of mismatched chords. He pushed me behind a half-rotten sofa, ducking down beside me just as a curse narrowly flew past his head. We pressed our backs against the stained couch as spells flew over our heads, one clipping the edge and sending a spray of yellowed stuffing down over Draco's shoulder. I could hear Sabini shouting curses from just 10 feet away, but I couldn't make out what any of them were. It became clear that Draco could, however, when his eyes widened suddenly, and he twisted to look around. The edge of the sofa, yelling above the noise, "Don't, you idiot!" But Hermione was screaming, and there was a low, rushing sound from behind the couch, and I knew it was too late. Draco bolted out from around the sofa, and I stood to see that flames were literally pouring out of Sabini's wand. The fire flowed against the concrete flooring, swallowing the damaged piano in a rush of orange despite Sabini's attempts to flick his wand to the side to stop the incessant tide of flames. Ron was dragging Hermione away from the fire, disappearing along with Harry back down the aisle they had come. Draco shoved into Sabini and wrestled the flaming wand from his hands, throwing it to the ground and roaring, "What the fuck are you thinking?" Panic was hot in my throat as I started for him, the fire twisting along the ground and smoking up the nearest pile of items as the wand rolled dangerously to the side. Draco was already turning for me, grabbing my arm and pulling me out of the fire's path as he started away from Sabini and his flaming wand. The heat was scalding against my shins as we sprinted back down the row, the fire smoldering through the items on my left as though they had been doused in gasoline. The smoke was thickening around us, a loud, rushing sound surrounding the two of us as the items caught flame everywhere around us. We were nearing the end of the aisle when a glass-doored wardrobe suddenly exploded from the heat on Draco's right, glass shards shooting out into the side of his face and slicing against his upper cheekbone. I screamed and grabbed his arm, but the chaos was growing around us, and there wasn't time to stop. Draco gripped my arm tight and kept running, shouting something to me that I couldn't hear with blood already smudging his cheek. The flames were rising higher up around the piles of forgotten items, burning through them like paper and spreading faster around us. We were rounding the corner just before the exit when a flaming cabinet on our right suddenly buckled under its charred legs, tilting to the side and crashing down across the aisle. Draco threw his arm out to stop me, and as he started to shove me back the way we had come, I realized even through the smoke that it had been the vanishing cabinet. It was only when we turned around that I saw Sabini had been sprinting after us, a wall of flames smoldering through the air after him. My breath was tangled up with the smoke in the back of my throat, and the panic was clouding my mind. All I could think was, we're going to die. I only have less than a minute to live. But Draco was shoving me towards the piles of items, shouting for me to climb. My sweaty palms scrambled for hold on the nearest trunk, Draco pushing me from behind until I was able to get myself off the ground. He was right next to me, the glow of the fire illuminating his face in red as he climbed beside me, one arm helping me up with the flames dancing beneath our feet. I clambered up over a broken cabinet, glancing over, and seeing that Sabini was just to the left of me a little ways down. My heart was in my throat as I realized I had no idea what had happened to Harry and the others. Coughing and choking with the gray smoke burning my eyes, I climbed as fast as I could beside Draco towards the top of the pile, the flames rising up around us. There wasn't time to think because death was waiting for me just below my feet, and because once we reached the top, there would be no way to escape the fire. I had just gripped the edge of a bench lodged beside a bookcase when Zabini cried out from just beside me, and I twisted my head to see that he had placed his hand onto a scalding iron doorknob and was starting to slip, and for half a second, the only thing I could think of was when he had nearly fallen off his broom playing Quidditch, and I had nearly let him, but I was already reaching out my left hand for him, grasping the sleeve of his suit jacket just before he could fall, and his hand automatically wrapping tight around my forearm. His weight tugged me down, the sweat on my right palm slipping against the smooth wood of the bench as he dangled beneath me. Draco's grip was suddenly tight around my upper right arm, his fingers digging into my skin as though he knew I was seconds away from falling as well. I twisted my head and saw, through the smoke, that Draco's free hand was wrapped around the upper edge of a smoldering bookcase as he helped to hold nearly all three of us up. "Eve," he cried out, the heated wood burning against his palm as it started to slip just a little. "Eve, I can't hold on." I looked down at Zabini and watched the light of the flames dancing against his pale irises, his eyes wide as he looked up at me with his right hand still tight around my left forearm. With sweat and soot mixing on his skin, I watched as something I couldn't quite understand flickered across his face. And then he was letting go of my arm, his fingers slipping away from my shirt sleeve. Time slowed down as Zabini let himself fall, dropping down through the smoke-filled air and tumbling into the flames below. Draco. Later, I would never be able to describe what I felt when Zabini let go of Eve's arm. I wasn't too sure I felt much of anything because death and flames were still rising up around us, and all I could think was that I needed to get Eve out of there. So I pushed away the image of Zabini tumbling through the smoke and flames as I pushed Eve up, her eyes dull and wide with shock even through the graying air. There was a ringing in my ears as I shoved her up over the burning bookcase, my palms still scorched from attempting to hold us all away from the fire. I helped her continue to climb, the roar of the fire created by dark magic still raging around us both. We were nearly to the top when I saw something darting through the billowing smoke above our heads, the heat having burned my eyes and making it difficult to see much at all. But as I squinted and helped Eve up onto the tallest, final trunk, I realized Ron and Hermione were clutching a broom and speeding towards us. I didn't even think. I grabbed Eve's arm and shoved her upwards, shouting in a voice thinned and raw from the hot smoke, "Please, take her, take her." I nearly tilted forward over the trunk when Ron reached down to pull Eve up onto the broom, trying to hold her for as long as I could just so she wouldn't slip between their hands and fall to the flames. My chest was ready to burst from the heat and smoke when Hermione helped to pull Eve up behind her, watching as Eve wrapped her arms tight around Hermione's waist. I watched them speed away through the blackened smoke, tears in my eyes from all the flames. Or maybe because the world suddenly wasn't ending anymore. I was alone at the top of the pile of burning, abandoned items for less than a minute when Harry appeared through the smoke on a battered broomstick, flying down towards me at a breakneck speed. I reached one arm up through the air towards him, only half believing that he was actually going to help me. After all, he had every reason to leave me there. But he pulled me up off of the smoldering trunk, the flames licking the melting sole of my shoes as I threw myself onto the back of the broom. It ducked low for a moment under our combined weight, but he pulled it back up quickly before the fire could reach us, already turning and speeding back for the exit. The door was high above the fire and burning items, and as I blinked through the thick smoke with raw eyes, I realized I could see Ron's broom just 20 feet ahead of us. Harry ducked and rolled out of the way of a large wave of flames on our right, my arms gripping his shoulders tightly as my body threatened to slide off. Ron's broom was swaying dangerously under the weight of 3 people ahead of us, nearly reaching the open doorway. The smoke had grown so thick that I couldn't breathe anymore, the room spinning around me as Harry sped closer towards the door of the room of requirement. Harry and I were only 10 feet from the exit when the end of Ron's broom accidentally clipped the right side of the doorway ahead of us, the entire broomstick jerking to the left just as it re-entered the hallway. I watched as Eve was thrown sideways off of the back of the broom, her body spinning to the left through the air as her forehead struck the stone edge of the doorway hard. Time stopped around me as her body crumpled to the floor just a few feet from the open door, and I was fighting to get off the broom even as Harry was just flying past the doorway and into the hallway. My knees scraped the stone flooring as I threw myself off of the broomstick, scarcely even feeling the sudden coolness of the hallway air against my scorched skin. I couldn't breathe as I dropped beside Eve and rolled her onto her back, her eyes closed and soot and blood staining her cheeks. The chaos around us was nothing but white noise in my ears, Harry and Ron fighting to close the room of requirement's doors shut behind us before the flames could escape. I couldn't hear myself as I said something to Eve, my hands scrambling to her chest to feel her heartbeat to let me know that she was okay. I could feel it, the soft and steady beat fluttering just behind her ribcage. With the blood pounding in my ears, I choked out, "Eve, look at me." And then, beneath my fingers, her heart stopped. Chapter 61. Draco. Around me, everything had been brought to a standstill. The breath was trapped in my throat, and there was something painful swelling up inside my chest that I couldn't quite explain. And as I stared down at Eve's closed eyes and missing heartbeat, I suddenly wondered if this was what it felt like for the world to end. The hallway had disappeared around us as I gripped her limp shoulders tightly, saying in a voice quickly rising in panic, "Please look at me. Look at me." I had expected her eyes to open, but they didn't. "Wake up," I choked out, shaking her harder as my entire body started to tremble. "Please wake up, Eve. Baby, just wake up." Someone's hand was on my shoulder, but now the panic had taken over, and I was losing sense of all reason. My elbow automatically snapped backwards, cracking against the person's face in a blind rage as I shook Eve harder. "Don't touch me. Wake up. Please wake up." There was a loud ringing in my ears, and I couldn't blink because I couldn't look away from Eve's closed eyelids and blood-stained cheeks. I was hyperventilating as I started to scream for her to just wake up and look at me, Potter, and the others fading to nothing in the background as the world came crashing down around me. I gripped the front of her robes tight in my fists as I shook her, too panicked to realize that the parchment of the last letter I had sent her was brushing against the back of my knuckles. With Eve's body completely still beneath my hands, all I could hear was her voice from when she had quietly whispered to me just outside the doors of Hogwarts before I left her over a month ago. "This is the last time you'll have to say goodbye. I promise." I fell to pieces in the middle of the hallway, caked in soot from the smoke of the room of requirement, and Eve's blood staining my hands. Another hand was reaching for my arm, but I threw them off without turning around, unable to look away from Eve's pale skin and peaceful expression for even a second. I was screaming, shaking her as hard as I could and screaming. I couldn't hear myself, but I was begging over and over again, "Don't leave me." I couldn't be sure how much time had passed before I was hitting her chest, striking it with a fist so tightly clenched that my knuckles were white as snow, as though, lost in a panic, I had thought it would do something. The adrenaline was burning hot just underneath my skin, as I blindly brought my fist down onto the space where her heart was hidden, the world falling into pieces around me. It happened in the same instant I struck her chest for the second time, something I would never, ever quite be able to explain. Under the impact of my hand, Eve's heart skipped back into motion, and she suddenly sucked in such a giant breath of air that her shoulder blades lifted off of the hallway floor. Coughing and choking like someone who had spent too long underwater, Eve's eyes opened and her pupils dilated as she struggled to sit up in a panic. I was reaching for her before I could even really understand what had happened, unable to breathe because of the lump in my throat, as Eve asked in a tiny, broken voice, What happened? But the breath was nearly knocked out of her. As I threw myself against her, my chin bumping her shoulder, and my arms wrapping around her so tightly that I was sure it was painful, I held her, as though I wasn't sure she was real, my breath coming out in short gasps as I choked out, I thought you were gone." In a soft voice, she whispered, "What?" I pulled away to look her over frantically, trying to make myself believe that she wasn't dead, that she was breathing because her heart was beating again. She was slouched against the stone flooring of the hallway, cheeks flushed with soot and blood staining her skin, and her hair was in wild disarray as she looked up at me with wide eyes. Just seconds ago, I had been convinced I was going to have to say goodbye to her for the last time. I pulled her chest to mine again, shakily pressing my lips to her cheek and mumbling against her bruised skin, I love you so much." It took me a moment to realize Potter and the others were still in the hallway with us, and I quickly wiped under my eyes to smear away the tear tracks that had formed through the black soot. I twisted around to see that all three of them were watching us cautiously. Weasley's left eye already black and green from when I had blindly thrown my elbow backwards. I immediately tried to hide how upset I was, snapping in a voice still thick with emotion, "The hell are you looking at?" Granger's eyes were slightly glassy as she started forward towards Eve uncertainly, her wand clutched tight in her hand. I can heal your head. If you want." Blood was running down across Eve's cheekbones from the gash on her forehead, and she was desperately trying to blink it out of her eyes, still with a dazed expression on her face, as though she had no idea where she was. I gripped Eve's hand tight and said harshly, "I can do it myself." "Thanks, Malfoy," Ron interrupted, a hard edge to his voice at the way I had spoken to her. "I think we both know Hermione's better at healing spells. Just let her do it." I opened my mouth to give an angry retort, but Granger was already starting forwards to kneel down beside Eve. Besides, although I wouldn't admit it, he was right. My heart was still pounding in my throat as I watched Granger gently turn Eve's head to the side and whisper the first few words of the spell, because everything had happened so fast, and I could still scarcely believe Eve was alive. Potter and Weasley were whispering rapidly to each other behind me, and I twisted slightly to look at them. Before I could talk myself out of it, I told Weasley stiffly, "Sorry about your eye." Equally as awkward, he shrugged and muttered, "'S'all right. I get it." I stared at the floor as Granger continued to heal Eve's forehead beside me, wanting to apologize for much more than Weasley's black eye, but not knowing how to put it into words. Potter saved me from trying to come up with anything else, asking uncertainly, "What happened to Zabini?" I never saw him. A sick feeling rose up in the back of my throat as I remembered him tumbling away from the steep pile of broken cabinets and couches, letting go of Eve's arm and disappearing through the black smoke just so we wouldn't be brought down with him. I glanced to the left and saw Eve staring blankly at the stone floor as Granger wiped away the rest of the blood, her eyes unblinking as she remembered Zabini falling. I told Potter quietly, "He's dead," before the thick awkwardness in the tiny space of the hallway could get any worse. Granger tried to get Eve to stand up, and I leapt forward to help. I gripped her shoulder tight and helped her off of the stone floor, standing cautiously, and refusing to let go of her arm. I looked her over cautiously, and seeing the white scar trailing down across the left side of her forehead to her temple, something that would probably never fade. "Okay?" I asked her softly, so only she could hear. "Yeah," Eve breathed quietly, forcing a tiny smile that didn't reach her eyes. I knew she wasn't okay. "What were you two even doing in there?" Potter asked after a moment, making me twist back around to look at him. "How did you know where we were?" "We thought that was where you would hide," I admitted. "We wanted to help you escape." But that wasn't the truth. Eve had been the one who wanted to help them escape the castle. I had wanted to run away. Eve swallowed hard beside me and added cautiously, "We can still separate you out of here. You know, we could leave now and hide all three of you. You know who would never find out." The three of them exchanged a glance, and even before Potter opened his mouth to respond, I knew they weren't going to come with us. "We can't," he told us carefully. "The fighting stopped for now, but there's still something I have to do." It was only then that I realized the sounds of the battle had ceased around us, and that my dark mark was burning for the second time that evening as the Dark Lord called the rest of the Death Eaters away from the castle. The battle must have been called off only a few minutes ago, but I'd probably been too busy panicking over Eve to realize. I looked over at Potter with my hand still tight around Eve's, seeing him stand beside Weasley with his skin caked in black grit from the smoke and blood smudging his left eyebrow. As I looked up at him, his expression carefully blank, I knew exactly what he was planning to do. I didn't even think as I held my wand out to him, saying, "Take my wand. I know Zabini disarmed you." Potter blinked, already shaking his head as he began uncertainly, "No, I can't take your wand. You keep it. You need it more than I do," I told him without hesitation. "Don't be an idiot. Take it." He exchanged a glance with Weasley as he cautiously took the wand from me, shaking his head slightly as Weasley shrugged in surprise. Eve was pressing her lips together beside me to keep from saying anything. I knew she was probably frantic at the thought of me unarmed, but she didn't know what Potter was planning to do. I could tell the three of them were anxious at the fact that time was slipping away, so I told Potter in a low voice, "He's weakened, you know. He's been unstable for weeks now. You've got a chance." Potter looked over at me for a long time, as though he was trying to figure out what I was trying to say. Or maybe he was trying to understand why I wanted to help them. I wanted to tell him that I'd never wanted any of this to happen. The battle bringing Death Eaters into the castle last year to kill Dumbledore, getting Eve involved, all of it. But, as usual, I was too much of a coward to say it out loud. "Okay," Potter replied awkwardly, holding my mother's wand carefully in his hand. Thanks, Malfoy. And Eve. I'm glad you're all right. We've got to go." "Thank you," Eve said softly to Granger, her eyes flicking to the floor when she uncomfortably nodded in return. "Just stay safe. All of you." I held Eve's hand tight as the three of them turned away from us, their expressions still slightly puzzled, as though they had no idea if what just happened had been real. I was sure none of them had ever thought I would willingly give up my wand to Potter, let alone offer to help them escape. But I knew Potter was going to turn himself over to the Dark Lord, and there was nothing I could do to stop him. As soon as they disappeared off down the hallway, Eve slumped slightly against me, as though she'd been too weak to keep herself upright. I held her off of the floor gently, gripping her shoulders tight and saying worriedly, "You need to sit down. I'm all right, Eve protested tiredly, but I was already leading her to the edge of the destroyed hallway. To sit. I helped her slowly to the floor with our backs against the only undamaged wall in the entire hall, dust and concrete shards surrounding us, as we sat alone in the silence. I refused to let go of her hand because a part of me still couldn't forget what it had felt like for her heart to stop beneath my palm. And I irrationally thought it would happen again if I let go of her for even a second. Eve's head was resting on my shoulder, her breathing shallow and exhausted in my ear. Quietly, she asked me, "What happened? When we came out of the room of requirement, did I fall?" "Yeah," I told her after a second, swallowing hard. "Yeah, you hit your head. It was bad. Eve, I really thought you were dying." She was quiet for a long moment, and I knew she could hear my heart pounding inside my chest just from remembering what had happened only 10 minutes ago. My left hand was laced through hers, and my right hand was still gripping her upper arm because I was still panicked at the thought of letting go. Neither of us said anything for a long time, the light of dawn rising up around us and filtering through the cracked glass of the broken windows. The silence of the castle pressed against us, a shrill ringing still echoing inside my ears from the loud roaring of the giant fire in the room of requirement. "Everything's falling apart," Eve said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "What are we going to do?" I squeezed her hand tight, thinking of the hundreds of Death Eaters somewhere outside the castle waiting to attack for the second time. And then there was us. 2 Death Eaters still inside Hogwarts who wanted nothing to do with the Dark Lord, and never wanted to hurt anyone. If they came back to attack again, I would have no idea who to fight. "I don't know," I whispered, the lump in my throat returning as I realized just how powerless I really was. I have no idea. It feels like the world is ending." "It is," Eve said. "It really is ending." I kissed the back of her hand because I didn't know what to say, my lips brushing across her bruised and slightly bloody knuckles. Swallowing hard, I choked out quietly, "I wish I could have stopped it. Not just the fighting or the Dark Lord going after Potter. I mean all of it. Your parents dying, you becoming a Death Eater, Dumbledore being killed last year, just everything. I never wanted any of it to happen." Eve's hand was pressed into mine, and her breath was warm against my neck, and I was suddenly glad she couldn't see my expression because I was trying not to cry for the second time today. Not pausing to think, I continued in a voice scarcely above a whisper, I wish I was brave enough to change it. Any of it." She twisted her head and kissed my cheek, her lips brushing across my skin so softly they felt like wings. "But you tried, and that's enough for me." I couldn't say anything in return because the lump in my throat had grown so large that I could barely breathe, Eve's blonde hair tickling my neck as she exhaled softly and rested her head on my shoulder. We sat alone in the destroyed hallway completely in silence, still covered in dust and soot from the fire. Eve had fallen asleep beside me, her breath slow and even against my neck, but I refused to even let my eyes begin to droop. Sleep was the last thing I wanted to do after everything that had happened. And if I closed my eyes for too long, the only thing I could see was Eve's body crumpled and broken beneath me. I wasn't quite sure how long we sat in that destroyed hallway, but the sun had risen much higher in the sky when I suddenly realized I could hear screaming. It was coming from outside, but I was already starting to stand, as Eve quickly opened her eyes beside me. "What's going on?" she mumbled, stumbling slightly as I tried to help her to her feet. "Why?" "Something's happened," I said in a rushed voice, and then another scream, cut thinly through the air around us. Eve's face paled, and I took her hand as we started back down the hallway. I had a terrible feeling that I knew exactly what had happened. Eve, by the time we made it to the courtyard, the Dark Lord was pacing in front of several rows of Death Eaters with the rest of the students and professors standing just outside the castle, and Harry was lying in the arms of Hagrid beside him. Draco was practically holding me upright as I realized he wasn't moving. Draco ducked low as he spotted Lucius and Narcissa from across the empty space between the Dark Lord and the students, his arm going up around my shoulders as though he could hide me. My heart was pounding my throat because as the Dark Lord continued to gloat from his place in front of the Death Eaters, I knew we wouldn't stay hidden for much longer. "Things are changing, students of Hogwarts," the Dark Lord sneered, his red, snake-like eyes glinting even from across the courtyard. "If you stand down now and join me, I will not burn your castle to the ground. Step forward and become a loyal Death Eater, like so many before you, and you will not be killed." Beside me, Draco gently took my wand from me, his eyes staring straight ahead with a carefully blank expression. I was opening my mouth to ask what he was doing when his father suddenly called out from the other side of the courtyard, hissing through the air, "Draco, come here, Draco." He laced the fingers of his left hand through mine, my wand held loosely at his side. Draco pushed forward through the students without looking down at me, and I followed him without a second thought, my eyes fixed on the ground to avoid the looks of hate sent towards both of us. We broke through the line of survivors together, starting out across the open stretch of cracked, marbled flooring towards the other Death Eaters. I tried to hold my head high as we closed the distance between us and Lord Voldemort, terrible whispers from the students rising up behind us. The Dark Lord nodded and said something to the both of us that I didn't hear because there was a loud pounding in my ears that blocked out any other sounds around me. We were just starting past him to walk over to the rest of the Death Eaters when Draco gently let go of my hand and started to slow down. I had just turned to see why he was stopping when Draco suddenly slipped the end of my wand towards Voldemort, the fierce green light of a killing curse shooting out through the air. My heart had dropped into the pit of my stomach as Draco sent a killing curse towards Lord Voldemort, and there was nothing I could do but watch as the Dark Lord whipped his own wand across himself, the curse ricocheting up away from him and into the sky. Time had stopped as Draco fell backwards from the impact, and in the same moment his shoulder blade struck the ground, Voldemort was lifting his wand to kill him, his expression turning to one of fury as one of his own betrayed him. I threw myself between them in the split second he had left, my empty hand reaching up towards the Dark Lord, as though that would somehow stop it. "Wait, please." And then, as the Dark Lord was raising his wand higher to strike both of us down, Harry Potter suddenly scrambled out of Hagrid's arms and raised Draco's borrowed wand high. He sent a red curse towards the Dark Lord, distracting him just seconds before he could utter the two words that would kill both Draco and me in the same instant. Voldemort deflected the curse easily, turning in outrage to see Harry standing on his feet just meters away. Harry spun to the side and sprinted towards the edge of the courtyard, ducking to avoid the killing curse that missed the top of his head by mere inches as he disappeared back inside the castle. With Voldemort's scream of fury echoing through the cold morning air, chaos erupted for the second time as the battle quickly resumed in a mass panic around us. Chapter 62. Draco. As the battle burst back into a hurried motion inside the cramped space of the destroyed courtyard for the second time, I scrambled to shove Eve behind me despite the fact that I was still sprawled out on the marble flooring, Voldemort less than 10 feet from us. But he was already starting for the side of the courtyard where Potter had disappeared inside the castle, his cloak billowing around him, like black ink dripped into clear water, as he made his way out of the courtyard in a fury. I had thought for certain we were both going to be killed. Spells ripped through the air above my head as I struggled to stand, bodies bumping past us on all sides as Eve and I tried to get up off the ground. The courtyard was suddenly filled in a mass of confusion, the battle recommencing so abruptly that no one had any idea quite what to do. Several of the Death Eaters were disapparating in a panic, melting into clouds of black smoke and disappearing through the air with loud cracks. Eve was holding onto me so tightly that her nails were digging into the burnt material of my suit jacket, the two of us trying to shove our way to the side of the courtyard away from the middle of the fighting. We stumbled and ducked to avoid the green-lighted curse from Fenrir Greyback, his wolf-like face twisted in anger as he started for us. I pushed Eve on and blocked the second curse just in time, but before he could send a third, a crowd of students sprinting for the castle doors shoved between Greyback, and I, hidden behind the panicked mass of people, I grabbed Eve's arm and ran for the side of the courtyard. The crowds were thinning as most of the fighting moved inside the castle, but there were still curses racing through the air just above our heads, tripping over rubble from the destroyed castle wall. Eve's grip was still tight on my arm as she asked angrily above the noise, "What the fuck were you thinking? You almost got yourself killed." I twisted my head to look down at her, seeing the harsh reflections from the flying curses swimming beside her irises. Without blinking, I told her in a low voice, I just wanted to do one thing right. Her lips parted slightly in shock, but there wasn't time for her to say anything in response. Someone was shouting my name loudly above the fighting, and I turned with Eve's hand still tight on my arm to see Lucius and Narcissa forcing their way towards us. I started for them immediately, Eve just centimeters behind me. As soon as we reached my parents, I surprised even myself when the first thing out of my mouth was, "You've got to get out of here." Narcissa was reaching for my arm already, her black and blonde streaked hair tangled around her face with dirt smudging her cheeks, as though she'd been in the Forbidden Forest. An explosion sounded from somewhere inside the castle to our right, and the marble beneath my feet was still shaking as Lucius said to me, "We don't have much time. We need to get to the train station." When I automatically moved to pull my arm back, my mother said desperately, "Let's go, Draco." My mouth opened and closed as I struggled to find the words that I needed to say, because they were both looking at me as though they expected me to follow them without hesitation. But I twisted my head and saw Eve's panicked expression, her palm warm against my arm. I knew she was thinking of Potter and the others back inside the castle, and her voice was lost to the sounds of the fighting as she whispered silently, "I can't." I was pulling away from my parents then, Narcissa's hand slipping away from my sleeve as I took a step back. There were screams coming from inside the castle, and the courtyard was nearly empty now. I knew Eve was panicking at the thought of Potter trapped inside the castle with Voldemort. In a rushed voice, I told them, "Go without me. We've got to stay." But Lucius was seething now, lurching forward and gripping my shirt collar in his fist. He was glaring past my shoulder at Eve as though he knew she was the only reason I was staying, and he spat angrily, "You need to come with us, Draco. You'd choose her over your own families." "I'm sorry, but I have to," I replied coolly, keeping my voice down so Eve wouldn't overhear. "It's her It's always been her. There was another loud blast from inside the castle walls beside us, followed by muffled screaming, and I was already starting to turn away from my parents with Eve's grip tight on my arm. Thinking of all the Death Eaters that hated me now for trying to kill the Dark Lord, I told them hastily, "Go into hiding. I'm sorry, I've got to stay." And then I had to turn away because my mother's expression was so hurt that I couldn't stand to look, turning my back on both my parents and hurrying with Eve towards the castle doors. As the sounds of the fighting grew louder around us, I wondered if that had been the last time I would see either of them. There wasn't time to think about it. Eve and I had stumbled through the destroyed doorway, the dim lighting of the castle making me blink several times just to clear my vision. Eve suddenly froze, and it was only then that I realized the sounds of the fighting had stopped, and all I could hear in the rubble-filled hallway was our panicked breathing. Something was wrong. I was gripping Eve's hand without even realizing it, the handle of her wand still digging into my palm. It was the only weapon we had left. Together, we tripped over concrete from the destroyed castle walls and hurried towards the entrance hall. Potter was standing in the center of the crowds of Death Eaters and students, the Dark Lord just meters away from him as they faced each other alone. The dull light of dawn was leaking through the cracked windows around us, filtering down onto the crowds of silent people holding their breath. Potter was saying something to Voldemort in a low voice, my wand held out in front of him as his only defense. Eve and I were holding tightly onto each other just a little ways behind the Weasley girl, the entire room watching good and evil face each other in the center of the entrance hall. My breath tangled up in my throat, and my head spun as I tried to listen to what they were saying, because this one moment was going to change the entire world either for better or for worse. "You're a fool, Harry," Voldemort said softly, his robes trailing around himself like smoke as he held his wand out before him with a smooth hand. "You know I possess the Elder Wand, and yet you still face me alone. Tell me, has your plan all this time been to end up like your worthless parents?" "But that's where you're wrong," Potter said, his voice carrying easily through the deadly silent air. "You don't have the Elder Wand, Riddle. Don't you get it? Draco Malfoy was the one to disarm Dumbledore the night he died, not Snape." It was difficult to breathe as the room spun around me. Eve's grip tight on my arm, as though she wanted to push me out of the entrance hall and away from the Dark Lord, but it was too late anyway, because students and Death Eaters were turning their heads to look at me. Voldemort's expression remained impassive, his voice quiet yet still filling the entire room as he said, "Even if Draco Malfoy is the owner of the Elder Wand, I can easily kill him and take the wand for my own. I was going to get rid of him anyway, after his pathetic attempt to stop me. After I kill you, Mr. Potter, I can attend to Malfoy and the useless Hawkins girl." I stepped in front of Eve when the Dark Lord's cold eyes slipped past Potter to mine, glinting angrily even across all the students and professors. My heart had dropped into the pit of my stomach as I realized what I'd done in the courtyard was going to kill Eve, and I've killed us both. But the Weasley girl had stepped in front of us, followed by Longbottom and Seamus Finnegan, an entire group of students putting themselves between us and Lord Voldemort. They stood with their backs to Eve and me, wands held out before them as though they could protect us from the Dark Lord. I watched with disbelief as a group of students who had spent their entire lives hating me prepared to defend Eve and me, willingly standing between us and death. Potter was saying something again, his voice coming out clear and strong as he said to Voldemort, "You still don't understand, do you? Draco gave me his wand tonight. He tried to kill you because he was never on your side. Neither of them were. You aren't the owner of the Elder Wand. I am. Voldemort's face was twisting in fury, but Potter continued in a quieter voice. You were your own downfall. Riddle. I watched, my arms tight around Eve, as the Dark Lord raised his wand to kill Harry Potter. He easily slashed his wand through the air, hissing furiously, Avada Kedavra, Expelliarmus. In the same instant, his killing curse rebounded against Potter's red-lighted spell and struck backwards. Voldemort's own curse slammed into his chest. The entire entrance hall captivated as death seeped instantaneously through his ribcage and stopped his heart. The Dark Lord fell backwards in slow motion, his black robes swirling around him and his skin turning to a whitish gray. Lord Voldemort fell to the floor at Harry Potter's feet, whatever life he had left escaping him, and his red eyes fixating blankly up at nothing as death took him. Eve. The entrance hall had erupted in loud roars and cheering, but all I could hear was Draco as he turned to me in shock, his gray-blue eyes wide with disbelief. It's over. He was wrapping his arms around me, so tightly that it hurt, my chin bumping his shoulder as the other students and professors rushed forward towards Harry. The remaining Death Eaters were quickly disapparating out of the entrance hall in clouds of black, but for once, Draco and I were finally where we were supposed to be. Draco was kissing me through his grin, laughter bubbling past his lips as though he could scarcely believe what had just happened. And I couldn't either. I was smiling too, my heart in my throat, as I realized that it really was over, that Voldemort was finally dead after 17 long years of controlling everything that happened to me. The excitement and happiness was twisting my words as I choked out, I can't believe it. It's over. We're free. Neither of us could stop grinning. The entrance hall disappearing around us as Draco kissed my cheeks, saying to me breathlessly, "We can do anything, Eve. We can get out of here. We can find your aunt." My heart was ready to burst through my ribcage, but it wasn't from fear like it usually was. I was smiling and laughing and kissing him, mumbling against his soot-stained skin, "I love you, I love you, I love you." The entrance hall was filled with laughter and cheering, Draco and I holding on to each other amidst it all, as though we were the only two people in the room. He pulled away and grinned down at me, his hands warm against my shoulders as he said to me, "Let's get out of here." I followed him easily, his left hand tight around my own as we left the crowded entrance hall together, hurrying out of the destroyed hallway towards the courtyard. The sun was brighter now and higher in the sky, and even the piles of rubble and dust everywhere didn't seem so terrible anymore as Draco, and I stumbled out of the castle. Groups of students and professors had done the same, pouring out into the open and leaving the destroyed hallways of the school behind. The courtyard was filled with talking and laughter as well, but I didn't care because Draco was still grinning and holding my hand as though I was the only person who had ever mattered to him. I could see Ginny starting across the courtyard towards me, leaving Neville and one of her older brothers behind. But her gaze wasn't cold or suspicious like it had always been, instead giving me a huge grin as she made her way towards me. Draco gave my hand a tight squeeze and bent down to kiss my cheek, still smiling as he said to me, "I'll be right back. Okay? You should talk to her alone." "Okay," I said softly, gently letting go of his hand and watching him turn away from me. But for the first time in a long while, I wasn't afraid for him to leave me. He was making his way to the side of the courtyard, and it was only then that I realized both Lucius and Narcissa were there. Had they returned as soon as they realized Voldemort had been killed, Or had they never even left Hogwarts after Draco told them to? "Hi, Eve," Ginny said to me, and I turned to see that she was smiling at me with cheeks still flushed from everything that had happened. I wanted to thank you for attacking the Carrows when they tried to, and for helping Harry. It's okay," I interrupted hastily, unable to keep the small smile off my face. "You don't have to thank me. I'm so happy you're all okay." Ginny's smile faltered for half a second, and I knew she had lost someone, but I wasn't brave enough to ask who. She reached out cautiously and gave my arm a squeeze, saying softly, "Listen, I'm sorry for thinking you were a bad person, Eve. You're really not, and I should have seen it. I'm sorry." I bit my lip as I remembered fighting against her at the end of 6th year when Dumbledore had died, telling her quietly, "I'm sorry too. I would have hated me too if I were you." "I don't hate you," she said without hesitation, so quickly that I knew she wasn't lying. After a second, she let go of my arm and gave a tiny smile. "Voldemort's gone, though. You can start over again. We can all start over. Your aunt was on the run, wasn't she? You can find her again." "Yeah," I grinned. "Yeah, I need to find her. We're going to look for her, and then I can explain everything." Ginny was smiling again too, and I knew she was honestly happy for me. After a quiet moment, she nodded behind me at Draco on the other side of the courtyard, saying, "He really does care a lot about you. Anyone could see it. He looks at you like you're the only girl he's ever laid eyes on." I twisted my head and saw Draco standing with his parents, his mother crying, and one of his hands on her arm as he awkwardly tried to comfort her. I was smiling without realizing it, my voice soft as I admitted, "I know. He means a lot to me. He's everything to me, actually." More people had entered the courtyard, students and professors still celebrating loudly around us. Harry appeared in the doorway of the castle, people still clapping him on the back and thanking him for everything he'd done. Ginny was watching him with a wide grin, and I pushed her shoulder towards him gently with one eyebrow raised and a cheeky smile. "You should go to him. I know you want to." Ginny smiled over at me, giving me a small wave as she started to back away, and saying cautiously, "I'll see you around, right?" "Yeah," I told her easily. "Yeah, I'll definitely see you soon." I watched her walk towards Harry through the crowds of people, an elated feeling still pressing against the inside my chest that I couldn't quite explain. I turned to see that Draco had started to part with his parents, and I gently made my way towards him. He gave me a tired grin when I reached him, his hand automatically taking mine and our fingers lacing together. I glanced past his shoulder to see Lucius and Narcissa were watching us both, and after a long moment, his father nodded stiffly towards me. "Everything okay?" Draco asked me, looking down at me seriously and searching my eyes to see my expression. I smiled, really smiled, and told him honestly, "Yeah, everything's perfect." The exit to the courtyard was beside us. The open cobblestone path that led out of the grounds of Hogwarts stretched out before us both. Draco's hand was warm against mine, the gold band of the promise ring pressing gently into his palm, and he grinned down at me. He started for the path out of the damaged courtyard, his eyes fixated on mine. "Then let's get out of here." "Yeah, just the two of us. Follow me." And without a second thought, I did. Epilogue. Ink. Coldplay. Fall for You, Secondhand Serenade. Wipe Your Eyes, Maroon 5. My Everything, Ariana Grande. Little Bird, Ed Sheeran. 6 years later. On the day my name changed from Hawkins to Malfoy, it rained for hours. We were underneath the large, translucent canopy to shield back the raindrops, water thrumming against the clear plastic high above our heads as Draco slid the ring across the bump of my knuckle onto my left hand. The bottom edges of my dress had been soaked through by the damp grass, and half the crowd had needed to abandon their muddy shoes as they sat in folding chairs around us. But no one seemed to mind. As Draco tilted my head up to kiss me for the first time, as husband and wife, there was loud clapping and elated cheering rising up around us both. I turned towards the rows of people, my cheeks flushed pink and a smile so wide it hurt, my heart pounding against the inside of my chest to the same time of the pouring rain above our heads. My aunt was getting teary-eyed in the front row, her eyes glistening as she smiled up at us both and clapped happily. Lucius and Narcissa were closer towards the back of the rows, Draco's father standing stiffly, yet still applauding quietly. I knew he was uncomfortable because Harry and Ginny Potter were only just on the other side of the tent, although his blank expression disguised it well. A rumble of thunder echoed through the air as Draco took my hand in his palm warm and smooth against my own. I snuck a glance at him out of the corner of my eye, trying not to laugh as a tiny leak in the tent's roof above us dripped a few cold droplets down onto his suit. Giving his hand a squeeze and nodding towards the downpour of rain around us, I whispered with a hint of a smile, "Bad luck?" "No way." Draco grinned cheekily, taking a step down towards the aisle ahead of us. "You and me, we don't need luck." Mrs. Malfoy. The two of us started down the aisle between the rows of chairs together, smiling uncontrollably and clasping hands tightly, the sounds of applause and rainfall rising up like music around us both. 2 years later, sunlight filtered through the clear window panes, dappling across the crumpled white bed sheets that had scarcely been slept in. The smell of fresh paint was tickling my nose, and taped cardboard boxes still lined the bedroom walls around us. But unpacking was the last thing on our minds. Draco kissed me through his grin, his right hand splayed out across my still flat stomach with the sheets tangled around us. Autumn leaves fluttered past the window beside us as he mumbled against my skin, "I'm so happy, Eve. I'm so happy." I was giggling, his lips tickling my cheeks and his hand still warm against my stomach, as though he was already searching to feel the beating of a second, tiny heartbeat. Draco was kissing my neck, smiling as I squealed, and tried to roll away across the pillows. Still grinning widely, he told me softly, "I'm going to take care of you. Both of you." And in less than 9 months, we were holding our newborn son in a hospital room for the first time, crying together as we looked down at him. The warm wool of the blanket was scratching against the skin of my forearm as Scorpius shifted in my arms, his eyelids smooth and tiny mouth parted slightly as he slept. Draco had squeezed into the hospital bed with me, one arm tight around my shoulders like he couldn't be close enough to me. There were tears in both our eyes as Scorpius's tiny hand wrapped around Draco's forefinger in his sleep, the breath catching in my throat as he held on tightly to his father's worn, work-hardened hand for the first time. Neither of us could find anything to say as we held our son in the quiet hospital room, our eyes cloudy with tears and lumps in both our throats. We could scarcely comprehend that the two of us, even after seeing so much evil and destruction throughout most of our lives, had somehow managed to make something truly beautiful. 4 years later, when Scorpius was a little older, he finally spotted the dark mark still inked into my left arm and managed to form the words to ask about it. He was tucked snugly on my lap, the two of us seated at the dining table in the summertime heat. My sleeves had been rolled up past my elbows as I reached around him to cut the chicken into bite-sized pieces. Draco sitting to my left with the profits splayed out before him. Scorpius held an old remembrall he'd discovered from the cellar, his small hand scratching at the smooth glass as he impatiently waited for me to finish cutting up his lunch. But his hand was suddenly reaching for the exposed skin of my left forearm, making me glance down to see what he was so interested in. He was trying to turn my arm over to examine the black tattoo, the remembrall forgotten in his own lap as he tried to twist his head to get a better look. I let go of the fork and knife as Scorpius managed to turn over my arm, my heart sinking in nervous anticipation as he asked, "What is it?" I glanced over at Draco, seeing him tense up as he watched us carefully out of the corner of his eye. Scorpius traced the black ink with tiny fingers, and I told him easily, "It's a tattoo. People can put pictures into their skin that don't ever go away." Draco leaned across the table towards us and gave his son a small grin, rolling up the sleeve of his shirt to reveal his own dark mark. "See, I've got one too. We match." Scorpius reached out to touch the inked skull and snake on Draco's arm, his tiny arm stretching just to brush his fingers against the mark. In a slow, curious tone that only children could have, he asked, "What does it mean?" We locked eyes over Scorpius's head, silence falling over the small dining room as we both remembered so many things all at once. Scorpius's gaze turned up towards mine when Draco didn't respond right away, his clear blue eyes wide with the need to understand. I bent forward to softly kiss his cheek, ruffling his blonde hair and telling him, "It doesn't mean anything, sweetie. It's just a mark." Draco was still watching me as Scorpius soon forgot all about the tattoo, his attention quickly returning to the remembrall on my lap. I looked over his head at Draco, seeing him lean further across the table to kiss me. Pulling away to look me in the eye, he said quietly, "I love you." He knew that I meant what I'd said. The black skull and snake were just a mark. That was all they had ever been. 2 years later, we had a daughter in August, a second child with whitish blonde hair and clear, almond-shaped eyes. Draco had insisted that we name her Johanna, that I was sitting in the backyard with her tucked in my arms. Only just over a month old, the picnic table pressing against my back as Scorpius attempted to fly his very first broomstick, one that only rose about 2 feet off the ground. The autumn air was chilly as the sun dipped lower in the sky, and Draco had gone back inside the house to get a blanket despite the fact that I'd told him I could have gotten it myself. Draco stepped back outside just in time to see Scorpius finally lift off the ground on his own, his tiny feet leaving the grass behind as he wobbled just a few inches in the air. Scorpius's eyes were wide as he watched the ground below, his voice screeching in excitement. "I'm doing it, Dad. I'm doing it." I was clapping proudly as Draco called out across the lawn, "Look at you. You're a natural. Almost as good as your mom." Actually, he was grinning at me cheekily, and I was rolling my eyes, but I couldn't hide my smile as he stepped towards the table with a wool blanket in his hands. Draco tucked the blanket around me as Scorpius shakily tried to aim the broomstick in the direction he wanted, the tips of his sneakers brushing the grass blades as he dipped lower, that I held Johanna with the blanket warm around me, Draco crouching beside us to press his lips to her tiny forehead. We watched Scorpius across the lawn in front of us, our daughter sleeping quietly in my arms with the dusk light dimming around us. I glanced over at Draco to see that he was looking at me, the low light making it impossible to tell if his eyes were glassy or not. Without blinking, he said in a soft voice, We made it, Eve, 20 years later. The years slipped away from us faster than I ever could have imagined. Scorpius had completed his 7 years at Hogwarts, moving out of the house to live in the inner city of London. Johanna had recently finished her 7th year of school as a Gryffindor. And last year, she'd left the house as well to live in a flat with 2 of her closest friends. The house was empty except for Draco and me as we grew old together. Our skin became wrinkled instead of smooth, and our hair slowly began to gray as the time passed. Every morning, like clockwork, we would sit together in the dining room and drink coffee alone as the sunlight leaked through the glass windows around us, often not having too much to say. But it was okay. We'd been together so long that we knew everything, every tiny detail about each other, that we didn't need to fill the silence. Draco stooped to pour the coffee on a cold Sunday morning, the steaming brown liquid splashing into my ceramic mug before he moved to pour his own. A black and white film was playing softly on the Muggle television in the background, but I wasn't watching it. Instead, I kept my eyes on Draco as he set the coffee pot down on the table and sat beside me with a loud exhale. He leaned back in his chair tiredly, and I averted my gaze as I wrapped my tiny hands around the heated mug, the warmth seeping into my fingers that a thick blanket was wrapped against my legs, a chill in the air despite the fire crackling just a few feet away. The steam from the 2 coffee mugs rose up between us, the only sound in the entire house being the soft tick of the grandfather clock and the static, nearly silent voices from the television on the countertop. I blinked as the sun rose higher in the sky, the bright yellow glow warm against my face as it glinted off of the snow dusted outside the window. As I gazed out the window at the slowly rising sun, I could feel Draco's eyes on me. I turned my head towards him, a hint of a smile already playing at my lips as I caught him staring, that I reached out my hand across the table towards him, and he took it immediately, lacing our fingers and pressing his palm to mine, 2 wrinkled hands clasped tightly together. Through the daylight and rising steam of coffee, Draco told me softly with a small smile, "You're beautiful," and it was almost as though, after all this time, nothing had changed. Thank you for joining us for the conclusion of Little Bird. This story has taken us on a journey of survival, redemption, and love, showing us the strength of the human and magical spirit in the face of unimaginable challenges. Did you know that Little Bird has been hailed as one of the most emotional Dramione fanfictions, with Marissa Lynn drawing from real-life experiences to create such a raw, authentic narrative? It's a story that has resonated with readers around the world and stands as a testament to the power of storytelling. What did you think of the conclusion to Little Bird? Did the ending meet your expectations, or did it take you by surprise? Share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear how this story impacted you. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please like the video, subscribe to Grimoire Audiobooks, and share it with fellow Potterheads. And to support the channel even further, join as a member to unlock exclusive perks and ensure we can continue bringing incredible fanfiction stories to life. Little Bird reminds us that even in our darkest moments, hope and love have the power to carry us forward. Thank you for joining us on this magical journey. Until we meet again, stay inspired, stay hopeful, and remember, the greatest stories live on in our hearts. Farewell for now.